Alright, we're live. Alright. Hold on, guys. I know we're a little behind schedule. Connected. So we're all set with that.
Awesome, awesome.
Alright, don't mind Kevin. He's late on having lunch.
Yep. Sorry, guys, if I ate on camera. Alright. So that everybody knows, I mentioned earlier in our quick update video, the store is on track to be live starting this coming Monday. This coming Monday morning at midnight. For right now, the store is only going to be stocked with incense and potentially stickers. Once I figure a few more things out. Sweatshirts, hats, backpacks, cups, keychains, and a few other items are going to be coming at some point. The goal is to sell as much of the incense and stickers as we can to get revenue in so that we can start buying some more of the equipment that we need to make the rest of the stuff. Again, as we mentioned a couple months ago, we've made the decision to go in-house on everything, so we will be making everything. We'll be making the incense, the shirts, the hats, the bags. We'll be doing a lot. We'll be doing the printing for that on our own. It helps. The cost for us is cheaper, and then that means the cost for you guys to actually buy from us will be a lot cheaper. We'll be shipping on our own. Our cost to ship is cheaper, so the cost for you guys to actually have it shipped to you will be a lot cheaper.
Boys.
So, that being said, we got our three initial scents here. We've got Dragon's Blood, Sandalwood, and Frankincense. Those are going to be unfortunately for right now, those are going to be the only 3 options up on the store. Joe and I have decided that if you guys want to pre-order or order from us while we're live tonight, I will put a link in the description to our Cash App, because that's going to be the only way that you guys would actually be able to purchase from us tonight. However, you will have to email us your shipping info, but I want to add something to that. So if you're going to buy from us tonight, add your shipping info and what you ordered through tonight's live. Just email us that information. This way we can get.
If you want to put our email in the description.
I will also add the email into the description. Thank you, Joe. I will have the Cash App link and the email link in the description of this video. I'll get that set up here in just a minute. If you want to order from us tonight, again, just email us your mailing address and what you ordered. So we're going to have a couple different choices. Bundles are going to start at a minimum of 10 individual insets in a bundle. Minimum of 10, maximum of 40 for right now because we only have 2,000 blanks. Eventually, once we figure out what our popular sellers are, we're going to increase to 100. You'll be able to order bundles of 100. that being said, we're gonna get started here in just a moment. We're gonna get started like actually making everything here in a minute. And before we do that, I'll add those descriptions and that information into the description. We gained a subscriber.
That's good. Thank you for subscribing. Pretty powerful potion.
Alright, so I'm not able to do it in the description yet.
What do you mean?
Because if you go into like the actual studio, it's not showing that we're live, even though we are.
It's because you just gotta turn the volume down.
Yep.
Exit. Gotta log in as us. Switch account.
Oh yeah, we do it that way.
Because go under us. Then you add save playlist to live streams. Studios. Well, that's music. I thought it was studios. I would have put them together.
Yeah.
Because I use studios more than I use music.
Yeah.
I got Spotify for that.
Right.
And then you go to content, playlists. There you go. Oh yeah, the scissors. Let's see, where is this? Where's that? Are we gonna even use these? Or no?
We can if you want.
Because we're just dipping them in there, right?
Yeah, we're just dipping them in there basically.
Right, so I'm assuming no.
Alright.
Put these to the side. And one more.
Okay, so that information is now linked in the description. Now, while we get set up here. How's everybody's day going? We've got 3 people watching.
That's good.
But yeah, how's everybody's day going? Our day's going good so far.
I think you're more excited that you're up here now
Oh yeah, totally.
instead of being in Mass. But yeah,
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying anything bad. It's just
Oh, I know.
it's Mass.
it is Mass. I don't like Mass.
Oh.
Waking up. Well, yeah, I know you're waking up.
Who's waking up?
Okay.
Wakey, wakey.
I'm enjoying your eggs and bakey.
Where's my eggs and bakey? I'm just kidding.
At the store.
At the store. Mom.
Well, Jeremy did literally text me. He's like, if I can't find anything, do you want anything at Walmart?
Of course they're going to do that.
So while you're doing that, tell me you get these set up. How much should I add? Probably to like, right to like there, right? The very bottom line. Like right there.
No, that's gonna be a lot.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Just test it out.
Okay.
See, try to go like maybe half of that, half of 2.
Okay.
And see how much is in the bottle still.
Yeah.
Because I know that it's only 4 milliliters.
Yeah.
Or 4 ounces.
Yeah.
This does have an ounce option. Milliliters are there. That's cups. Oh, ounces. 2 ounce.
Yep.
And then 6 ounce. So 4 ounce would be right there.
Yep.
So 2 would be 2 ounces.
Yeah.
You find the 2 again.
It's down here. Yep.
So yeah, 2's fine. I had to do the math in my head. I kind of forgot.
Is that the sandalwood?
Yeah, that's sandalwood.
Doesn't smell too bad.
No. Sandalwood. And you went up to the 2?
Yep.
Almost.
Yeah. How you want it? You want it to be able to soak. Hopefully, up the stick.
Well, let's just see.
So we're gonna need a way to go it this way. We might actually need the dropper.
You want a dropper?
Yeah. Might make it a little bit easier.
I figured they'll just automatically start soaking upwards.
Well, that's what I thought too, but it doesn't look like it's doing that.
It's not going to do it immediately. It's not like a towel, I assume. You have to do this over a trash.
Yep.
Because you got to break it. Here, just throw a few in, maybe.
Let it do its thing.
Mm-hmm. We got the frankincense.
Yep. I'll do the dragon's blood here.
Pour it up to 2.
Yep. Oh, that one's capped.
Yeah, I don't like that. Here, I gotta get my knife again. So I don't have nails for that. Oop. Made a handle out of mine. Alright.
Emmy, Kay says hi. Kay says hi.
So this is frankincense.
Some stickies.
And this is
That's the
this is-
dragon's blood.
and that's all the way to 2.
Yep.
Okay. Dragon's blood. Yeah, and it's actually working, see?
Oh, yeah, okay.
But if you want to do the popper and do a little dripping down, you can. But like I said, go over trash.
Yeah.
You gotta break it. I don't know how you're breaking that. You gotta go over the trash. I know your brain's trying to process.
You don't.
You do.
Doesn't look like you do because that's a hole.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't know. All I see is glass with a ball, and I'm like, you have to break it? And I'll get paper towels just in case, too.
To avoid any like stagnantness, I'm gonna try and talk some more about.
Move your
Yeah, I'm gonna move
slate.
right here.
Slide this under.
Yep. So yeah, we're like I said, we're planning on having a lot more options when it comes to the incense. This is all we were really able to afford to start. But if you do have like a specific scent or any ideas for scents, let us know in the comments. Let us, shoot us a quick email. I check our email regularly, like on the daily actually, so I will get it. And if we're able to like find your incense idea or find that specific scent that you would like to buy, we'll order it. If not, we will we'll respond to your email saying, hey, we found it, or hey, sorry, we weren't able to find it at this time. We'll try again, type thing. Because right now we're using Amazon for everything. It's been the easiest for us to find stuff is through Amazon, because we don't really know of any other like distributors for stuff right now. We did have a distributor that sold like a lot of stuff, but they kind of they screwed us over, so we will not be working with them again. I think that's shipped up enough. So now slide there. Let me get this one with the dropper. Goodness.
So that dropper's for that one. This dropper for that one.
Okay. Hey, explain with GoPro.
Hi.
Hi.
Because if I'm not paying attention to the chat,
Yeah.
kind of want to.
We glitched a little, but we're good.
Happens.
We're up to 7 people watching now.
Nice.
Sorry if it gets a little stagnant. At some point, I'm sorry if it glitches. We're doing.
Voice. You're too low.
Because I don't like yelling.
You're not yelling. You just feel like you're yelling.
I know. We're up to 9 people now. Thanks for joining in.
You get all these.
All
there,
no, I wasn't able to get them all around. So what I was gonna try to do is, like, if I needed to do each individual stick.
no, let me do it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right, that's fine. So again, this for those now just joining. This is our pre-order sale. Our store itself is going to be live Monday morning. This coming Monday morning at midnight. If you want to order anything from us tonight, I've left our Cash App, a link to our Cash App, and a link to our email. If you are going to order from us tonight, just shoot us an email with your order and your shipping details, and we'll be able to get those out as soon as possible. For right now, our store is only going to have incense and stickers. Soon as we're able to, well, hopefully through like sales with the incense, we'll be able to use that money to order the equipment we need to, like, add sweatshirts, t-shirts, sweatpants, cups, bags, hats, keychains. And as of right now, we only have three scents. It's frankincense, sandalwood, and dragon's blood. Unfortunately, that's all we were able to pick up, right now. Again, we're hoping to have this pre-sale to help us funnel some money into the business so that we can purchase more stuff. If you have, a specific scent, you like that you would order from us, let us know in either the comments or shoot us an email. We are doing currently right now, the bundles that we have on sale are bundles of 10, of a minimum of a bundle of 10, a bundle of 20, or a bundle of 40. Oh yeah, I didn't even put the prices up. I forgot to put the prices up. A bundle of 10 is $5. A bundle of 20 is $10, and a bundle of 40 is $17 for the frankincense and the sandalwood. The bundle of 10 for dragon's blood is $7. A bundle of 20 is $17, and a bundle of 40 is $25. I will put that information in the description as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I'm going crazy.
That's in the description now too. Nice. That's working perfectly. So yeah. Put some.
What are you doing?
I was gonna put some non-copyright music on.
I was gonna do that.
Oh, okay. I'll let you do it. It smells nice in here. It smells like an incense shop.
I was thinking I was gonna put Mr. Nightmare on probably.
Yeah, we could throw out Mr. Nightmare. I mean, we are a paranormal investigation channel, so spookiness is our area of expertise.
Yeah, if you want to leave them on a link in our description, that'd be great.
Yeah, actually, we can.
If
Yeah,
we're
we'll
making
put
money off this, I kind of want to.
Let shout him out at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we're gonna throw on some Mr. Nightmare for you guys to listen to while we work, and for us to listen to while we work, so that it doesn't get too drab and boring.
Like it will for me.
We're gonna leave. If you guys actually like his content, we're gonna leave a link in the description to his playlist on Spotify.
A hostel is a form of low-cost, short-term lodging where guests share a multi-bed dormitory with a number of other people.
Yeah, I know you can only
Often
go
the beds are in the
6
form
hours.
of bunk beds, and the rooms are meant to fit as many
6
people
hours
as
is what?
possible so as to create
so
for a
for
cheaper
you,
alternative to
that's
hotels and
6 hours.
Airbnbs.
That's fine.
These
That's
rooms can be
helpful.
single or mixed gender, and they can have private or shared bathrooms. Hostels are a common go-to for solo travelers who aren't looking to spend a lot of money on a hotel, or for people who only really plan on using the place to sleep and not really hang out. The
It's not a
3 stories you're
podcast.
about to hear were recounted by solo travelers who stayed in hostels and had not so great experiences with the people they were sharing their rooms with.
I have his direct one in there.
I was for a while talking to this French girl that I matched on some dating app after my breakup.
It's fine.
We were texting for a while, then started calling and FaceTiming each other almost every night. We connected really well, but she came from a strict family who she still lived with.
I do
So
follow
when the
you,
idea of
fuck.
me visiting her
No,
came
I mean,
up,
like,
she made it clear she
I made a
wouldn't be able
playlist
to
of
host
just
me.
Mr. Nightmare.
When I asked if she'd
Oh,
want to share a
okay.
hotel room together,
Yeah.
she said not the first couple nights after we met, just
Yeah,
because
but
her
I
parents
figure
would have a freak
his
out.
actual stuff.
So since I was
No,
only
I know,
23
but that would
and
have
my
been a
pockets
quicker way
weren't
to get
stuffed,
to his
Yeah.
I
account.
booked a stay at a
Oh, yeah,
hostel not
true.
far from her in Paris. I downloaded a couple movies to watch on the 7-hour flight since I already knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I never can on flights. And I was right. I tried sleeping but didn't even get close. So by the time I landed and then Ubered to the hostel, I was running on 0 hours of sleep within the past 24 hours. I was exhausted. Due to the 6-hour time difference, it was also like 3 in the morning. So at least that
Like,
meant I
see?
could just go crash in the bed in the
It's
hostel and I
going
wouldn't
up
be jet lagged the
slowly.
next day.
Like, oh my
I
god.
arrived to the hostel, which
The moon radiant
admittedly
up high.
wasn't the nicest place ever. It
All
was
set?
small. There was a certain odor to the lobby. The front desk worker wasn't too enthusiastic about his job. But it was 3 a.m. after all, so I had to cut him some slack. I walked to the room I'd be staying in, and there were 6 beds, 5 of them empty, but one had a guy sitting on it. He was on his laptop, typing away at something. He looked up at me, then back down on his laptop. I said, "Hey," but he didn't respond back. He seemed invested in what he was doing, so I just laid down in one of the empty beds. But the light to the room was still on. I asked him if it was okay that I shut off the light. Then he looked at me with a blank expression, but didn't say anything. I repeated what I said, assuming he didn't hear me, and he nodded his head with this weird smile. So I got up and turned off the lights to the room. I passed out pretty quickly due to my lack of sleep, but surprisingly, I woke up a couple hours
Did it
later.
say anywhere else?
The room was still dark, but I didn't know for sure what woke me up. I rolled over to my side and looked around the room. It was almost pitch black, but I could see that all the beds were empty. All of them. Where was the other guy that was there earlier? The 2 bunk beds next to me were empty, top and bottom, but I knew something had to have woken me up. I looked on my phone. It was 5 in the morning. I needed sleep, so I said screw it. He probably left, and maybe a sound from out in the hall woke me up. I lay back down on my side and closed my eyes. The mild traffic noises from outside was all that I heard. Then the bed shook a bit, and I heard a little crack of the metal frame, accompanied with this freakish breathing sound. I looked up in horror, and on top of me, I saw a head peering over the edge of the top bunk, looking into the bottom bunk at me. I can see the same creepy smile on his face, and his medium to longish black hair was drooping down with gravity below the top of his head as he hung upside down. It was a horrifying sight that words really can't explain. I screamed and fell off the bed as I realized what I was looking at. He sat up in the top bunk and continued looking at me. I screamed, "What the F are you doing?" as I threw something at him. He started to laugh, this really strange, off-putting laugh. I immediately turned the light on and went through my stuff to make sure nothing was stolen, while watching him at the same time. I then heard a click of a phone camera and looked at him as he was holding his phone up to me, clearly having just taken a picture of me. He was still laughing while looking at me. Something was wrong with this man. I didn't know if he had some screws loose mentally, or if he was doing this with bad intentions. I zipped up my bag and went to the front desk and requested a different room immediately, one of the single private rooms. After explaining why and trying to get a reduced rate, he wouldn't budge, but he said he'd check on the room with the guest that I was just in. I didn't call the police because I didn't know if any laws were broken, but I sure as hell left a review of the hostel. The rest of my trip there was good. I had a good time with the girl I was seeing, but every time I returned to the hostel, I was scared I'd run into that guy. I don't like how a picture of me is on that weirdo's phone. I'm not a physical guy, but I wish in that instance, I did get physical. I'm a solo traveler. I've stayed in countless hostels as a means of saving money, while also meeting new interesting people.
It's getting strong.
I've stayed in a total of about 20 hostels in my life,
borrow my phone.
and 90% of the time I've had good experiences. My first truly awful experience, though, was at a place called Freedom Traveler Hostel. And before I begin, I want to note that my horrible experience wasn't the complete fault of the hostel itself. The Freedom Traveler Hostel is located in Rome. It was my first time ever visiting Rome. I was completely inexperienced to the landscape and relied heavily on Google Maps and locals. In fact, even finding the hostel itself proved challenging, as there were no signs for the place
I
outside.
think I might have to
But
turn
once
it
I
down
found
a
the
little.
place, I let myself in through the big brown doors and was greeted by a nice woman working the front counter. I had already booked a stay in one of the 4-person rooms. I was led to the room I'd be staying in, which had 1 bunk bed and 2 single beds, totaling sleeping space for 4 people. The room had a green theme to it, but it wasn't the biggest room. The worker told me there weren't many people staying in the hostel at the moment, which I didn't really have a problem with if it would mean I would have more privacy in the room. The woman had a smile on her face the entire time, and I appreciated her help. She showed me where I could store my luggage, which was actually just some shed in the back garden area. I wasn't impressed nor confident with it, so I decided I'd leave my luggage in the room, especially since I didn't bring anything too valuable. I was exhausted after a whole day of traveling, so after changing clothes and stowing my luggage onto the bottom bunk bed, I laid down ready to take a quick power nap. Not long after, I heard a knock at the door, and 2 young men walked in. They had thick Italian accents, I could tell right away. They greeted me and started talking to me, even even though I was mid-nap, but I'm polite and social, so I was friendly and chatted with them. They introduced themselves as Marco and Lucio, brothers. Marco had to be like 6'4", he was huge. Lucio was probably 5'11", but he wasn't a toothpick either. I could see the resemblance in their faces. They were very tan, but both had receding hairlines, even though I could tell they were in their early 20s. They weren't the friendliest looking guys, but at first they seemed okay enough. After getting acquainted in English with them, the two brothers started to talk amongst themselves in Italian. They didn't know that I understood though, because right away I understood them to be talking about me and laughing at me. I heard, I believe, Marco describing me as some silly white boy. I could have said something right there in Italian, but instead I wanted to keep the illusion that I didn't speak the language. The two brothers eventually got up from their beds and left the room, with Lucio smiling and waving at me as they left. I just realized they didn't have their luggage in the room, which led me to believe they left their luggage in the storage shed in the garden area. I went to the garden area for a bit, just to mingle with some of the people sitting out there, and I met a few nice tourists who were also staying there for the weekend. Then off I went to explore the city, heading in the direction of city center. After many hours and 2 food stops later, I returned to the hostel, expecting some people to be socializing in the lounge area or in the back garden. There was no one, so I figured I'd just get some early shut-eye. It was 9 p.m. anyway. I don't remember when I fell asleep, but I remember waking up. The lights in the room were still off.
Just
I heard whispering voices. The brothers were back. I didn't move. I listened to what they were saying, still speaking in Italian. One of them whispered something that roughly translated to, "Just grab it, or are you gonna do it?" I didn't know what it meant, but I had a feeling they were talking about my luggage. I was waiting to hear the sound of my luggage being moved before I would let them know I was awake, but instead, I felt a sweet-smelling, cold and wet cloth being pressed up to my face, and I reacted by yelling and swatting it off my face. I turned to see one of the brothers standing over me. I screamed, "What are you doing?" The man over me, I couldn't tell which one it was, then got on the lower bed with me and tried to subdue me, but I kicked him off and screamed for help. The other brother pulled him away from me, and the two men took off out of the room. I quickly grabbed my bag and shoes and went to the front desk for help. The man who was working now said he saw the two guys leave, but there was no information on them even staying there. They were two random locals who were trying to rob visitors to the hostel. They tried to literally chloroform me. I didn't stay there after that, of course. I'm sure they've upped their security now, but when I stayed there, clearly anybody could have just walked right in. If I wasn't awake, I would have been chloroformed and robbed of my entire bag.
Wrong one,
After
but
this, I
whatever.
started being more careful in the hostels I stay at.
Just for now.
Yep.
Hi, baby.
I once went to Miami Beach by myself for the Art Basel, and to just escape the cold. My friend Mia would be there with her boyfriend, and I'd meet up with them, but I wasn't staying with them. Hotels and Airbnbs in Miami aren't cheap, though, especially if you're flying solo.
So the
I
link
went
was
with this
able to go
hostel
through
called Bikini
immediately?
Hostel.
No, it's gonna take a
It's
day.
like in the heart of
Take a
Miami
day?
Beach.
It's gonna take
It was
a day.
pretty crowded.
That's fine.
Even the check-in lobby had some people in it.
Yeah, but
It
once
had
it's
younger vibe,
through,
mostly people in their 20s.
Yeah.
we'll immediately
Some people
link
seem
it
to
up.
be there in groups, others solo like me.
So he
I
has
didn't
credit.
spend too much time in the hostel, though. It was only meant as a place to sleep for me. The place had lockers that you could put your bags in, so I was able to be gone the entire day with peace of mind. It wasn't until that first night that I returned and met some of the people in the room with me. I was in a mixed dorm, meaning both male and females, though I was actually the only female in the room. I wasn't necessarily uncomfortable with that. I wasn't really there for the people, more so just the money saved. And then about 3 of the however many people were actually staying in the room. The next morning, I woke up. The first thing I did was look for my phone, which I thought I left on the bed. I looked all over the bed and then under it. Someone in the room had to have taken it. I started asking everybody if anybody had it. I asked the guy in the bed next to me to call my number and see if we could hear it, but no one could. I questioned if maybe I didn't bring it back to the room after all. I borrowed the same guy's phone to call my friend Mia and tell her I lost my phone and to meet me at the brunch place we wanted to hit. I checked the entire room one last time, then checked with the front desk and asked them to call Mia's number if anyone should turn my phone in. Then I left to meet Mia at this place on Collins Avenue to get brunch with her and her boyfriend. While there, I used Mia's phone to sign into iCloud to check Find My iPhone.
I'm checking out K Street.
It said the last known location
okay.
was at the hostel 2 hours ago. That gave me some form of relief, because maybe I left it in my bag or the locker or something. We went back to the hostel together and looked everywhere in the room, including the locker and my bag. It didn't turn up. This made absolutely no sense. I wasn't going to let it ruin my trip. We walked to the convention center, which was where the Art Basel was being held. After leaving hours later, we grabbed a late lunch or early dinner and hit a couple bars afterwards. At some point, I checked Find My iPhone on Mia's phone again, and this time it said my phone had moved. It was basically right on top of us. Mia and her boyfriend joked about me being sure I don't have it on me. I told them I absolutely do not. I looked around for anyone who might have my phone, but what would I even look for? I put my phone into lost mode now that I knew someone had it. Mia's boyfriend screamed out, "Did anybody find a lost phone?" But no one came forward. Though everyone looked at us and some people laughed, that's for sure. We tried calling my phone a bunch of times, and though it would ring, no one picked up. I went back to the hostel when it was dark out to change clothes. As I was walking back, I was starting to accept that maybe my phone wasn't going to be returned to me. My entire walk back, it felt like this weird-looking guy was following me. He took every single same turn I took.
Yep.
I don't think he noticed that I noticed, but I was very suspicious he was following me.
Okay.
When I got back to the room, I went on my laptop before getting changed to check Find My iPhone again.
Nothing.
Now the
Let's go
location
into
was
the
back in the
comments.
Well, it seems
hostel.
like you're interacting with that
I
more.
was excited because I thought maybe
Oh,
they
'cause I
were
was going
returning
to
it. I checked the front desk though,
Tell
and
them.
nothing.
You go
I
tell
asked a
them.
bunch of people in the
You're on
hostel
live.
too. No one had it.
Well,
At least
I
they
know we're
weren't
on
admitting
live.
to it.
Trying to
So I went
manage
to
too.
Instagram on my laptop
She's got
and
it.
started DMing Mia
She's
to
got
keep
it.
her updated on when I'd be
fine.
ready to meet them out. I went to take a quick shower, then changed into more going
Where
out
the
or appropriate
stars?
attire. When I came out for the bathroom and back into the room,
Where are the
I
stars?
was shocked
She's
to
got
see
it.
that man that I
Yep,
thought
she's
was
got it
following
covered.
me was sitting in the
Learn
middle
how to
of
be
the
the
bed on
star.
his phone. There were two other guys in the room with us at that moment.
It should
And
be
I had
more
a
weird
scary
for me
thought,
because
so I hurried to DM
I'm
Mia
always
to
behind
call
the
my phone
camera.
right now.
Yeah.
She
I
said
mean-
okay. And then I heard
Over
the sound
here.
of a phone vibrating
Come on.
and popped over on the bed.
Come on, I know.
I looked up at the guy, who suspiciously looked back at me at the same
Lay down.
time as if he
Lay
knew.
down.
And that told me everything. I started yelling, "Give me my phone," exclaiming, "I got you," to him.
I
It
got-
has sound.
The
It
other two guys in
has
the room
sound,
helped me,
babe.
demanded
I had to
the guy
turn
empty
down
his
the volume.
pockets and give me my phone. He listened and took out a phone. Sure enough,
Turn
my
down what
phone.
volume?
I snatched it from his hand. I
Because
told
when
the other two
I
guys
logged
that he
in,
had been
so
following me all
now
day
I
and was
could hear the
purposely
stream.
avoiding returning my phone.
Because I
which he
got
probably
this one.
took while
I
was
got the
asleep.
chat for this.
Yep.
The guy got up and hurried out of the building.
You
with
got
his
the
bag.
chat for that,
Never
and then
returned
she's
it.
monitoring
I made
both
friends
and
with the two guys who
keeping
helped
track
me.
of
Their
everything.
names
Yeah.
were Mark and
So
Paulo.
we'll be fine.
I had them come out with me to meet up with Mia. I'm grateful they were there
Soon.
because I wonder how things would have played out differently if they weren't. I also recommend keeping your phone and valuables in a very safe place if you ever stay
Is
in
that
a
why
hostel.
you're not being very
And just
motivated?
generally be aware of
Oh
the
no,
people around you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to multitask and all that fun stuff.
Yeah. You want to get that side?
Yeah, I can get that side. Wait.
Just try to hit the bald spots
Yep.
as best.
March 4th, 2022. These were the texts 21-year-old college student Gavin received after getting home
You
from
can
a night
control
out
this
with
pretty
friends.
well.
Hey,
Yeah.
is this Gavin? Yes, who's this? It's Alex. Where you at? Send your location. I'm at home. What happened to you? What number is this? I'm using my friend's phone. We're stranded at the bar. Can you call us an Uber to your house? Why don't you just do it? Dude, my app isn't working. Just figure it out. I don't even know what that means. Just send your address.
Sometimes if you
Gavin
bundle
was out
them
with
up,
his friends Alex and Omar.
you can
They
go
were
right
last
in the middle.
with
Yeah.
each other at a bar in Dallas
And
called
just
Parliament.
Fast
The
pressure.
trio was
all
getting
the way
ready to
down.
wrap
Yep.
up the night, but Alex stayed
That's what I've
behind
been
and
doing.
saw other friends at the bar. So Gavin and Omar went home, and about an hour passed with no contact between the three. That was when Gavin received a text from the random number. And as you see, they claimed to be Alex using his friend's phone. Alex had lost his phone. He was using his friend's phone, who Gavin apparently had never met before. He was asking Gavin to call him an Uber, since according to him, it wasn't working on his
Thank you.
phone.
You can't
Gavin
do that.
refuses, basically noting how silly that sounds, and tells him to call his own. The conversation picks up
Your other
here,
hand.
where Alex
I'm using
agrees
my
to
other hand
apparently
for
call his
balance.
own Uber
What
and asks
balance?
for Gavin's address.
What do you
Gavin
mean
stated that
balance?
this was around the time he was becoming slightly suspicious. He still gave his address, however, not without
Because,
making a comment
like,
about how he should
I'm Liam.
memorize his address by now.
Okay.
He says he cut him some slack due to the fact that he was drinking. Gavin asked him why he was using his friend's cell phone, to which he got a response that Alex lost his phone.
I can't do this.
He then lets them know that they're on their way. When Gavin asks Alex if he knew his friend, he responds, "Nah, he's cool though." 10 minutes later, the number sends a text that truly starts to make the conversation suspicious. "Can we just come in through the front door when we get there?" As if asking Gavin to leave the door unlocked. It was at this moment that he started to question everything about the interaction, from the first text being, "Hey, is this Gavin?" to the asking Gavin to call them an Uber, to now the leaving the door unlocked. He tried to call the number, but it rang and went to voicemail. He then tried to text and call Alex's number repeatedly,
side to
but it would just
side.
keep going to voicemail. The text would just say delivered. Gavin stopped answering this foreign number now. He called his friend Omar to ask him if he'd heard anything from Alex, to which Omar said he had not. After reading Omar all of the texts, Omar agreed something was off.
Soak a
He
little
looked
bit
to call
more.
the bar Parliament.
And
There
we'll
was
be
no
time to
number
switch
listed
over.
online to call.
And it's just the same
Around this
way.
time, the number
So,
texted Gavin,
like, if we were just gonna
saying we're here.
swing it right over,
Yep.
it's in the same
Gavin
order.
went to his
So,
door and looked through the peephole of the door.
That
There was
one,
no
that
one in
one,
immediate view
that
though.
one, okay.
which
so
made me
just
at
like
first
how
feel
you
implied
swing
was
it
all
over
right.
Okay.
evenly.
When there was a
Okay.
knock at the door, Gavin checked.
And
the
then once we
peephole
get a
again.
big pile of
Still
that,
no
we'll
one
start
on
putting
the
them in
other
the
side.
link
Yeah.
right in
The
the
situation
bags.
was
Yep.
setting in now for Gavin, as this was no longer just texts on a screen.
We get these
Someone was
start
actually
being
on the other
prepped.
side of his door.
We throw it in
So he asks, "Who is this?" Straight
on
to the
our
phone. They
second
reply with
bundle now.
simply,
Yep.
"LOL."
Save
Gavin
those
asks
because
again,
we can
"Who is
use
this?"
those to
And they
tie
reply, "Open
all
the
those
door."
together.
So instead of
I
answering,
was actually thinking about
Gavin
going to the
calls
grocery
the
store,
police.
or when
The
off
knocking
goes,
persists for
I
a
was
few
going to ask her,
minutes,
hey,
long
can you keep an eye out
intervals,
for
and it stops for good. When the person
twist
or
ties?
people on the
Oh,
other
yeah,
end
yeah.
realize
'Cause you
Gavin
can
was
buy
onto
twist
them.
ties.
Gavin went on to DM
And I do
one of
believe you can get them at the
Alex's
store,
friends he was
the
hanging out
grocery
with
store.
after he and Omar left.
So I figured we could do
And
that.
almost instantly, the friend DM'd him back explaining that he, Alex, and their other friend were jumped by a big group of men in the street. They were all badly injured and went to the hospital. Alex's phone had been stolen,
How
while one of
it's
his friends'
blowing up on
wallets
that
and
side?
phone was stolen.
Don't really know.
Alex not
No.
having a password.
There's all the
on his
comments.
phone, and all of his info and conversations were
From her.
accessible. Alex's friend
Oh.
helped him in getting his phone locked.
And our buddy
The
Reaper.
police report that Gavin would get from the police who came to his house
Oh.
would later help Alex in getting his service provider to replace his stolen phone for him. The lack of a password on the phone meant the thieves were able to gain information, such as Alex and Gavin's conversation, where they would deduce that Gavin was home alone and an easy target. So if Gavin didn't catch on to the suspicious situation, he may have been opening his door to 2 or more people
Hi.
ready to attack him too and rob his house.
What's up?
The phone number that was being used to text Gavin turned out to be another stolen phone, therefore didn't
I
help in
can't fight
finding
you
the
right
thief.
now.
The case regarding finding the thieves and assaulters remains open.
But I'll give you all the laws when I'm done. I'll give you all
These
the
texts were
laws.
received by an anonymous viewer from his
You can
dad's
go over
ex-girlfriend, who will be
reach.
named Kathy for the purpose of this recounting.
Yeah,
The viewer will be called Rob.
As long as you're really
The
careful
reason
and not
Rob's
getting
dad
it on your
ended things
fingers.
with Kathy was because of her increasingly erratic and delusional
That's why I
tendencies.
hold the sticks
Her
up
mental
here,
health was
Yep.
declining
and I get it right on the edge. 'Cause
Rob's
it's not
dad
really the
was
sticks
dating
we
Kathy
want.
for about half a year, and Rob's grandparents both passed away during that time. Rob's dad wasn't very open at first about how Kathy would start acting all paranoid about his son's dead grandparents, about how she believed they placed a curse on her. Rob's dad cut ties with Kathy when the delusions got too ridiculous. Rob was left in the dark for the longest time about Kathy's delusions, though, presumably out of embarrassment for having spent so much time with a supposed nut job. It wasn't long after his father's breakup with
This one
Kathy
could do
that
that
Rob would
better.
receive texts from her himself. When her attempts at reaching his
Reposition
father no
yourself
longer
if
worked,
that
she clearly went to
means
him instead.
You have to
Kathy
balance
texted
yourself,
Rob,
you
"Hello,
know.
sweetie, I need your help." Rob replied, "With what? What's up?" "Your father's parents put a curse on me. I need you to tell me the cemetery and plot number they were buried at." "What do you mean they put a curse on you?" "I keep hearing their voices and having bad premonitions. I know it sounds crazy, but I need it to stop." Of course, being told by somebody that they were hearing your dead
Something
grandparents'
wrong, though.
voices would be a
Yeah.
clear indication that the person is completely unhinged. So Rob went to show his dad the texts. His dad laughed and told him to just ignore her. Rob says that instead of blocking her, though, he just let her continue to text him to see how crazy her texts would get. She followed up later that night with, "I need to exhume their grave. If you help me out, I will sleep with
Oh.
you. I know you've always
Cash
checked me
App
out whenever
link?
I was in your answer."
I have
The
the
next
cash,
day, the text
cash
got a little more
in the
graphic.
description.
Rob showed these texts to his dad, This time
As
his
well
dad
as the
was not
prices for
amused.
the bundles.
He called Kathy and screamed that he would be getting a restraining
Fortunately,
order if
we're
she
only
didn't
able to
stop.
do it
When he hung up, she
minimum
kept trying to
10.
call until he ended up blocking her number. That same night, while Rob's dad was asleep, Rob was still in his den watching a show when he heard the doorknob jiggling. He went to look through the glass atop the door and saw Kathy fiddling with a knife in the key slot of the doorknob. She looked up at him and through the glass and started pleading with him to let her in.
Percent.
Rob
Yeah,
called
I
for
know.
his dad. She started to scream
That
no.
is good.
When his dad came to the door, he screamed at her and then went to call the cops. Kathy would scream back constant obscenities and threats, waving her knife in the air. She didn't leave, and police arrived to her still at the door with knife in hand. Based on her coming to their house with a weapon and not leaving when asked, she was arrested, and Rob's dad filed for a restraining order against her. Clearly, Kathy was more than just delusional and was starting to suffer from some sort of mental illness, such as paranoid disorder. This does not mean she wasn't a danger to others, though, as well as herself, evident by the knife she brought to their house and attempting to break into their house.
Doesn't mean it takes a little bit longer to soak. Yeah, it's fine.
An 18-year-old girl named Leanna, living in Hoboken, New Jersey, was at a local bar with her friend on a Saturday.
Well, this is a great time for a Q&A if anybody's got questions too.
Yeah.
Usually people disregard
Perfect
these
time for
message
Q&A.
requests, as they're messages from people you don't follow back on Instagram. In the girls' shoes, those message requests are 9 times out of 10 men sending them flirtatious and often creepy messages. A lot of people don't ever check these messages. But sometimes when you get that notification that someone sent you a message request, curiosity gets the better of you. In this case, Leanna opened the DM. It was from some random account with no profile picture and no followers, asking her if she was at McSwiggin's, a local bar in Hoboken. Right away, this is cause for alarm.
If you guys see,
because this would be
it's
coming
not
from
really
someone who knew
catching
where she
up,
was at
but
the exact moment. Someone intentionally
it
using
is
a
now.
fake Instagram account. Leanna follows with, "Yes, who's this? You look good in that pink top. Are you 18 though?"
That looks perfect.
We got a
You won't
bunch.
tell anyone, though.
Yep.
All
Who
set
is
now.
this? Just a guy who thinks you're really attractive. By this point, Leanna assumes it's a prank by someone she knows and asks who's messing with her. The person replies it's neither of the names she just mentioned. Upon Leanna asking for a selfie, the person replies, "Can't." The girls look around the bar for anybody that could be alone, mainly an older, predatory-looking man. They saw a few men that appeared to be alone sitting at the bar. None of them were eyeing the girls, though. That's when she says, "Okay, bye, we're leaving." Moderately uncomfortable, the two girls leave the crowded bar and start walking. They go to another bar nearby, which is far less crowded than the first. They sit at the bar and order a few drinks, looking for young guys to
That's
talk to.
better.
When Leanna's phone vibrates again, and she gets another creepy message from the person. It said, "This is my favorite bar, good choice." Leanna shows her friend the message, and then the two start looking
he's
around
like,
the bar for
"I'm
someone
enjoying
who can
this
send them
now."
messages. And as if he was looking to be found out, Leanna saw a man sitting on the bar stool closest to the door, looking at her with a blank, wide-eyed expression. She says the best way she could describe his appearance was the killer from the movie The Lovely Bones, mainly because of his glasses, hair, and mustache. They made extended eye contact, to the point that it seemed the man was outwardly trying to be creepy, making it obvious who he was. The girls asked the bartender for help. He showed him the DM.
Crazy
In response, he started looking around the room in any direction but towards the girls.
Alright.
The bartender went over.
But I will
told
put
the guy in a
these-
loud, commanding
where's the
voice
other
to
one?
leave the bar without question.
To the first one
threatening
that
to
you
kick his
had.
ass if he didn't leave the girls alone.
I'm not sure where
The
it
man
went.
left the establishment,
Okay.
shortly
Well,
feeling
for now on,
sense of
I'll just put them in the box
Okay.
where we're packing
Leanna
them.
and her friend
Okay.
stayed at the bar for about half an hour, only to avoid
Don't
running
worry
into
about
the
this
man
right
outside.
now.
But Leanna says their mood to stay out was gone after that creepy encounter. They just wanted to know who that was, or how he knew Leanna, and where she was at that moment. The girls left. They began walking home. They were on 2nd Street, a quiet one-way road, especially at the hour they were walking. They were being mindful of their surroundings, making sure they weren't being followed. But even when you think you're aware of your surroundings, the unexpected can always happen. Leanna and her friend heard running footsteps from behind them out of the blue, and there was no time to react before the man grabbed Leanna with one arm around her face and mouth and the other around her waist. He picked her up as she tried to scream and fight, and of course her friend did the screaming for her and continued to hit at the man.
You wanna come up?
The commotion caught the attention of people from around the corner, and a few people came to the scene.
She's only being cute.
The man released his grip from the girl and walked
I
away
know.
quickly. Nobody went after the man. The girls called the police there on the spot. Leanna showed the police the DMs, and 2 witnesses backed up their story as well. A police report
Do
was
I need to
made,
adjust the
case was
table?
opened to find the man in question. Leanna would speak to detectives at her home a few
You're gonna
days
need a
later,
whole-
gathered all the information she could give. They would later use the surveillance footage from the 2 bars, but the police have not yet been able to match the man seen in the footage to anybody. As a precaution, she still has her Instagram disabled to this
I
day.
just didn't want to trap you in, that's
Someone
why.
is dedicated.
Oh, I don't mind
They
being
can
trapped
find
in.
someone
Well,
through their
just in case if you
Instagram
have to
by
get up
keeping
to the
track of
bathroom.
what places they go to, their pictures,
I was
what
thinking
school
ahead
they go
for that.
to, and who they associate with. That's why it often is a good idea
And then
to keep your Instagram.
the final product, when they're all dry, kind of thing, I'll take a photo of them. And then she can work with it. Is that trick hitting it in the middle first helping?
Yeah, a little bit.
July 15th,
Hit it with some power.
1976, Chowchilla, California.
But downwards,
A day
kind of
that the town
thing.
would like to forget forever, yet remains a part of its history. At around 4 p.m., school bus driver Ed Ray was driving 26 students of Dairyland Elementary School home from a
that's
summer
so
class
cool.
trip to the Chowchilla Fairground swimming pool. Ray was described as a humble rancher with a humble day job.
Yeah, it is
I
good.
try to do it
55 years
50-50.
old.
That's
a guy you would
much.
not want to pick a fight with. A guy who works with his
And
hands and
what
doesn't
helps
talk
is-
much. On this particular day, Ed's bus was
Oh, yeah,
routed.
that's
The
definitely
kids
going
all
up.
loved him for his patience and
It's
reliability.
not a 2 anymore.
The kids were all loud and excited after just having spent the afternoon swimming.
Now it's
Some of
not
them were
being
even
said
singing.
from one
When the
angle.
bus turns onto Avenue 21,
Where it's
Ray
becoming
sees a white
uneven.
Dodge van blocking the road with its door open. He tries to weave around the empty van when a guy in overalls with a pantyhose covering his face jumps out in front of the bus with a revolver. The man walks to the driver's side window and asks Ed, with no intimidation in his voice, "Will you open the door, please?" Ed opens it. 2 more identically dressed figures jump in, one with a rifle, which is quickly pointed at Ed. Everybody goes to the back of the bus. The one without a rifle starts to drive, and the one with the revolver hops in the van to follow them. They drive about a mile, park the bus in a bamboo thicket. The entire ride was apparently so silent it added to the pure horror of it. The bus was hidden near the Chowchilla River, and 12 kids were ushered into the white van that was following the bus. Ray and the other 14 kids got into the back of the second van that was waiting at the location, this one green. There was a partition separating the driver's seat to the back of the van, and all the windows were sealed. Ed and all the kids sat in the backs of these vans for 11 whole hours, in the pitch black and extreme heats, all the while scared for their lives, not knowing what was going to happen next. Some of the
probably
older
a
kids
simpler
started
way
to
of
sing
doing
songs to try to lighten the incredibly
This is
horrible
pretty
setting
basic,
and
too.
make the younger kids feel better. Songs like "If You're Happy and You Know It." Meanwhile,
A
back
simpler
in town,
way would have
going
been
to
like
15 minutes after the bus now showed
having
up,
something
parents
like
began
this.
to wonder what was going on.
Kevin?
That's how punctual
Right,
Ed
like
always
having
was.
this, and then you just
Within the
soak
hour,
it all the
missing
way down
bus was being
in.
talked about on the local
Yeah.
news stations.
Cost efficient.
Parents
We'll
and
have to
athletes
fill
were
this whole
tracing the
thing
route
up.
the bus usually took. By that evening, they found the
I
abandoned
kind of
bus.
don't want to blow right through
Within
this.
hours, 30 FBI agents arrived on the scene, and an intense investigation was underway to find
So
the
yeah,
kids
we have a
and
longer
Ed.
process,
Late
but
that night, the bands finally
it
arrived
comes
in
out the
Rock
same.
City, 100 miles away in Livermore.
What?
3:30 in the morning.
You got things to say
At
too?
which point Ed had been awake for 24
You want
hours.
to smell pretty?
The back doors of the van swing open, and 2 guys are waiting.
No, you
Ed
smell
is the
pretty.
first one out. He's handed a flashlight, and then told to strip, and then go down a hole with a ladder in it.
You smell pretty.
Above
You
ground,
have to get
roll calls being
sandwich.
taken for the children, and their names are written as they need to leave the bus one by one. Then they're stripped and sent to join Ed down the ladder into what was referred to as the hole, which
You
turned
silly,
out to be an old moving van, which had been placed in a large dugout hole 12 feet underground. Ed immediately worried that the ceiling would cave in or that they'd suffocate. However, there were 2 air shafts, hoses that ran above ground to a tree. There were also some mattresses on the ground and a pathetic amount of necessities: Wonder Bread, peanut butter, potato chips, water jugs, and some holes carved for toilets. After all the kids were inside, one of the captors said, "We'll be back for you," and a steel plate slid over the entrance.
I'm actually
Weighted
thinking
down by something.
after this,
They, of course,
I'll just
begged to
stick
be
one
let
whole
out.
thing, one
Many
whole
of the
thing,
younger
one whole
children
thing in.
screamed. Then they heard repeated
Yeah,
thumps
well,
on top
that
of the
does.
van.
Yeah,
They
speed up
couldn't
the
see it,
process just a
but their
little bit.
captors were
Yep.
shoveling dirt on top of the van, burying them alive. Panic ensued in the trailer when it was
I
realized
untie
what was
them so I
happening.
can actually like
Ed
read
tried his
time
best
back.
to keep everybody calm. Ed and Michael Marshall, the oldest kid in the group, who was 14, started to push at the lid to try and
It's a
open it.
normal time.
It was pointless. So by now, Ed instructed everyone to eat and get some rest. 12 hours later, the food was already consumed.
The
The
wrong
ventilation system that was keeping the van cool stopped working. The hot July air started to fill the tight space.
Pull right here.
On top of that, the roof of the van started to cave in, and Ed knew time was very
Fisherman
limited.
on.
Yep.
Survivors, now adults, recount that around this time, as the walls and ceiling of the van were caving in and there was no food left, that they were starting to realize
Side
they
you
wouldn't
pulled,
likely make it out of the
turned
survival.
it into a knot.
Ed and Michael
Shall I
started
let
to
your
pile up the
sister know?
mattresses in the trailer to get to the roof,
What?
which had been covered with a heavy sheet of metal and weighted down with two 100-pound industrial batteries. After hours of effort, Ray and Michael wedged the lid open with a piece of wood and moved the batteries. They then dug away the remainder of the debris blocking the entrance. 16 hours after they
I don't
had
wanna
entered the
get
van,
confused.
the group
Yep.
emerged and walked to the quarry's guard shack, where a security guard called the police.
Undone.
Okay.
Ed and the children were brought to a nearby jail, where they were fed and interviewed by the
then-
police. So the captors
This
were
one.
3 men, Frederick Newall Woods, James Schoenfeld, and his brother
Some of them
Richard.
were just double
Frederick's
loaded.
family owned the quarry that the van was buried at. The 3 men were finding themselves in
That one's gonna
financial
need to be
struggles,
hit a little bit
so
more.
they plan to hijack the bus and demand a $5 million ransom to release the group. The men would flee when they saw the group escaped, though, but they were found after a 2-week manhunt. They were found guilty and sentenced to
It's
life
going,
with the
it's just-
possibility of parole. Richard Schoenfeld was released in 2012, and James
Holy.
Schoenfeld was paroled on August 7th, 2015. Frederick Woods was denied parole 15 times because he owned the quarry. However, in March of this year, he was granted parole as well. Rightfully so, people of Chowchilla and people around the world were sickened at the fact that the 3 men who committed this kind of monstrous act could ever roam the streets again. If Michael and Ed hadn't stepped up and dug the group out of that van, they likely would not have survived. Ed Ray died at 91 in May 17th of 2012, when he is still to this day remembered as a hero. What you just heard may perhaps be the most well-known near tragedy to happen to a school bus full of children. However, it's a big world, and there are unfortunately many other horrific events that don't end up on the news. Then 14-year-old Donald, who wished to have his last name left out, was a student at a high school in Virginia and a member of the school's band. The bus driver's name was Robert, but everyone called him Bob. Like Ed Ray, he also seemed to enjoy his job and enjoyed the company of the students he drove, albeit these
Hey,
students were a
Deadpool
little
girl.
older. On October 20th of
What's up?
1995, Bob was driving a class of band students to and from their field trip. Donald was in this bus. The festival they went to ended late at night, around 10, and the drive back to the school where the students would be dropped off was a 45-minute drive away. The bus was on Route 58, a highway that runs through Virginia. Given the rural setting, there were basically no other cars on the road.
Just
But even
reusing
when one
what's in
car was
here.
relatively close to the back of the bus, it wasn't any cause for alarm at first.
Yeah, now
The
you're
car would
starting to
start
see what I'm
tailgate
talking
the
about.
bus, instead of simply going around it, especially when the bus and the car were
You can
the only
even
vehicles
reach in
sight.
here
The students
and
near the
just
back of the
reuse.
bus started to realize and discuss amongst themselves how strange it was. Bob, the bus driver, would switch into the left lane to get the driver off his ass, and all the kids watched as the car floored it past the bus in the right lane. Some kids shouting things out the windows, to which the chaperone on the bus told the kids to knock it off.
Well, obviously
Donald
some of
recalls
it's
thinking the car
because
was
it's been
gone.
drying
It was just
already.
some aggressive late-night driver. When
It's okay.
suddenly the bus slammed on the brakes so hard
I'd
that
rather make
everybody
sure.
was slightly lifted
Yep.
from their seats, and there was an ear-piercing shriek from the brakes. The bus came to a halt in the middle of the highway, and Bob told everyone to remain calm. The bus went into reverse for a
That
few
came out
moments,
really
and then
well.
back in drive to another halt. Bob shouted at everybody on board the bus to keep quiet and don't panic. And hearing those words made Donald, along with his friends he was sitting with, and every other student on the bus whisper amongst themselves nervously. There was shouting from outside the bus from multiple men's voices. Then the bus doors opened, and 2 men wearing black pullover masks armed with handguns came on board, yelling at everyone on the bus to shut up in response to a few students near the front screaming. One of the men with the guns announced to the entire bus to empty their wallets of all cash, take any jewelry off, and to give it to them. They went row to row with their guns pointed at the
Anybody
kids,
asked
as
for
each student
orders?
took out their wallets and placed whatever small amounts of money
Anything with
broke
our
high school
email?
students could be carrying in their wallets into the plastic bag the guy was holding, and the girls would take off their jewelry. Some students would scream as the gun was pointed in their faces,
I'd
which
just
would be a
rather
natural
ask,
reaction
that's
for
all.
some. Donald described the moment he had a gun pointed at his head at 14 as emotionally traumatizing, that he felt his entire existence would end if he moved or looked at the guy the wrong way. The men didn't even make it to the back of the bus before they decided to leave in a hurry, most likely panicked that other cars would pass by and stop. The car floored it away down Route 58 with its lights off. Its license plates had been covered, indicating it was a planned attack, if the guns and masks weren't already indication enough. Everyone on board made it home okay. Just most of the students, as well as Bob and the chaperone, had been robbed. Unfortunately, bus robberies are a common thing, though. While most probably aren't caught on video, what you're about to see
Drop some. You need a
school
napkin?
bus traveling along the N4 in Whitbank one Friday night this past February was attacked by armed robbers. The teachers did not know it at the time, but the robbers had laid out rocks on the highway, intending to cause damage to vehicles so that the drivers would stop and the robbers could steal from them at gunpoint. The bus was carrying 4 teachers and a driver. There were no pupils in the vehicle. They were
The best
traveling
part
back to
about
the
it,
school after an
when I
athletics
put
meeting.
these on,
They hit the rocks and ruptured a tire.
they're drying
There were 3
on top
robbers.
of.
2 were armed with guns and 1 with a knife. The assailants stole cell phones, cash, jewelry, and a smartwatch. The bus driver was hit in the face with a gun and sustained a minor jaw injury, but that was the only injury. The robbers then fled the scene, and eventually a tow truck later pulled over to assist. One of the teachers borrowed the tow truck driver's phone and called her fiancé, who notified the authorities. Police soon arrived, and an investigation began. The robbers have still not been identified. Since buses can carry a lot of people, depending on the intent of the people looking to target them, they may see extra dollar signs just based on the amount of people on board alone. Even though you don't often hear about these things happening on the news,
Well, because
they
we're
do
going to have to
happen.
bundle them in order to do
In
that
such
inventory.
situations where people are armed with guns,
What do you mean bottles?
it's always best to just comply with
Bundles,
their
not
orders.
bottles, bundles.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be the fun part.
Yeah, I know.
I work nights for the Sheriff's Department in Bergen County. I've been on the force for 2 years. I haven't seen too much craziness aside from late-night drug arrests.
smells good, though.
robbery calls,
No, it
and
does.
assault calls.
Actually,
Northeastern Bergen County is pretty low crime after all, so those are usually the worst calls I deal
it might
with.
be in my truck.
There was this one night that I received a disturbance call to investigate a scream that came from a house nearby. Usually a call like this would mean a domestic dispute, or even just something as harmless as people drinking and being too loud. I arrived to the house though, and I had to confirm twice that it was the correct house, because none of the lights were on. There was a car in the
Tomorrow's
driveway
gonna
though,
be
a blue
funner.
Toyota Sienna minivan.
Because
Well,
tomorrow's
someone
going
was
to be when I
Went over to knock on the door a few times.
add like
Neighbor
the
must
actual
have seen my
store
car
sign,
because he
store
came out and
page
walked
to the
over, reporting that he
Oh,
was the
yeah.
one to call the police. He told me
I
he heard a
can't.
blood-curdling scream from the house.
It's messing my nose
The
up.
woman who lives there lives alone, but occasionally had her boyfriend over, making it slightly
You
more
didn't take a break
concerning.
and step outside and get fresh
I
air?
tried the
No,
door
I got
knob
my
now,
nasal.
which was locked. As I made my way around the house,
You know what
trying
it's
all
doing?
the
It's
windows,
clogging my nose
which
up.
were all locked.
Oh.
All but one.
So
One
I
of the
can't
backyard
breathe.
windows. It was already slid completely
That's
up.
what fragrance
Not for
is
someone
doing
to
to my
climb
nose.
through.
Yep.
This was a red flag,
That's why I
considering
don't
every other
go
window
into a
was
nail
closed.
salon.
I
Yep.
requested
My
back
mom
up to
used
the
to
scene.
drag me to those,
Once
and
I
I'm
got
like,
confirmation,
Mom, I'll just stay in the
I went
car.
into the house through the window. I started to flick every light
don't
on
have
that
to
I could
rush them.
find in the house,
Okay.
starting in
Since
the
they're in a
kitchen,
big bundle.
working my way
The
to
way
the
I
living room.
did it,
And yes,
if you
it's
notice,
advisable for police to turn on the lights when
it's
you
getting
Oh, it's
all
already,
lit.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
already
I've seen
getting all
TV
the
shows
stuff
and
declined.
movies where they
They
leave the
compare
lights
them all,
on.
like,
It's only done for
they're all
suspense.
Yep.
I called out for the
We're gonna need to put a
trying
little
to
bit
assure
more
her it's okay, police were here.
in.
So at that time, I still didn't know what exactly the
look.
situation was, other than she was reported screaming. There was no response
That's
no
the
matter
tube.
how loud I
Yeah.
yelled. The first
We've already
floor was
used
clear,
half
so there was only the upstairs left to check.
already for what's been
I
being
wanted to wait for
soaked
backup
and
to
that.
arrive.
I should have
I was nervous when
we
I'd
should
find
have
them
probably
there,
grabbed
but
2
I'd also
bottles
not
each.
forgive myself if I waited.
Yeah,
So
but-
we'll
Waste the
remember
precious
that
time
next
that I could have
time.
used to save this woman from a possible medical emergency. Before going up the stairs, I unlocked the front door for when backup would arrive. I then walked up
What?
the carpeted stairs quietly. And as I got halfway up the stairs,
Yeah, but what the
I peered
fuck was
over
that
the ledge
noise
onto
you
the second
did?
Floor. There were 4 doors up there.
Yoink.
I flicked on the light
Oh,
switch
okay.
in the hallway, called out one more time.
She's even questioning you.
Type sound come from behind one of the doors, so she had to be in there.
It's gone.
I opened the
There you
door,
go.
and it was a
Fine.
bedroom. The light was off, but the
Yeah.
light from the hall
Oh.
was plenty to see a woman
Started
laying in
it.
bed under the covers. I saw the back of her head.
Well,
I walked over to her
yeah.
to make sure she was
Tell
okay.
me all about it.
And as I was close, I noticed dark
Tell me
stains
all about
that
it.
soaked the other side of the covers. The side of her I couldn't see from the door.
That's enough.
I yanked
She
the
says
covers off
hello
and
back.
I realized it was blood, and she'd been stabbed multiple times.
Emmy,
But she
come
was still
on.
breathing. I grabbed my wallet.
Cut it out.
ordered a
Yes,
stabbing,
you're smelling like a
pressed
pretty
the
girl.
immediate backup and an ambulance.
Yep, sit.
The creak I heard
Sit.
moments before
Sit.
suddenly made no sense.
What go girls do.
This woman was in bed like this. Given she was unconscious, someone placed her in the bed most likely. I did a 360 in place, looking around the room. It was a closet. It was instinctively the first place I'd
it
think
was
to
right
look.
here.
I had my gun drawn. I had my hand on the doorknob for 5 seconds,
It's under the plate.
gathering the courage to yank the door
I'm
open.
gonna just slowly
I
get
finally
a
did.
little.
Yeah.
There was no one inside.
Yeah, we'll
Turned
go
around
slowly
again,
over
began
time.
to look at the bed, at the bleeding woman.
And it's like,
Then I thought, the bed.
if we
Got
can
on my
get,
knees to be level
like,
with the bottom of the
maybe-
bed. I yanked the bed
I'll
wrap
check
covering
our
the bottom of the bed
finances
off.
if we can check.
I was
get,
then
like,
eye to eye with a
maybe
man wearing a face mask, covering the lower half of his face. I shrieked and yelled, "Show me your
2 more
hands."
cents
He slowly raised his hands above his
instead of
head
just
as much
having
as he could.
3.
I got up and told him to
So I
get
know
out from
another
under the bed
popular
slowly
one
and made
is,
sure he wasn't holding the knife. I
Oh
had him
wait,
stand in the corner with his
that's
hands up.
we
until
were
my
supposed to
backup
have
came.
4.
I wasn't
forgot
about to try and
grab
handcuff
the
him in
oil.
there alone. He
What?
could have any weapon on his
We were
person.
supposed to have
I
protection.
told backup to
as
meet me
well.
upstairs. And when they entered the house,
Yeah,
I
but-
called
But I
out to
forgot to
them.
grab the oil.
Only then did I place
Isn't
the
that
man
just a
under
little
arrest.
bottle?
Yeah.
An
No, I
ambulance
want a
arrived
bigger
not too
bottle.
long
You want a
after.
bigger bottle?
The woman
Alright,
was
I'll
rushed to
have
the
to
hospital.
Look how much we're
She
already using
managed
in
to
general.
survive being
Yeah,
stabbed 6
true.
times. The man
We'll
who did it
have
was
to-
an
I don't wanna
advisor boyfriend,
use,
which I didn't find too surprising, honestly.
All of Katie's
The man had
inventory of
found out
her
that she cheated
personal
on him with his
stuff.
friend, and when he called her about it,
Well,
she
yeah,
broke up
but
with him
still,
on the phone. This must
I
have
feel
caused the man
bad,
to
and I
snap.
feel like I would want
I'm just very
to
thankful
repay
the
it
woman
back.
survived.
Let's see if she says anything to that.
We're behind, like, we're physically like 30
This
to a
story was
minute
told to me by my
ahead.
best friend's
Yeah.
uncle, who works the night shift as a police officer in our city.
Oh, she's playing Minecraft.
A year or so ago, Mike, my best friend's uncle, was out on his nightly patrol with his partner
She's
Steve.
cheating on me.
They'd been working together for years.
Yeah, she is.
They're both
Playing
Army
freaking
veterans.
Minecraft without me.
They're very level-headed and
Bitch.
calm people, perfect for being police
Yeah, she's
officers.
not even paying attention.
They
She
got a
can't
call from a
hear us.
landlord and an apartment
She
complex
can't?
complaining about
Why?
kids' tenants.
Because so where
They didn't
she's
really
screen
expect
sharing
anything
it,
bad.
so
They
she
get calls
has
like
no
that all the
audio
time.
coming through.
So they headed over to see what was going on.
So she probably
They arrived.
has the stream
Landlord
not
greeted
even
them
up.
outside. It was probably
wait,
1 or
hold on,
2 in
she
the morning,
paused.
and everyone from the complex was
What about
standing
me?
out in the grass. The landlord approached Mike and Steve and started to rant about one of their neighbors being crazy and turning all the
We
water
love
into
you.
his apartment.
That's what about you.
Apparently he was some guy in his 30s. He'd been acting weird lately.
Don't hurt
See that
me.
there was
I already know the
water
glare's
seeping
coming
into
at
the
me.
place and decided they had to go in and do a welfare check on the guy. When they walked in, water was pouring down the
Hold on.
stairs
Can I
and
see
clearly
the glare
flooding the
through the
building,
camera?
which meant that this water had to have been turned on for hours to
No,
cause
I
this kind
can't
of
see the glare
damage.
for the camera. It's too
He climbed to the second story and knocked on the door where the water was gushing out from. The landlord told them that the tenant's name was Adam, and so they pounded on the door calling his name. No one answered for a couple minutes, so they decided to break the door down. When they did, they spotted Adam standing in his kitchen. All of the sinks, the shower, and the toilet from the bathroom, and a hose from outside with gushing water everywhere. Adam was standing there, shaking. His eyes were wide, like he was terrified to
For
move.
those that are just joining now,
Adam, what's
or
going on? Are you all right? Mike asked
potentially
while his
joining
partner Steve
now,
walked further inside to check everything
we are
out.
Ghost Explorer.
Steve walked into the
Oh, do you
bathroom
want
and
me to
turned
turn
off the
it down
water to
to
make
the
sure no one
40s?
else was in the apartment.
Oh, yeah, alright. So if you
Mike
want to pause
slowly
it real
approached
quick.
Adam.
Alright, for those that are joining on You Now, we are Ghost Explorers. We're doing our store's pre-order sale. We are going to have a store. It's going to be up and running Monday at midnight. That's going to be www.ghostexplorer.com, GHXSTXPLR.com.
Just the way the channel is spelled.
We're going to be selling incense to start. Well, incense and stickers to start. We got frankincense, dragon's blood, sandalwood. We're going to try to order some more, so we have a couple more scents up to sell. We're going to have stickers, different designs of different fonts of our logo to sell to you guys. This way we can get some revenue in, so we can start making sweatshirts, t-shirts, sweatpants, hats, bottles, backpacks, keychains. We're gonna have a whole array of stuff to sell eventually. It's just we're trying to get the store up and off the ground. At least a few items to start with. If you want, we are allowing people to order through this live. If you want to order from us, the Cash App tag is in the description, as well as how much we're selling.
Through the YouTube stream.
If you check the description in the YouTube stream, it'll tell you how much each bundle is.
I don't know if she put it in the YouNow one.
I don't think so. She said they left anyways, but it doesn't matter.
It's good to repeat.
No, I'll just repeat myself. If you want to order through the live, the cash tag is in the description, as well as what we're selling and how much each bundle is. It's a minimum of 10, maximum of 40. If you do order through the live, email us. The email is in the description. Email us what you ordered and your shipping address and stuff like that, so that we can get them out to you as soon as possible. We will not ship until payment is received. So if you do not pay us, we will not ship. Obviously. You would figure that would be obvious, but
You would figure. But sometimes things can be surprising to you. If you need to walk away for a bit, I can move for you. If you need a break from the smell.
nah, it's not overpowering yet. Maybe in like 10, 15 minutes, I'll go outside, get some fresh air.
Because this is killing me.
Yeah, I'm slowly starting to get a headache.
I'm not. I got caffeine to help me with that.
No.
Right, you're okay to make a pot if you want.
Yeah, but I don't want to be up all night.
I know.
I mean, I don't care if I were up all night, and I know you wouldn't care. It's just, I don't know if we have plans tomorrow or not. You know how one likes to
I told her maybe market days tomorrow because we're working today.
Okay.
Now it's getting to you.
Yeah, I started to get to. Do want to step outside for a minute.
I gotta keep an eye on her just in case.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But one at a time, that's fine.
All right.
Walk to my truck, take a couple breaths if you need to, if you're a pen. I don't know what to do. I'll just put that back on while we're waiting.
Well, yeah, no. You can put that back on.
Whatever I just did.
I'm done reiterating stuff for now.
Yep.
I'll do it again in like maybe 30 minutes or something.
Okay. Yeah, because all we're doing is keeping an eye on chat.
Yep.
We yelled at her to drop the knife with our guns drawn on her. She just laughed and kept saying what she was saying. There was clearly something very wrong with her, and reasoning with her didn't seem like it would be possible, but we tried anyway. I asked her who is this she keeps referencing. I tried to talk nice to her, saying she doesn't have to hurt herself or anybody else, and that we're there to help her. But as she continued to stare at us, mainly at me, and laugh and keep muttering barely understandable sentences, I got increasingly nervous. I had my gun aimed at the giant knife in her hand, contemplating shooting it out of her hand, considering if that was a viable and safe option. But neither of us were expecting what happened next. The crazed woman sprang off the bed and made this growling sound as she was about to lunge at me and presumably attack me as her knife was raised in the air. I reacted the only way I could in the moment, and I shot at her twice, both times hitting her in the arm, as even though I was still trying to have my sight aimed on the knife, I wasn't expecting her to just jump up suddenly. She dropped the knife and started to scream and cry as she grabbed her arm. We took this moment to subdue her and place her in cuffs.
Well,
we had to get her in
while we wait for this to dry a little bit while it's soaking still.
Transported to a local jail. She was later found not guilty of all charges by reason of insanity. She's currently a patient at a mental asylum in my city. The horror that every party involved in this incident had to go through was unimaginable. From all the people who were scared to open their doors to a crazed woman welding something unknown behind her back, to the couple that actually almost fell victim to her in their own house, to myself and the other officer that were on the scene before she was in custody. It was the scariest experience of my 10 years being a police officer. This is a part 3 to the scariest things caught on doorbell cameras. And once again, by the end of the video, you may consider getting one yourself. In this footage that a viewer sent me, a person can be seen crouch walking towards his front door through his doorbell camera. The person was wearing a hat, face mask, and sunglasses, allowing none of his face to be seen. Trying to open the front door and failing, the person starts to fiddle with the doorbell, noticing it's a video doorbell, so he probably tries to take it off. What likely happened was that when he realized that he couldn't get the doorbell unmounted without a special screwdriver, he started to hold his hand in front of the camera after ringing the bell. The viewer told me that this happened at 2 in the morning, and so when he heard his doorbell and ring notification go off, he instantly went to his phone to check who was at the door, only to see exactly what you're seeing. The man then walked past the doorbell to the side of the house, and by this point, the homeowner was on the phone with 911 reporting the incident. On the phone with 911, the homeowner heard the doorknob to the side entrance door being fiddled with, and this was a door that he had been known to leave unlocked accidentally from time to time. However, luckily on this night, that wasn't the case. Since the intruder couldn't simply walk in through either door, he started to say hello repeatedly through the door, in an off-putting tone that sounded so overly friendly that it was creepy. The 911 operator told the homeowner not to open the door or to even acknowledge the person. The person would then start to bang on the door for a few moments until seemingly giving up. The police showed up but couldn't help out much based on the video. Later that night, the homeowner received another notification that there was movement at his front door. When he checked the video feed, he couldn't see anyone. He still has no idea who was under that mask and glasses. This following footage was also captured by a viewer's doorbell camera at their old house, which is still active while he tries to sell it. One morning at around 4:30 a.m., his cameras detected a man running from across the street from his neighbor's home, across his front yard,
the hallway's
up
all
to his front
smelly?
door.
No.
The man was naked.
Really?
with
Yeah,
his head
surprisingly
blocked in
no.
his privates.
What? What you want? What do you want,
The
punk?
footage was caught from 2 angles. He was arrested a short while later by local police. He was apparently high on crystal meth, and he had removed his clothing due to a fear of snakes being inside of his clothes. He was running around the neighborhood knocking on doors and ringing doorbells yelling for help. The neighborhood is reportedly pretty quiet. The homeowner never had any sort of issues before this. In his words, he ran up my front yard onto my front porch and rang the doorbell. For the next minute or
So if
so,
we do the
he was
big
ringing the
bundles,
doorbell
I
and
suggest
knocking
like maybe
while
like
pacing
a
back and forth.
25.
He looked
30
panicked, and his
process.
expression drifted from someone in
full
pain to
bundle.
a look of pure crazy. And at one point, said he
Drip
needs
it
help.
down a couple times,
After
switch it
that,
around.
he ran off
Yeah.
back into
But
the
total
night.
of 30
The
minutes.
guy was picked up by an officer
Should be
around 5
plenty.
a.m.
If you're doing the
far from
small,
his
yeah,
house.
we can rush them. But
And this
you can get a
footage is
bigger
why you
amount.
always check who's at your door
Yeah.
before you
not
open it,
playtime right now.
especially if you have a
Andy.
doorbell camera.
No,
If someone who you
Or
don't know
go
shows
lay
up to
down
your
somewhere.
door late at night, don't open it.
lay
Unfortunately,
down.
in this video, that's exactly what this homeowner did. Around 10 p.m. one night,
Lay
a
down.
suspicious-looking hooded man approaches the
This
front door
area.
of a random house rather quickly and
Locked.
aggressively, and he right away tries to open the door. After realizing it's locked, he goes to ring the doorbell. Disappointingly, the homeowner opens the door rather quickly instead of checking who's at his door at this hour first.
they're coming out really nice looking.
They are.
The bottom ones are almost like dry because it just drops down. So now they get a full soak with each other.
Yep.
What? What's the come on, where are you going? There. Goodbye, Q.
The homeowner was likely too trusting a person, which put him in danger. Even his initial hi to the stranger at his door sounded overly friendly, considering the man was already creeping in the second the door was open. The homeowner pushes the man out, causing him to punch the glass of the door before it's even fully closed. The man then stands there for another minute or so, fiddling with the doorknob a few times, though the rest of the footage is cut off. The dialogue is near impossible to completely make out, but it seemed the man was under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and was likely attempting to burglarize the home. The homeowner called the police, but the man was dead by the time they arrived. It's unknown if he was found. This image was posted from the owner of a Ring camera and a Facebook group to caution others. The woman warned in her post to beware a strange man wearing a white mask lurking around the neighborhood after her camera caught him trying to look into her home a little after 10 p.m. one night. The woman said, "I just want my neighbors to be aware and safe. Please, if possible, share this post. Screenshots are welcome." Not sure what colors he was wearing, but had a hoodie and jeans on. The disturbing picture shows the man in the mask looking directly into the camera. This is exactly the type of image that you never want or expect to see come up on your doorbell camera footage. But it's also the kind of image that would make you sure as hell grateful that you had one. Neighbors of the woman also reported seeing the man walking around and approached their front doors. Thankfully, no one opened the door to him. On April 10th, 2020, Arlington Heights police released the doorbell surveillance video that shows a home invasion in which a homeowner shot and killed one of the armed assailants. The video was taken on April 4th and shows 2 men wearing surgical masks and gloves ring the doorbell of a home on North Evergreen Avenue.
At least I don't have to
The
worry
two
about bad
assailants,
order.
Rodney Finnan
plate
and
now.
Mary Brodax, were
Get
armed
Right.
it? Because this covers it.
Intent to rob the family.
You look bored.
I'm
You
a
can-
little bit.
Nothing topic wise.
I mean, we can sit here and discuss some stuff if you wanted to.
Yeah, I have that in the background. They can
'Cause-
still hear us.
So, what I would really like to have as a scent is mint.
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 Yeah. Those come out pretty good.
Because mint is it's a pretty good seller.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon's Blood is the top seller. Mint's the top seller. Rosewood, which.
You guys want to leave down in the comments your favorite scent for incense? That might give us some ideas of things for you guys.
So might also try to do like so for like our opening week, maybe either a 10% off or maybe a buy one get one
To start it off easier.
to start it off easier.
Okay. I'm sorry. I put that way down.
2020. This was the footage taken by the Ring doorbell
Too low.
viewer's friend
Alright,
Kayla
now we can do it.
in California town.
Yeah.
Kayla was being
This seems
stalked
fine.
by her crazy former friend
Don't mind
Thomas, who
shouting
became
a
obsessed
little.
with her over time.
Don't have to be
He
too
constantly
loud,
expressed his
but
alleged love for her.
we could be
despite her
louder.
telling him numerous
Okay.
times that she didn't feel the same way. The week that this footage was taken,
Oop, sorry,
Figured you, you know, a grand opening sale.
Pause the video and read some
Right.
of the text. It starts with what seems to
So
be Kayla accepting
maybe
his
get
apology
some of
for
this
his behavior.
inventory, you know, out.
The texts and voicemails just keep coming in. She begins to realize how crazy he may be. What you're about to hear
You're running
is
out of
audio
liquid in
clips
that
from
one.
different voicemails
I know, 'cause I'm
from her
doing the
phone.
reuse.
After she had
Yeah.
stopped answering,
So the first time I do it, when I do it around, I use the bottle. The second time I do it, I use what's inside.
Okay.
Make sure you're not too worried about
So we're not using more of the bottle.
I
Yeah.
had an amazing time, and I think, God, I think you're goddamn beautiful. And I'm sorry I got so sick. I wanted to come be with you while you were getting ready, and I was just so totally out of it, and I'm sorry. God, I think I might love you, and I'm sorry. And
Yeah, Kay's
I'm gonna
favorite
give you some
and
space.
Sansa's sandalwood.
I want to be there for you, and I can't get you out of my fucking
Nice.
head, and I want to be there for you.
I really don't know which one is that right now because my nose is
God damn it.
covered in everything
All I can do
else.
is think of you. I want to be
The
with you.
shadow
I
is
want
this
to be
one.
with you. I want to
I
be
know.
a Flynn Rider, and I want to be everything to you.
I smell all of it, so I can't tell which one is which by smelling. That's what I was saying.
Shining armor, and I'm so fucking terrified of you, and God, I love
Go
you
on,
so
Em.
much.
You get up there.
So much.
No,
It's
lay
okay,
it out.
guys.
Lay it up. Lay it out.
No, I'm not gonna
You gotta
get
be up here, you need to lay down.
I'm over.
Lay
I know
down.
you're up and thinking about me.
I mean, lay down.
I'm talking, Todd. I'm not sorry. Todd, I'm coming over. I'm already driving. I've been driving the whole time. God damn it. God damn it. I'm coming
Are we
over.
expecting to use all of it right now?
I know you called me back. I got it.
I don't
Yeah,
mind
I
if
know
we
you're
do.
thinking about me.
We may end up running out.
That's my goal,
God damn it.
is to use all of it to get as many of those we can.
My fear right now is that we're gonna run out of fluid before we run out of sticks.
That's totally fine.
Because, like I said, I'll check our expenses. Like I'll check our account. And maybe we'll one or two.
Of these?
Well, different scents.
Yeah, but what about these? They make sure we have one of everything still in the stock.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
So it's easier. So alright, we have 10 more bundles of these,
Yeah.
and we have one of each. Alright, we need to make more before we run out. I got the supplies already. We don't have to order the supplies, so it's good to have extras in your stock.
Alright. I'll settle. Anything for you, my queen. Anything for you. I'll settle.
It's kind of like grocery shopping. When you're halfway done with your peanut butter, you tend to go and buy more peanut butter. So when you do run out, you have more peanut butter.
You'll never know if I did it. I'll do it.
The footage of him showing up to Kayla's house was right after one of his phone calls saying he's coming over. It was clear by this point
Longer.
to do with him. Eventually, Kayla
Those
and her
are so
friend
kind of
Rebecca
nice.
find out that Thomas
Yep.
wasn't even his real name.
Alright, you gotta move.
His name is Matthew. He'd been using the fake
Come on.
name Thomas Castle, which was a
Behind me.
reference to the Marvel character The Punisher.
So I gotta do
Thomas was a
these.
reference to Thomas Jane,
My
the second
favorite
actor
scent
to play the Punisher.
is
Castle was a reference to Frank Castle,
Black cherry.
Punisher's last name. The fact
Really?
alone that he had been
That's
using
my
a
favorite.
fake name with his friend, supposed love of his life, was was already a huge red flag. It may be a sign that he
I
was
don't really
heading
remember Black Cherry being
When
really a
footage
big
was taken
seller,
at 2
so
in
I
the
wouldn't
morning, and
put
after
it in
leaving,
stock.
he would go on to send some more texts.
I have strawberry.
Progressively get angrier.
Yeah.
4 days after this
Strawberries.
footage was taken, Caleb
That's
Edgar
also because Bob and I like to
Brett went to the police.
test out new scents that we haven't
Left her alone
had
about
before.
a month or so after the restraining order was put into place. Caleb blocked his number and blocked him on social media. Reportedly, he basically disappeared from the world, and no one knows where he is now.
I wonder if they make gallon sized of these. Like the fluid. I'm gonna check that out.
Actually, just put like dragon's blood, 1 liter.
Yeah, I could do that.
You're able to go by
A lot of horror
Size.
movies are legitimately scary,
Like that.
but in some cases, the
Measurements,
events that took
I should
place on
say.
the sets of certain horror movies were more terrifying than the movies themselves. A number of horrifying incidents have taken place on the sets of some of the most successful horror movies of all time, before, during, or shortly after filming. Whether these incidents were fatal accidents, cruel twists of fate, or some sort of evil curse still remains debatable. Perhaps a good place to start would be the Amityville Horror House, whose events may start to seem even scarier when you learn that horrors also took place on the sets for both the 1979 movie and the 2005 remake. The first Amityville movie starred James Brolin, who wasn't originally eager to take on the role, but eventually he accepted it because of something strange that happened. While reading the script one morning and getting to a scary section of the story, a pair of the actor's pants suddenly fell off the hanger, causing him to literally jump out of his chair in
What?
fright. James, of course, saw this as a sign that he needed to take the role. The rest was history. Fast forward to the 2005 remake, with Ryan Reynolds taking on the part that was originally played by James Brolin. During filming, Ryan Reynolds, along with other cast members, claimed that every morning at exactly 3:15 a.m. he would wake up. The reason why that's terrifying is because 3:15 a.m. was the exact time that Ronald DeFeo murdered his entire family in the house. It becomes a whole lot more creepy. At one point during filming, there was also an actual dead body that washed up near the filming set in the boathouse in the backyard of the house. Actors and crew members always suspected that there was an otherworldly presence during the filming of the movie. Whether they were right or just overly paranoid, who knows? The 2012 film The Possession is an unconventional horror movie that involves rabbis, Judaism, and a cursed Jewish relic called Dybbuk box that attaches itself to a young girl. A Dybbuk
Emmy.
box is a wine cabinet.
You're okay.
Dybbuk.
She's barking at
It's a
herself on the
malevolent
lawn.
spirit that enters and possesses the body of a living person until exorcised. It happened on the set of The Possession.
You cracked me
Even the
up.
star of the movie, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, feeling very uneasy, and he already had a lot of experience acting in horror movies and shows under his belt.
Yeah,
Some of
you're
the
gonna
seemingly supernatural things that
struggle.
happened included lights exploding for no apparent
Unless
reason,
we
as well
can
as
buy
showing
somewhere
creatures
else.
walking through closed sets
Find
with
an
no
actual
particular
third
reason.
party that
The
can
scariest
sell this
incident
stuff.
occurred when the storage
Maybe from the
facility where
actual
all the
company
movie props were
itself.
held caught fire and burned to the ground. A team of
If they
investigators
offer.
concluded that the fire was not started from an electrical fault
We'll
or
look up
arson,
fat oil.
but the actual cause for the fire couldn't be determined. The Dybbuk box
Because these are actually from
played
the
an important
perfume.
role in the movie. It was destroyed in the fire. The cast and crew later refused to allow the movie
Emmy!
producers to replace the Dybbuk box for fear that it was cursed.
You're okay. But everybody's wondering, she's just barking at herself on the TV. She's like, ooh, look, it's me.
By supernatural entities in the Rhode Island home in the 70s. While
You're so
several of the
silly.
family members spent time on the
You're
set,
so silly.
the mother refused to go anywhere near it, as she was convinced that several unexplained events that plagued the filming of this movie on set were proof that the spirits hadn't finished with them yet. For instance, when members of the parent family were visiting, a furious gust of wind suddenly rose and seemed to swirl around them. However, nobody could see any movement in any of the trees just opposite them, movement you'd expect to see from any normal gust of wind. Just a couple days later, the hotel that the actors and movie crew were staying in caught fire and everyone had to be evacuated. And it doesn't end there. James Wan, the movie's director, recalls working late in his office one evening when his dog started growling at something. He would get up to investigate, but he couldn't find anything that would be antagonizing the dog. However, the dog had his sights on something across the room.
Emmy.
Focused on an unseen entity in
Emmy.
the room. James took a break.
You're
from work
okay.
afterwards, having been legitimately freaked out. Vera Farmiga, who played the role of the paranormal investigator in the film, refused to take the script home with her. She said it made her feel uneasy. She also couldn't read it at night because she became paralyzed by fear whenever she tried. After a phone call discussion with James Wan, Vera opened her laptop screen, and there were 3 digital claw marks from the upper right diagonal to the lower left. This wasn't the last time it happened, though. Her next experience came a few months later, literally on the day that she completed work on The Conjuring. She returned home to upstate New York, and when she woke up the next day, she discovered what she describes as 3 claw-marked bruises across her thigh. In 1983, a movie based on the Twilight Zone series was released. During filming, actor Vic Morrow was killed on the set. Deaths on movie sets have happened many times, but what makes this extra disturbing is the fact that Morrow appeared to predict his demise just a year earlier. A year before filming of the Twilight Zone movie began, Vic took out a $5 million life insurance policy on himself, explaining to friends and family members that he had a premonition something bad was going to happen to him on an upcoming movie. He had seen it in a dream he had. Fortunately, his premonition came true, because while filming a scene involving a helicopter for the Twilight Zone, the helicopter crashed and decapitated him. 2 child actors were also killed in the accident, which prompted a lengthy investigation and court case.
So no, they
It
don't
was
have
later
it.
revealed in court that the movie's
Yeah,
concept artist unintentionally
However,
drew an identical image in his
I mean, like,
sketches to what
from the
actually
factory
happened.
itself.
A burned-out helicopter in the middle of a river.
I'm not looking for
essentially
Pacific
foreshadowing the
leaders.
accident.
I'm just
The
looking for
accident
any
led to civil and
size,
criminal
big
action against the
size.
filmmakers, which
Like
lasted
you
nearly
said,
a
and you're
decade.
just going by lead.
One of the
What's the
children's
biggest size
fathers
they give?
testified that he heard John Landis, the director, instructing the helicopter to fly lower. All 4 parents
1 meter is
testified
the
that they
biggest
were
size
never
they
told
give.
that there would be helicopters or explosives on
Largest
set.
company.
And they had been
Then
assured
why
that
did
there
you
would be no
say-
danger.
They don't
or
have
loud
it. They don't
noise.
have it in Dragon's
John
Den.
Landis
However,
and
they
4
have
other
it
crew
in
members were
lime,
found not
apple,
guilty
mango,
on the 3
passion fruit,
charges of
strawberry,
manslaughter.
watermelon, cherry.
The first time
Yeah, but
the director was
anything that
charged
we
due to a
need?
fatality on a film set. The 1976 film The Omen.
You should be
another
looking
boy named Damien Thorne, who was replaced at birth by his father, unbeknownst to his wife, after their
Not
biological
nice.
child died shortly after birth. As a series of
Kinda
mysterious
weird.
events and
Yeah, a
violent
little
deaths
bit.
occur around the family,
It's
Damien
okay.
enters childhood. They come to learn he's in fact the Antichrist. The film almost wasn't going to be completed due to an alleged curse that surrounded filming of the movie. So many horrible things happened on the set of The Omen that it can be comparable to the amount of bad things to happen in the movie. Tragedies began with the son of the lead actor Gregory Peck taking his own life as soon as filming began. The next incident was when a crew member suffered
How's that?
major injuries after getting into a car accident while driving to the set.
Kevin.
The tragedies didn't stop there. The scriptwriter's airplane was struck by lightning en route to the film's location. And if that weren't enough,
spend too much
the
time
airplane
on
in
your
which
phone.
Gregory Peck and the movie's executive producer were traveling in was also struck by lightning in a separate incident. Harvey Bernhardt, the producer, was on location in Rome,
What?
and he was
They
almost
have
hit by a
full-ass
bolt of
gallons.
lightning himself.
I don't know what that
Believe
is.
it or not, the horrible luck involving airplanes continued.
They have a
And it got much
gallon-sized
worse.
Oh.
Dragon's
One day,
Den.
the crew had decided
okay.
to use a private airplane to get from one film location to the other. However, just
how
after the plane
much?
took off with a number of the crew on board, something went wrong and the plane went down, crashing into a road and hitting a car, which then crashed at a high speed into another vehicle.
Because
All
that
11
literally
people
means
involved
we
in
can
the
fill this
accident were
up
killed. Another
fully,
tragic death associated with the movie set
throw
was
it
that
in,
of Liz Moore. John Richards,
have it just soak all the way up, because it will, with that much in it, and then just one after another. We can find gallon size for each of these at least, and then you can do the small bottles as new scents coming in. So since these are the new scents, because they're the starters, they'll be the small bottles. If you can find the gallons for them, that'd be perfect, because that'll be our storage.
So I would do the half
road
gallon.
sign that read Omen, 66.6 kilometers. Make of that what you will, but there's no denying.
Yeah, but in the
it's
long
too
run.
far off to speculate that the
Short
production of
run,
the movie
it's
had been
expensive,
cursed.
but the long run, it would be
All just
worth
an
it.
outrageous
So for a
coincidence.
gallon of it,
All that can be said for sure is that
141.40.
The Omen is a very iconic movie, and the chilling tales that surround its production have only helped to cement that legacy.
We'll figure out the numbers later. I think we're ready to move over.
Oh yeah, yeah, we are. Totally.
Alright.
Damn.
18 years old. I'm going to be a freshman in college this September.
I'm doing
This
this
past July,
house with this.
my friend Miranda held a pool party in her backyard as a sort of graduation party, minus any of her family being around because her parents were away. She often has the house to herself, so her parents' house is the go-to spot for a lot of hangouts. She invited like 100 people from our grade. There had to be upwards of 150 people there at the night's peak. I was one of the first to show up with my friend Jonah because we're close with Miranda, so we wanted to help out a little bit. By the
Sorry about my butt, guys.
Everyone congregated slowly from the kitchen and living room to outside in the backyard by the pool.
Before we start,
some people brought their bathing suits and jumped in.
And take a break for a second.
Others just jumped in their underwear. And then, of course, most others just stood around the pool. She has a huge backyard. At a certain point, so many people were at the party that it was clear as day people were bringing friends from other schools because we didn't know everyone there. Miranda was getting mad because she made it clear she didn't want randoms. In fact, unfamiliar people seemed to be just barging through the gate, not even accompanied with people from our school or grade. There wasn't much we could do, though. The party was already too crazy to easily control.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's what I meant.
We will be right back, guys. We're gonna go take a breath of fresh air.
1 a.m. Police came to the house and had to shut down the party due to multiple complaints from neighbors. So the music was turned off, and 99% of the guests were asked to leave. Mostly everyone cleared out, except a few close friends, including some of Miranda's girlfriends, Jonah and I, and a few other guy friends. We helped do some cleaning, like picking up all the empty cans and bottles. Eventually, it was just 4 of us left there. I'm talking at like 3 a.m., if not later. Since it was hot outside, we migrated to the inside of the house in the air conditioning, where we were just chilling in the living room, continuing to drink. Then we all heard a distinct crack from upstairs. We went silent. Miranda was the first to ask what was that, as we all looked at each other with these wide-eyed, half-laughing, half-freaked-out faces. Jonah and I laughed, teasing Miranda that someone was upstairs in her room, and she begged us to stop and check it out. So we did. We went upstairs to Miranda's room. It was clear. We then went to the guest room that used to be her older brother's room, and we found one of our friends, Steve, passed out in the bed. We went downstairs to tell her that Steve was upstairs and knocked out. I guess that gave her a sigh of relief. Looking back, that didn't much explain a sound coming from upstairs if he was knocked out in bed, though. But we weren't exactly the most coherent at that moment. Eventually, Miranda and her friend Mel went to sleep in her room. Jonah fell asleep on the couch. I went to her parents' bed. None of us were okay to drive anywhere. I can't remember how much time passed before I remember one of the girls screaming in the next room over, and then both of them. It was a heart-dropping kind of moment, but I didn't know if they were messing around with each other at first or not. But I realized pretty quickly the screams were way too real. I burst out of the bed and went to Miranda's room and opened the door. The lights were out. I could barely see anything, except for the 2 girls huddled up hugging each other in the corner of the room, basically curled up on the floor. I saw what they were screaming at. There was a tall person in the opposite corner of the room, on the other side of the bed from them. I saw him looking at me in the doorway. I yelled at the girls to run, and they did. There was so much yelling that even Steve woke up and came out. As the girls ran downstairs, screaming that the man was touching their feet, we followed. And looking back, with 3 guys there, we regrettably didn't try to overpower that one man. We all left the house, and one of us called the police, waiting by the neighbor's house with the neighbors, possibly the same ones who called the cops in the party. We didn't see the man leave the front door ever. After police searched the house and couldn't find him, that meant he left through the back door. None of us recognized who that man was. He was probably an older man who knew Miranda somehow that snuck into the house during the commotion of the party and thought Miranda would be alone after the party. It's some sick, scary stuff. Whether we could have overpowered him or not, we'll never know, because we don't know if he was armed. There's a nice, quiet, scenic creek not far from my house. I like to drive my kayak up to it every once in a while on the weekends in the summer. This one particular weekend was one of those weekends. The weather was perfect, sunny and 70s. I kayaked down this creek a bunch of times. Never had I seen anyone else kayaking it. That's part of the reason I like it.
I will
I'm a very reserved person.
keep an eye on
myself, preferably with privacy. So I set out on the kayak not far from where
over the next couple of days, just in case
dirt
people
parking
watch
area
the
right
live
off
after
the
the
road.
fact.
There was
Which
one other
is
car
common on our
minutes
channel.
after
Yeah.
I
People do.
which was unusual. I'd never seen any other cars except my own here. 20 minutes into my kayak, someone came out from the woods ahead of me coming up on the left, approached the edge of the
Nobody
water.
else's comment.
He stopped and waved at me
Nope.
and smiled. He put his hands on his hips and greeted me. It seemed
Sorry
he
for
had
the
an
butt shot.
expectation for me to stop and chat. I instantly knew I didn't like his smile. My mother raised me to be polite to everybody, so I stopped pedaling and smiled and greeted him back.
Let's see how much
There was
is
an
left in
awkward
this.
pause where he was just nodding his head with his closed lips smile. I had to break the silence by saying it's a beautiful day out.
Wow.
Nodded
It
his
barely
head and
hit
said,
too.
"Well," and asked where I'm from. I made something up and said, from up
Holy
north."
shit.
He clearly
What-
lacked
what
the
is that
ability to
at?
have Any sort of
There's
conversation,
that.
and that's coming from me.
Two.
I'm not the most social person
Two.
myself,
You can put it back
so I
in.
wanted to just move along.
And now let's
Told
see
him to
what
have a great rest of
frankincense
his day.
is.
I continued onward down the river. Never in a million
It's not gonna go
years
on.
was I expecting
It's for
what
this
happened
bottle.
next to happen.
My bad.
I turned. when
I
heard
mixed
the
them
snap
up
of a
on
stick or
accident.
something
Yep.
from not far behind me.
And
There in the not so far distance was the guy
At
hiding
two.
behind a couple trees, seemingly
All right.
following me. I was disturbed and uncomfortable, like he was clearly trying to not be seen. I was scared to call him out in fear of how he might respond, so I pretended not to notice him and continued to kayak down the creek. I would continue to side glance every so
we have
often to
left?
see if he was still
Hold
following me,
on.
and he was.
Get these in
I had
first.
never wanted to see someone else
Try
in
to
the
spread
water
them
so
out
much
like
in my
that.
life. I took out my phone to try to call my dad or my brother for help, but of course I had no cell reception out there. Still, instead of being followed and probably attacked, I decided to stop in my place, turn around, and threaten to call the police if he didn't stop following me.
Alright,
I just
put
stood in
these
place
in.
behind another big tree.
We
It was clear
have-
as day there. I then decided to fake
holy
the
fuck,
house.
yeah, we're running out of
I
food
raised my
before
phone
we
in
run
the
out
air.
of sticks.
I said, "I see you there. I'm calling them now." I then proceeded to fake a phone call, pretending like I'm
It's
talking
easier.
to
I'll just
police.
count by putting them
Then I
back
started
in.
to walk away deeper into the woods. It seemed to have worked.
1,
I turned around immediately and started
2,
kayaking back up the way I
3,
came as fast as I possibly could. I would constantly look over my
4,
shoulders until I got back to where I
5,
launched the kayak.
6,
I made it safely. I checked my whole surroundings before stepping out of the
7,
water and carrying my kayak back to my car.
8,
The other car in the little parking area was still
9,
there,
10,
but it made it disturbing to see
11,
that may have
12.
saved my life.
Damn.
Up until
We
this
have
point,
12
everything that happened could have made
12
it
bundles
this
of
way.
these sticks left.
However,
And we're already out of juice.
near the back of my car,
Pretty-
and the
pretty
back
much, yeah.
passenger side window wasn't there anymore.
Alright, we know
As
for
it
next time.
shattered, I didn't step 1 foot closer
At
to my
least.
car. I stayed hidden in the
Yeah,
woods,
but I bet we
protected by
probably get-
cars now that I was closer to the road.
Probably the rest of this, and then probably split a bundle up again.
Window. I stated I was scared I was still being followed. Waiting for the police to arrive felt like the longest, most tense moment of my life. It dragged on far too long. But when they pulled into the dirt area, I finally came out from the woods and waved at them. I pointed to the car. 2 police officers came out and approached the car where they found him.
What's that?
A man from
So
the
we
woods,
pissed through the
waiting in the
dragon's
backseat of
blood,
my
which is
car,
fine, it's not a
hiding,
big deal.
waiting for me to enter my car to grab me.
I have a
It was
feeling
beyond
Dragon's Blood
satisfying
is
to
going to
see
be
him
one of our
arrested.
top sellers.
Definitely wasn't smiling anymore.
Yeah.
I looked at him. It almost seemed like he was avoiding looking at me as he was taken to the police car. I'm happy the man was so stupid that he thought I wouldn't notice shattered glass all over the side of my car.
I know, it's just a waiting
Something
game.
that will sound like it was straight from a horror movie, but it's absolutely true. Every summer, my friends and I go on a camping trip to a new
Let's
location.
speed up the
It's a
process.
tradition we've had for years. One year we chose a
Will it
hiking
have it
trail
flat?
in West Glacier, Montana. My friend Luke is a photographer, so he always likes to bring his
And
camera
just
equipment.
slowly
and get
try
lots
to
of
drag it
pictures.
over.
Our
Mix
first
it
day
up a
there,
little bit.
The 3 of us did a lot of hiking and exploring, taking in the sights and allowing Luke to get a lot of shots. That first night there, nothing was out of the ordinary. We had 2 tents. I was alone in mine while the other 2 shared theirs. The next day, we did some fishing at a nearby river, and a few other things that aren't really that interesting to talk about. That second night was where things got weird. The fire had just been put out, and we went to our respective tents. None of us had even fallen asleep yet. We started hearing sounds from out in the woods. It was very clearly a person's voice. It sounded like an older woman's voice. It kept getting louder and more clear every 10 seconds or so. I called over to my friend's tent right next to mine, asking if they heard that. They called back saying yes. Someone was out there. The Her voice got so close and so clear that we could hear her saying hello. I was shaking in my socks. Maybe you might think that people could not.
I mean, you're okay.
A woman who may have been stranded in the woods. But that just didn't seem right. Being in the middle of the woods at night, hearing someone calling out hello is beyond terrifying. I heard footsteps approach the tent, then stop. The voice once again said hello. It was right outside the tent this time. Now that it was this close, it didn't sound like a woman anymore. It sounded like a man trying to sound like a woman, raising the pitch in his voice. The person outside my tent suddenly started shaking the tent aggressively, and I freaked out and screamed, "What do you want?" My friend shouted to go away to the person. The shaking then stopped as suddenly as it started. I heard the footsteps quickly hurry away. I waited a few moments before unzipping my tent and grabbing my sleeping bag to go to my friend's tent. Even those brief 5 seconds outside the tent, I felt like I was going to be grabbed at any moment. I felt safer as I was in the tent with them and not alone anymore. None of us knew what to think, but we all three agreed it didn't sound like an actual woman. It sounded like some creepy man pretending to be one to get us to let our guards down. The question was, why though? Was he carrying a weapon? Either way,
I'm mixing them around as I'm doing it.
We agreed to leave first thing in the morning as soon as the sun would begin to rise. We also agreed that someone would need to stay awake at all times to keep watch.
Because as
we
it's,
agreed to take
the
turns
liquid's like soaking and going down,
first shift,
and soaking going up at the same time.
which was hard to do
The
after
middle
what
gets
just
done
happened,
quicker.
especially when we keep thinking we were hearing footsteps surrounding the tent. Eventually, though, after many tense hours, I managed to fall asleep out of pure exhaustion. I never woke up until morning time, because apparently Luke fell asleep on his shift, and we were all asleep by that point. We were happy the sun was up, so we packed our stuff and headed back to the truck. It was a long
Okie
ride.
dokie.
During the drive, Luke was going through his camera, looking at the shots that he got over the course of the 2 days there.
Or is off
The
watching?
last 3 pictures,
I don't know.
were not pictures that he took.
She just
There were
texted
2
me.
pictures taken
So I
at our
hope one of
campsite
them
while
was
it was
watching.
still dark out. The 3rd picture was taken inside of our tent, with all 3 of us asleep. Nothing was missing or stolen, strangely enough, and none of us were attacked in any way. Yet it remains the most fucked up thing that has ever happened to any of us. Some random creep out in the woods stalking our tent, waiting for the right moment to enter our campsite, go through our stuff, sneak into our tent, take a picture of all 3 of us, probably just to freak us out. And whoever it was, they accomplished their goal for sure.
There's a bunch. Are you trying to get up, Em? You trying to get up? Go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go lay down. Come on. Lay down. Sit.
West Bengal, India has its fair share of allegedly haunted places, but perhaps none are as creepy or as intriguing as the Aliyah ghost lights. In the swampy marshes of West Bengal, there have been many sightings of these lights called Aliyah or
Thanks,
jack-o'-lanterns.
man.
They're described to be a flickering ball of light that emerges usually in the marshes
It's too much for you,
West
Em. You
Bengal
can
and
leave.
Bangladesh, and they've been attributed to being the cause of death of many fishermen. The fishermen community of the area have often spotted these unexplainable lights, and many believe that some of the fishermen were
How
so
long have we been
transfixed
going
after seeing
for,
the
actually?
Aliyah light that they
We've been
followed it
going
and drowned.
for
It's also believed by many in the area that these lights are the spirits of dead
2 hours.
fishermen who lost their lives fishing the marshes. These lights at times confuse the fishermen, causing them to
not
fall in
bad.
the water and drown.
No, it's not
Also,
bad
at
at
other
all.
times, they may
With the
help guide them
GoPro?
and prevent them from getting into danger.
I could have
That's
just.
what
That
locals
actually won't let me know.
Aliyah
It
ghost lights
just says
are not just
live.
limited to West Bengal, though. They've been spotted in various places around the world, and these lights have long been associated with the paranormal or spirits. Some good spirits, some bad spirits. It's said that once you follow one of these lights, they'll flicker and diminish in size until they disappear, often causing people to panic and get lost. People have seen these lights
And
all
now we
around
just
the
gotta let
world
them
in
dry,
graveyards, swamps,
and
and
then we can stop
boglands.
bothering them all.
They have been referred to as many different names. Anaya Carr from
Yeah, the whole
Silver
process is
was
going
on
to be
phone
through
with
the
her
live.
husband, who was on
So
a solo
while we're
fishing
waiting
trip.
for
When he had
those
mentioned seeing a bright light
comments to
glimmering across
come
the
in,
marsh,
go,
he
oh, I
stopped
want to
the
buy
light.
one, I want to buy one.
The call didn't end right away. Anaya would keep saying her husband's name into the phone until it sounded like the phone was dropped, and then the call abruptly ended. Her husband was never seen again. In 2014, taxi drivers in Ibadan, Nigeria were starting to disappear, and while there was no outward evidence of any sort of foul play at first, People started to become suspicious when more and more people would disappear and mysterious-looking strangers would be lurking the area. Police were notified of the disappearances, but reportedly were uncooperative, refusing to
While we're
investigate
waiting for
further
that,
and saying
wanna
that the men
come
had likely just run off.
Go through maybe some sticker
Disappearances
ideas.
continued in the area.
Okay.
Still no official response.
Kind of stickers ideas are you
Motorcyclist
thinking
riding
of?
down a highway claimed that he had heard some crying out
I
for
want
help
to do
in the
some like
forest.
slogan stickers.
March 22nd,
Like-
2014, police finally went about investigating the forest, where they would stumble across a literal house of
Calm
horrors.
down and ghost
There, tucked
explorers.
away in the trees, was a seemingly abandoned building from which emanated a vile stench. Upon entering the building,
Or
they were met
warning.
with countless decomposed human corpses, most of
Paranormal
which had been
activity
bound with
detectors and
chains.
something like that.
As the search of the place continued, police began turning up other human remains in the surrounding area, many of them having been butchered and missing limbs, some of them even still bound with chains. There were also numerous human remains found scattered in the surrounding woods, stuffed within bushes, in the nooks of trees, or dumped into holes in the ground or into caves. The corpses and remains were in various states of decomposition,
Some
many
funny
of them
sayings,
missing
at
limbs
least.
or internal organs. In total, over 20 decomposed human bodies and hundreds of human skulls were found in the forest. And there was a separate building full of only personal belongings of the victims, including licenses, clothing, and even children's toys. 15 people were rescued who were chained up in captivity, all severely malnourished. When police interviewed them, in most cases they could not identify the people who had taken them, but they described that they had been kidnapped, tortured, and kept in shackles with once-a-week feedings. However, a few claimed that the men who kidnapped them had been government officials, or at least were posing as them. The answers as to what exactly happened here have not been made completely clear, and it's unknown who took these people or where they went. And while some arrests were made, no one has been officially charged with any of it.
With great power comes great big booty
January
bitches.
2nd, 2000, Zeb Wayne Quinn went missing in Asheville, North Carolina. Zeb was 18 years old and working at a local Walmart in
That
the
would look
electronics
cool,
section
actually.
when he disappeared after finishing his shift. At around 9 p.m., he had plans to travel a moderate distance with his coworker Robert Jason Owens to buy a new car. Zeb met
Don't know
Robert
how
in the Walmart
well that
parking
would
lot before they
translate
drove
as a
separately
sticker,
to look
but
at a vehicle.
it's an idea.
The two men were seen on
Don't
surveillance
worry
footage
about
at a nearby gas
copyright.
station at approximately
No.
9:15
What I'm
p.m.,
saying is I don't
purchasing
know how
sodas
well
at a
it will
convenience
print
store.
onto the sticker paper.
According to
because
Robert,
it's a lot of
after leaving the
detail.
gas station,
Oh,
Zeb
but I'm
signaled
just
for him
saying,
to pull over
don't worry
and
about
flashing his
copyright. I
headlights.
made all of them.
Zeb told him that he had received a page and needed to return the call. After he returned from using a payphone, Robert described Zeb as frantic and nervous. Zeb told him that he needed
I don't
to
know
cancel
that
their
that would
plans
look
to view
good
the
as a
car, and
sticker,
eventually sped off,
but maybe like
renting Robert's truck in the
notebook.
process. Hours later, Robert
Why
was treated
sticker?
at a hospital for fractured ribs and a
I'm
head
thinking
injury
it might
that he
be
claimed
too
was due to
big.
a second car accident that same evening.
Are you only
No
thinking big
accident
because
report
we're
was
on
ever
a big
filed with
screen?
police. The following afternoon, Zeb's mother Denise filed a missing
I
persons
don't know
report.
if it
You
will
can-
2
distort
days after
as
he was
I-
last seen, a man claiming
That's
to
why
be
you work
Zeb
with
placed a phone
her.
call to the Walmart
Yeah.
where he worked. The man
They can
told
do all
Zeb's
that.
coworker that he
Yeah.
would not be coming to work due to coming down with
I'm
a
just
fever.
showing you what I made
The
that we
coworker
could work
recognized that
with
the voice was not
on
Zeb's.
stickers.
The
I
phone
like
call was
that.
placed back to a Volvo plant where Robert worked. When
I
questioned,
like that.
Robert admitted to making the phone call, claiming that he was doing Zeb a favor after he called and asked Robert to call in
like
sick for
that.
him. During police investigations, a
I
woman
love
named Misty
that.
Taylor was interviewed, as she and Zeb had become romantically involved in the weeks prior to his disappearance. And he had told friends and family that he had been threatened by
That
her
literally
abusive
looks like
boyfriend,
it's inside of a
Wesley
video
Smith,
game.
after he discovered
know.
that the two of them had been speaking. On
Love it.
January 6,
All I put is
2000,
keywords.
Zeb's mom received a phone call
Love
from a
it.
former classmate of her son, who happened to be a co-worker at the Asheville Hospital where both were nurses. He
Right.
told her that
The
she had seen
faces
his
are
car in the parking lot of a
distorted on
barbecue
purpose.
restaurant next to the hospital. Police
No,
examined
not
the
for
car, which
protection.
had been left
It's
with its
the
headlights
way
on.
I got it.
There was
The
also a pair
specific
of
words.
lips and
Yeah.
an
So those
exclamation
supposedly
mark drawn on the
demonic
car's back windshield with
entities.
lipstick.
Nice.
That's why their
Public
faces are
was
supposed to be
found.
all
Yeah.
distorted.
Plastic
Yeah.
hotel keycard was also discovered in the vehicle, but police couldn't find the source hotel. There was also a jacket that didn't belong to Zeb in the car.
Yes.
Police collected forensic evidence from the car, but uncovered no new
Absolutely.
leads. Zeb's mother believes that the car was placed there by
Definitely.
somebody that knew that his family worked and lived nearby, intending that one
That
of
could
them
be
would
for a
find it.
sticker.
Yep.
A couple later called police to report that they had seen Zeb's car being driven in downtown
Nice.
Asheville before it was parked to the restaurant, and assisted
fucking
police
cool.
in producing a composite image of the person driving the car. Police later noted that the sketch
you
looked
liking this?
identical to Misty
I
Taylor.
have a comment. but I
Robert
can't
Jason
say
Owens
right
was
now.
arrested in
Why?
2017 for the murder of
We
Seth.
agreed before we
However,
went live.
his plea agreement in July of 2022
Oh.
just last
Oh,
month,
yeah.
Robert's story meant that his uncle
That's
Gene
awesome.
died in 2017. Knew Misty Taylor's aggressive boyfriend
days?
was asked to do something to keep Zev away from her. And Robert said
Yeah,
his
I don't
uncle's
know.
remedy was murder, but he said that he played no part and only witnessed it.
That's kind of.
The judge accepted
I put
Robert's
in
plea,
war.
sentenced
That's
him
the
to
one word I put
150
in.
to 189
And this
months in
stuff that
prison,
came up.
which will
This
be
is the
served
weird
concurrent
part.
with the 75-year sentence he's currently serving for the murder of a couple in 2015.
But look at the
which is
hands.
an entirely
They're
different story of its
deformed.
own.
So you can
Regarding
say
Zev's
nuclear
murder,
war.
no one can really know for sure what actually happened. On July 13th, 2011, Rebecca Zahow was found hanging
You
at the
even
Spreckles
recognize
mansion
anything?
in Coronado, California. She was pronounced dead by first responders
like
called
the
to the
apocalypse.
residence.
It looks like
Rebecca's
the whole-
body was found
the-
nude, bound, and gagged.
Yeah.
Her death
King
occurred
James-
2 days after
King
6-year-old
James
Max
rendition
Shagney,
of,
the son of her boyfriend Jonah
Bottom
Shagney,
is-
had fallen from the staircase of the mansion and was held in a
Angels.
hospital in critical
Demons.
condition. Rebecca and her younger sister Zena
somewhere
were
in
the
the-
only people present at the time of Max's fall. On July 16th, 2011,
Again, I
Max
created
succumbed
all
to his
this.
injuries and died in the hospital.
With some keywords.
Rebecca's death was
Had
ruled
nothing
suicide.
religious, yet
Her
religious
sisters
stuff
don't
came
buy
in.
it
Yep.
and have long pressed their point, waging battles both with authorities and possible suspects. On July 12th, 2011, Rebecca dropped off Zena at the airport for her flight back to Missouri, and then picked up Jonah's brother
Yeah.
Adam, who had just arrived on a flight from Memphis, Tennessee.
That would be a
Rebecca,
really
Jonah,
sick
and Adam ate
sticker.
dinner with a friend named Howard that evening. Afterwards, Rebecca and Adam returned to the Spreckles
That one
mansion,
looks
while
sick.
Jonah held a vigil for Max with the child's mother,
Sick,
Dina
that one.
Romano. There were reports of loud
Sick,
music
that
coming
one.
from the Spreckles mansion later that night. On the morning of July 13th, at around 6:45
That one
a.m.,
too.
Adam stated that he found Rebecca's nude body
Yeah.
hanging from a balcony, with her wrists and ankles bound and her hands
yeah.
behind her back. He called 911 at 6:48 a.m. and sent a text
Yeah, no,
message
that's
to
all
his
gonna
brother
look
to inform him of the
fantastic.
news. He cut down her body before the police arrived. Medics attempted to revive her, but it was already far too
Sorry,
late.
I had to keep it
Police
secret
performed
for
an
you
autopsy
guys.
to determine the cause
Talk
of
to the
death.
camera.
From the start, speculation
Live.
of foul play had arisen.
You guys will
Investigators
see
were unable to find any other DNA at the scene besides Rebecca's.
from the
The
website.
San Diego Sheriff's
Yeah.
Department
we're
formally
not gonna
announced their
share it
finding
to
that
social
Rebecca had committed suicide. Her family
So those
wasn't
first
happy
two
about
was
that.
when I
They
was
were firm on the belief
unsubscribed.
that she
Yeah.
did
So
not
I had to
commit
deal with
suicide.
their watermark.
Family and friends looked at
Salary,
Adam
which I'm
Shagney,
okay if we
Jonah's
don't
brother,
use
as a
it.
prime suspect, as he was alone in the house with Rebecca during her hanging. And it could have been a revenge killing for the accidental death of his nephew while she was under Rebecca's watch. For 7 years, Rebecca's sisters had to fight to make it known she didn't commit suicide. Eventually it paid off. In 2018, a jury in San Diego found Adam Shagney responsible for the hanging death of Rebecca after a month-long civil trial. Rebecca's family was awarded more than
Now
$5
it's
million
really
for
noticeable
loss of
what you
companionship.
missed earlier.
The 12-member jury found Shagney responsible for her death in a 9-3 vote. The majority agreed Adam touched Rebecca with intent to harm her before her death, and the touching caused her death.
Drink
The court
what?
never awarded any punitive damages. Because this was a civil trial, Adam
Oh, I
didn't
was
face any
gonna
criminal
take it,
charges
but
and cannot
whatever.
be sentenced to prison.
I always take off
Regardless of the
strings.
civil suit, the findings by police allegedly pointed at Jonah and Adam being
You have your
innocent,
own drinks
Rebecca's
here
death
now.
being a suicide.
Yeah, I
The
finished those.
biggest flaw in that would be
No,
the
you
way in
didn't.
which Rebecca's
I have
body was
one
found
still in the
hanging,
fridge and a
bound
couple
and
more in the
gagged.
box, and that's
It's not
it.
something
Yeah.
somebody would do to themselves.
You didn't finish it.
Still, it really happened. They never be known.
Technically, they're all done.
No, they're not.
Are we really getting technical?
I'm gonna get real technical. And so all bottles are opened and emptied. They're not finished.
And that's when you get more.
No, you get more when you're usually 5 down
Yeah.
or 5 left. But by the time you get back, those 5s are already been gone.
What? I know, hi.
I live in Branson, Missouri.
Get down
Not
though.
far from my house is an
Come
abandoned
on.
theme
Emmy,
called
down.
Celebration City. It's been abandoned for over a decade now, having closed in
She
2008.
just wants to give
It
you
was themed
love.
after America in the
Yes, but she
20th
was
century.
She
It was
just
opened
wants
in
to
the
murder
afternoon
you.
into the evening, with
With
each
her love.
operating day closing out with a laser and fireworks display. park featured many rides, shows, and attractions, and it's operating.
You saying she's an aggressive lover?
Yes.
Because you're pretty accurate with
I've been there
that.
She is
several
a,
times with my
she is
family
an
as a
aggressive
kid.
lover.
When it closed down,
She's not an aggressive dog.
Sadness a year.
She's an
It tore
aggressive
down
lover.
Most, if not all, of the roller
But I try to
coasters
warn
in the
people.
building. But even still, to this day,
I don't have a dog that's vicious. I have a dog that just wants to kill you with love.
It's kind of a very cool place to
It's harder to love.
My friend who
Don't hate love. Okay.
was very on board with my idea of going to check it out. I asked him because he's a family friend and our families have been to the park together in the past.
Are both of
We
these
drove
things
over
or
and
what?
parked in the Steak and Shake parking lot across the street, since the parking lots
What's
of
up
the
to
theme
them
park
if they
have
want
obviously
them
been
over
closed off for a very long time.
What?
Well,
What's
we're
the
Around
date?
7 p.m., the sun was setting. We didn't want to go in broad daylight in fear of getting caught or running into other people. We brought a couple heavy-duty flashlights for when it would get dark. In the meantime, we could see just fine at first. We jogged across the street when no one was looking, as we didn't want to be obvious about trespassing in the park. When no cars were coming, we cut into the grass and into the trees surrounding the property of the park. It was surprisingly easy to sneak into the park. In fact, it didn't even really feel like we were sneaking in at all. Not that I'm encouraging anyone to trespass. Seeing all the old buildings and attractions I remembered from when I was a kid still standing in this now cold and empty setting was so eerie. It's like a part of my childhood was dead. One thing was for sure though, we were the only people in this place. No other sounds but the crickets. We couldn't even hear the traffic from outside. As we walked around, we realized so much was left behind. It was clear that people had been here since it closed because of writings and occasional graffiti on the wall. But lots of props and such were still in place there behind the glass buildings. Some of the buildings had broken glass though, indicating people had broken in and explored some of them. As it got darker, we decided to crawl in through one of these windows to one of the buildings. Once inside,
We're gonna run out of
realized
fluid
it was the
before we
dining
run out of
room
sticks.
Last chance
We still got
site.
12 bundles
It was dark
left.
inside, admittedly creepy. The front door was closed, locked, and covered. There were oddly things
Oh,
around
let's see.
it, and I guess other random
You're just-
green objects.
You
laying
were
all
like
around the dining
trying to figure
space.
out the math and
The best I
like,
could describe it
Nothing,
was
nothing.
being used for storage. Things from outside were brought into there. Calvin was checking out the other side of the place. I yelled to him and checking out the bathroom.
Alright, that's for you.
There was a different smell in here. Not possible to
Do
explain.
me a favor.
But there were 3 stalls
And
in
those
here.
to off.
And as soon as I got in there, there was a sound from one of them, like something really small being dropped to the floor. I said, hello? I had my flashlight on in this pitch black room. All 3 stall doors were closed, but something made a noise in there. I held the bathroom door
Nice
open
meeting
with
you.
my foot. The flashlight below
One of
one.
these
Nice
are for
knowing
her,
you.
and one of
I
these
saw
are
a
for
pair
you.
of shoes and legs. I gasped and jumped and looked under the other 2 stalls.
Fucking hell, dude.
There was the same thing. There were 3 pairs of shoes and legs visible under the stall doors. One of
I
them
gotta head
began
up.
to move as if they were getting down on
course
their
you
knees
gotta
to
head
look
up.
under the stall door. But
It's
I
already
didn't stick
starting to,
around long
like,
enough to see their face.
Messed up.
I was already out of the bathroom, yelling for Calvin to leave. I climbed back out through the window, and he followed me, not asking questions until we were out and away from that building.
That's
I told
my
him
shirt.
about the 3 people in the stalls. He made a joke that they were taking the shit. But I knew that meant he didn't entirely
I mean,
believe
back
me.
up, please, and
I told
thank you.
him one of them was about to look under the stall. When I tried to
You're not
explain the
listening.
bizarre sight
No,
better to
because
him,
she's secure.
his expression
What are you doing?
changed to a
I know
more
she is,
freaked out
but
look.
I'm asking her to back up a
Clearly
minute.
weren't alone there. And if those were just 3 friendly people also there exploring,
longer.
Hey,
I feel like they would have said something as I came in, or definitely after I said hello in there. By the time we were out,
Can
of
you
the
do me a
park,
favor?
it was pretty much pitch black out.
Emmy, back up.
I haven't
Can you
returned
make a pot of
since.
coffee? Because
I
I'm
don't
kind
have
of
an
stuck in the
explanation
corner.
for what I saw. It was scary and weird. It definitely switched the
My
mood of what
alcohol.
was otherwise a fun day.
They bought alcohol.
Oh, I didn't realize we were drinking tonight.
Why?
No
I'm
reason.
a 30-year-old
Back.
woman.
You said it in a
mid
depressed
to
way.
lower income area.
Yeah,
There's
I'll
some
take
fun
it.
in my town, but I don't live in the ghetto.
No.
Still,
You got a Red
sometimes
Bull.
I do feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know a lot of my neighbors too
Aw.
well, other than my next door neighbors.
Thought the comments would be
Nice.
going out
The
more.
houses across the
So did
street
I.
are a different story. I like knowing my neighbors because it makes me feel a little safer living alone.
Let's sit up here.
Big scaredy cat. So my biggest
out of the way
fears
now.
of living alone came true. One night, I was in bed trying to fall asleep. It was pretty late on the
Yeah.
way, past 11.
Come on.
One of the leaves slightly crunched
Lay
inside
down.
the house. Human or not, I
That's
couldn't
for
tell.
work.
There are a lot of cats and raccoons walking around here at night. The following
Okay.
night, I was awoken to something outside my window, like a singular crack or tap. Must have been the window frame. It was October, so I
Yeah.
still had the windows open.
Eagle
for air.
stuff from my
So
dad.
I guess out of pure instinct, I said, "Who's there?"
We could do another
I didn't
one
hear anything after that.
for
I
the
got up, lifted my blind. No one was
Way out
outside.
of Dragon's Blood.
2 nights in a row.
Which is
of this.
fine.
Not
I was
really.
starting to think I was getting paranoid over the smallest things.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
regular
giving that one to my
households.
brother.
So I tried
So
to
we'll
hold
just
back
allow
the
it
Me.
continue
Doesn't
going.
notice
woke
me.
up again. This time to see
Let
the
it
scratching
soak
or
up as much as
scraping
it
sounds in the
can.
backyard. I heard it through the window. I got up from my bed
That's
and
what I
went
got
up
for
to the little
Jesse.
living space by the back door. I heard the clicking louder now. It was right outside the sliding door. I turned on the light in the
But at
living
least we'll
space,
have more of
and the sound
these.
stopped.
Yep.
I went over to the
Plenty
sliding
of
door,
inventory
which was
for
covered by a
that.
sliding curtain. I was so scared to pull it, expecting
Didn't I
to
get
see
something
something.
for my sister?
When I yanked it open like a
I don't know,
band-aid,
did you?
no one was there.
I don't.
I flicked on the backyard light and slid open the door. I was relieved to see no one out there.
Lay down.
Raccoons or some
Right
other
here.
pests.
Lay
I
down.
listened
Come
to
on.
the crickets for a moment. I heard something in my tiny
You
yard.
need a saddle.
Something rustling in the bush.
You need to
I looked at the bushes. Too thick to really see anything. They're definitely a good place for someone to hide. That sound wasn't a raccoon or possum. I didn't want to know what it was.
No.
I went back inside. Made sure everything was locked. I went back to my
Lay
room.
down.
Even locked my bedroom door.
Lay down.
After about 10 minutes
Lay
of
down.
laying in my bed,
No.
there was a knock at my front door this time.
Stop.
I was
No,
starting to
it's no
freak out.
Stitch.
I ignored it and stayed in my bed.
It's a cute little
No
dragon.
one should be knocking this late at night.
It's almost like Sparrow,
Happened
but it's
again,
not
I
purple.
called 911. It didn't happen. I somehow fell asleep eventually after that.
But
The
these
next
ones
day,
are
I went
mine.
straight to Best Buy with my
And quit
brother.
it.
He helped me pick out a
No.
doorbell camera and a
Stop.
security camera set. He helped me install both
Is
of them.
that one?
The doorbell
Come
camera in
on.
the front and the
Now.
other cameras in the back.
Yeah.
Both
Lay down.
You definitely
spots.
did.
Lay down.
My brother also spent the night that night
No,
to make
come
me
on.
feel better. He slept in the guest
Lay
room.
down.
That's from my mom.
We were both in
Stop.
our own beds trying to sleep. I got an alert on my phone. I was detected on my property. I opened the Ring app and I screamed because there was someone in the black and white video trying to pick the lock to the back door of my house. I woke up my brother and showed him the video.
Cage.
He burst out of the bed without shoes or socks on, ran out into the backyard ready to kill someone. But my scream chased the person away, which we saw while playing the video
Cage.
back. My brother screamed outside my
Don't
yard
look
to
at me.
never come back as loud as he
Cage.
could. And undoubtedly, the person trying to break in heard it. We couldn't identify the man's face. He had a hood over his head. He was
Cage.
wearing all dark clothing. But not in a single frame could we see his face. He was also wearing gloves, which meant he left no fingerprints. We called the police, even knowing there wasn't much they could do. It just felt like we needed to have them come to keep a lookout.
Don't look at me. I'm not helping.
Things
Don't give
similar
her attention.
Yeah. Not to toot my
It's
own
gonna
horn.
give her
I am on the more attractive side.
motive.
What really scares me
Theo.
is the possibility that this was someone who knew who I am. A young single woman living alone in a house. It makes me wonder if it's possible that this was someone who lives on my street, one of my neighbors. I guess I'll never know.
I'm grabbing my bag from the dude.
Which one
My
is
mom
that?
and dad divorced.
Dragon's
My
Blood.
mom got 2 of the 5 houses that my dad owned. My dad owns a very successful real estate company, so we have or had places basically everywhere. I'm 23 years old, so I really just stay wherever I want. But I usually stay at one of my mom's houses now because I'm closer with her. This was one of the many beats that my mom was at our
My
beach
second
house.
sign going down.
Might as well use up the.
Yeah. Might as
I'm
well
used to
use up
having
the
the house
rest
to
of it.
myself more often than not.
Something
The
about
setup in
wine
the main
and
house is a kitchen,
Or
living room,
Thanksgiving
and 2
basically.
bedrooms upstairs, and then the same thing on the first floor, and then a basement. My bedroom is in the upstairs. I
Oh,
mainly use the
there's,
kitchen and living room up there too, while my mom uses the downstairs for herself. It's a nice setup. The house has 3 entrances, a front, back, and a side entrance.
Oh,
The side entrance leads out to where all the garbage cans and such are.
that's it for the Dragon's Blood.
Taking out the trash. Anyway, the story really begins when I started noticing a lot of my clothes were missing. I'd call my mom anytime this happened if she wasn't home and asked if she'd moved anything out of my clothing baskets. Usually she'd say no, since we
You never
lived in
texted
separate
him a
floors of the
photo.
house.
Yes, I did.
But even this couple of weeks that I was home
I've been,
alone, an
we've
extended
been working,
period
so
of
I've
time,
been
I was noticing some of my
Yeah,
favorite
kind of.
shirts
Kevin
were
doesn't pay
missing.
attention to his phone when
My
he's
room
working.
is usually
Yeah,
pretty
thank
messy,
you.
admittedly.
Alright,
Even after
you think
taking
we're
care of
ready for
everything,
I already said that.
these to go out?
Yeah, those should be able to
No
go out
sense.
now.
I even resorted to checking my car in the
Maybe get
downstairs in
enough
my mom's
of
room.
one more for
Nothing.
each.
I came up with the idea that maybe one of my friends or multiple
If you're looking to
friends
sit,
took clothes
you're not gonna be able to be lucky.
more realistically that they'd eventually just come up on their own. And I just left it at that.
Pull up a piece
When
of
I'm alone, I
carpet.
sleep with the door cracked open just so I could hear if, God forbid, someone were trying to break in. I was watching a movie on my laptop, and my bedroom door suddenly shut. It didn't slam, but it didn't exactly close softly either. I had the ceiling fan on in both windows, so I thought maybe it was a draft. It does sometimes happen. But then I heard something from outside my bedroom down in the hall. My reaction isn't exactly what most people would do while home alone. I got out of bed and ran to the door and opened it. The hallway light was on. I turned
Do
it
we
on
have
and
enough?
walked towards the living room. And there was no one sitting on the couch or anything nightmarish.
Maybe
like
not
that.
for that,
I wasn't satisfied yet, though.
but we have enough
I went
for
downstairs to my
more of
mom's
the.
floor.
Do you want to try another bushel?
Rooms,
Yeah.
kitchen, and living room.
Do another bushel
Then I noticed
each.
the basement door ajar. The light switch
Okay.
in the basement is right atop
We
the
won't be able to
stairs.
sprinkle it,
Straight
like
before
spritz
that.
it, but
I
it
went
might
down
be
into
able
the
to.
basement.
We could try.
Relatively
We could try to
unused
spritz it.
basement.
Get what we
It's just a
can.
couch, TV, a few workout machines, and a small room with a punching bag down there. There's also
get
4 doors
fenders.
that lead to closets, and a smaller door you have to crouch down into to get into this little crawl space type closet. Neither my mom nor I really go down there at all. I cut through my
Yeah, because then we'll be
vision,
left with
the little
like
door to the crawl space closet.
10 instead,
My heart literally
Well,
dropped,
10 left.
but I approached it just a little.
which is good.
I stopped.
Now we know how many.
Just completely
Actually,
stopped as well.
we never
You
counted.
know,
No, we never counted.
We should have counted. We started this bad, but it's okay. Whatever.
Went back up the stairs,
All we know,
pointing to
we
the
do
wall
know
at the
we have
Alvarez
like
house.
2,000 of
I
these.
called 911 first thing and reported that there was a stranger in my house.
Yeah.
Thank God I was quiet about it.
Well, actually,
Didn't give away the fact
we
that I
do
saw. The police showed up with their lights on, but not their sirens.
2,000 divided by 6.
All
They'll give us
four
how
of
many
them
bundles
came
there
down
are.
to the basement, and they ordered the person in the closet out. The door slowly opened. There was
No.
a 50-something-year-old man.
It's
No,
not-
too
it's
small
not-
for his squished-looking
It's not
face.
6
He had his
bundles.
hands up.
Or 6 bushels, or whatever you call them.
That, inside
There's
the
only 6 on a litter, and it doesn't tell you. You need a box,
whole closet,
which means you need width,
which begged the question how long
height.
it
or width and height, not
Since there
length.
was no
I meant
visible
width
damage
and
in
height.
the house other than piss stains, but several
You don't know if it was a
weapons were
3,
found in his possession.
a 3 row,
He was charged
or a
with
2 row.
third-degree burglary. Somehow that's it. My
And
mom
I
obviously did
took
not
'em all
have
out
that gross creep
When we counted last.
most likely leaving the side door unlocked.
I'm going to assume 3.
I learned my lesson.
I'm gonna assume 3 also.
The idea that someone could be in your house, even living in it,
oh.
at any
6
moment
times
because of an
3
unlocked
is
door
12.
should not be taken lightly.
And then you would do 2,000 divided by 12.
Hey, baby.
When I was 18,
You doing
I was
okay?
a babysitter for 3 young boys across town from me. They were 3, 5, and 7.
Whenever
Just
you
call them
want.
Adam 3, 5,
What time is it right
5,
now?
Chris 7.
Oh, shit.
ABC.
Is it
Adam
really
and Chris were the
7:30?
easiest to take
Yeah.
care of. Adam was a surprisingly
Damn, the day went by.
well-behaved toddler.
Yeah, you can start
Chris
dinner
just
now.
liked to
Yeah,
play
we've
his
been at
video
this for
games
2.5
and watch
hours.
TV. Bobby,
What?
on the other hand, was very moody,
Okay.
picky eater, and
Sorry
difficult
about
to get to go to sleep.
The
I had worked
aroma,
for this
if
family
it overwhelms you.
And I was somewhat close with their mom, Lucy, who was raised
Yeah,
by
well,
herself.
we had all
We
3.
had a decently modest middle-class house.
Yeah, hold on one
Lucy's
second.
parents would help her out with finances and such. All 3 boys had their own rooms. Lucy worked nights at the time, so I'd always babysit till around midnight on weeknights. My college classes would start in the afternoon, so it worked out schedule and sleep-wise. One night after playing some Nintendo Wii game with Chris, I put Adam to bed, and not long after, Bobby. Chris's bedtime would be 9:30, Bobby's would be 9. After tucking Bobby in, I started telling Chris to start changing into his PJs after his next game was over. Chris insisted I play one more game of Wii tennis with him, so I made a deal that he'd go to bed after if I did. During our game, though, Bobby started crying for me up from his room. I paused the game and went upstairs. As I entered his room, he said there's a monster in his closet. I laughed, and I believe I pinched his cheek and said something along the lines of, "There's no such thing as monsters, but I'll leave the
The
door
twirl
open so you feel
works.
safer."
Huh.
And I asked if that made him feel better.
Yeah.
He nodded.
Compared to how it's going
Chris
in
was
from this
downstairs
one
calling for me
to
back.
yours,
So I
damn,
went
the
back to the
twirl
game of tennis,
works.
and we resumed. and we eventually finished the game with no interruptions.
For a few more minutes,
First went upstairs
we
to
can start
change
doing
into
the
his
spurts
pajamas
on that
and
one.
brushes his
Yep.
teeth. I was alone in the
Because
kitchen.
then it'll be close to halfway. That's what I try to aim for though. Mine's not doing that well. There's not a lot of liquid in mine.
Once again, there's a monster in the closet. I heard it. I looked at the closet door. Which was
After
closed. I looked at it for a while, actually.
after that one, that price gonna have
Why do you
nothing.
think there's a monster in there? And he replied, I keep hearing it moving. I asked him if he wanted me
What?
to take a look. He shook his head no. I walked closer to the closet anyway.
Yes,
and he
no.
said don't.
Are you gonna be
Didn't
dark?
take it
Noise watching on you now.
So I heard something in the closet myself.
It's okay.
It was very clearly the sound of something alive in that closet that tapped into the door.
Sit.
She wants to make a goodbye for that one. She
She
can.
whispered, see? I turned around, picked up Bobby, and said, we're going
It's already
to
been a couple hours with
I
it.
also grabbed Chris from the bathroom and brought him into Adam's room, where I locked the door.
And YouTube's
Adam
not
and
showing
Lucy
any
share a giant
action
bathroom
either.
with two entrances. I went into the bathroom and called Lucy and quietly asked if there was a
UMass
possibility
shared
of an animal
the link
house
to
on the walls.
Yes, I did.
of the live,
Sounds
right?
like Bobby was hearing that
Okay.
I heard myself. She sounded concerned right away and wanted me to check the closet. I kept her on the phone and went back to Bobby's room. I discovering the closet door to now be ajar. There was someone in the house with us. I told Lucy, and she freaked out, telling me it was most likely her crazy ex and to get the kids out of the house. I suddenly felt like my life were in danger. Her ex was going to come out of nowhere and run at me. I went to Adam's room, managed to get the three kids out of the room. And just as I did, I heard the front door to the house slam shut. I peeked down into the living room, and there was no one there. The front door was shut. He must have made an exit while he could. I went to lock the door, then called 911. Lucy came home from work early and was there when the police came. Without cameras or anything, there was no proof that it was her ex, though. Her ex is the father of Adam, but she keeps him away from her because of their past that I won't get into for her privacy. Long story short, he can't take it. She just recently blocked his number, which would explain the possibility of him breaking into the house. The police recommended changing the locks on the doors and such
Tired?
to Lucy. She understood I wouldn't feel comfortable
Long day
staying
at
in
work?
that house for a while after that. So she started letting the kids stay with a relative, one of her parents coming to watch the kids. I don't know what
After
happened
a
after
battle
that, because we can't
yesterday
fill
with
out
a
the
certain
contents.
somebody.
I didn't really like the fact that she was okay with me checking the closet.
Can you turn that
She was
down
suspicious
all the
that it
way?
was her ex. It was definitely a horrifying.
So we're not having excess noise.
Oh,
No, you're fine. Thank you,
Just turned 14.
Jeremy.
It was the summer of 2012.
That only took me a week.
My grandma had told me about a family that she was friends with, and they had two boys, Alexander and Danny. Alexander was 10 and Danny was 5. I was very excited to have a summer job and get some extra spending money. I went over to meet the family with my grandma. They were friendly enough. The two boys seemed easy to handle, not babyish or whiny at all. In fact, the boys and I were playing with their trucks, getting along great. I set up a date with the parents, and they actually had a dinner to go to the next night. So the next night,
What?
it came time for me to head over to the house.
What are you doing?
It was a
Oh, I'm
humid,
not
rainy
sharing the
night.
link again.
I walked into the
Okay.
house, and the parents were just getting ready to leave. They gave me a paper with rules and such, things they didn't want the kids to do in their routines. They wrote a little something on the side that said Danny swears he hears tapping on his window every night, but not to believe it, because they think it's just a silly story that kids make up. I was only 14 myself, so reading this was a little unnerving, but I sort of forgot about it. It was a chill night. We watched TV and played with toys. They didn't give me any sort of trouble, but when I told the boys it was time to get ready for bed, I noticed Danny starting to stall and get kind of distressed. I ignored it, thinking he's only 5 and probably wants to stay up later. Eventually, I got them both to settle down and go to sleep. About an hour and a half had passed. It was now 10 p.m. I heard Danny groggily but loudly yell for me. I rushed up to him and asked what was the matter. He told me he heard the tapping noise again. I instantly felt uneasy and nervous, but I just flicked on the light and looked out the window. Nothing outside except darkness and the solar lights from the neighbor's driveway. I calmly told Danny that it was probably just some bugs since it's summer after all. He seemed to come at ease when I said this and laid back down. As I walked out of the room to shut his door, I heard a faint tap noise against his window. I got the chills as I flicked on the light again and looked out the window.
You're gonna have an easier job than
I
me.
kept telling myself that it was just bugs crashing through the window. Something deep down told me to do
I'm depleted, basically.
I told Danny not to worry. I opened the window and yelled
I got
out,
all
"This is
locked
private
and
property,
stuff
I'm going to
still.
call the police."
But
Moments after I did so, I heard a frantic scurrying into the forest that was across the yard.
I'm doing
Now
it.
I must have had goosebumps all along my arms and legs, but I immediately called the police for real. I called the parents right after, and they were thankfully already on their way home. The police arrived and didn't seem at all surprised by what I had told them. They had gotten other reports in the area for quite some time about some stranger going up to people's windows at night, looking through them and tapping on them. They said they got calls telling them the same thing almost every week. Danny's parents just never believed him, and I guess took it as some little kid's story or imagination, but it turned out to be very real. They searched the whole neighborhood and never found the person. After that night, I told the family in the nicest way possible that I didn't feel comfortable watching their kids anymore. I still think to this day what would have happened if anything went differently. God forbid the window was unlocked or open. Maybe sometimes parents shouldn't just brush whatever their young children say. It's just their imagination. This happened when I was 8 years old. My little sister was 6. It's a memory that's kind of scarring, to the point that I just remember it so vividly, even as an adult. It's something that stayed with me. My parents hired a one-time babysitter for this weekend that they'd be away on a couple's trip. It was some 16-year-old boy that responded to an ad that my mom posted in the public library. He happened to go to the high school that my parents went to, so I feel like they felt a safer connection with him.
Thank you.
He was watching us for 3 nights, from Thursday to Sunday. His name was Nathan. I don't know his last name. If I did, I'd
I was
say
using gravity a little
most of
bit.
the first night is a blur. I was only 8 after all. I remember not much other than playing Ratchet and Clank on my PlayStation in the basement that night because I was obsessed. Same thing the next day, on Friday. I was playing Ratchet and Clank for so long that I guess Nathan came down to build a rapport with me and asked to play with me. He told me he also liked the game, so we played multiplayer versus mode. From what I remember, I actually was having fun and started to like Nathan. The next day, I had my friend Zachary over and we played soccer in the backyard.
You could actually
Nathan
buy
volunteered to rep for as he came outside with my little
if
sister.
we get a store,
Basically, he was a completely normal
we
seeming
can actually
dude
buy
from the
just
world.
mason jars as our holders and
Zachary
just put
left not
label
long
makers
after we
on
all
them.
ate the pizza that Nathan ordered with the money I assume my parents left for food. That night before going to sleep, I was playing on my DS in bed. Nathan came in and asked if I wanted to play more video games. I'm sure I respectfully told him I'm tired. He would leave as expected, but that's not where this ends. I always was a heavy sleeper as a kid. Not anymore, but when I was 8, waking up in the middle of the night wasn't a regular occurrence. So, waking up in my pitch black room was definitely a weird thing to happen that
Yeah,
night.
we're probably not gonna get
I remember flipping on my side after hearing my door closing. I looked across the room towards the door, and as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I saw someone standing in the corner of the room. Before I could digest what was happening and scream or react in
put it
any way,
on.
I heard Nathan go shh and whisper, "It's me."
Yep.
I didn't respond. Then he
We
slowly
did.
got closer to my bed, pulled the covers off of me. I swear he was about to get in the bed before I screamed stop or something along those lines. He froze. I got out of bed and left the room. I went to my little sister's room, took a blanket from under her bed, and laid on the floor shaking, feeling extremely confused and uncomfortable. The whole next day, I didn't see Nathan. I knew he was in the house because he fed my little sister breakfast, but I knew he was avoiding me now. I couldn't exactly call my parents because I didn't know either of their cell phone numbers. It was a weird long day of me staying in my room and playing games with my little sister. Nathan never came in once. That night, I couldn't sleep for obvious reasons. And I don't know how much time passed before hearing my door creak open again. This time I didn't look up. I laid there until I heard the door close, and then I looked up to the door. He wasn't there this time. I turned on the lamp to confirm this. Even at 8, I knew he was creeping around again. I wanted to go to sleep in my sister's room to protect her in my night. I got up and took my pillows and blankets to my sister's room. Lo and behold, Nathan was already halfway towards my sister's bed in the pitch black room.
Let that soak a little bit.
I yelled at him to get away from her. He told me to calm down, he's just checking on her. I hurried out of the room and I locked the door. That was the last time I ever saw him. The next morning, I woke up on my sister's floor and told her let's play games in her room until Mom and Dad get back, which was early in the day, thank God. We We heard our parents get home and talk with Nathan outside, but we didn't leave her room until he was gone. My parents asked me why I slept on her floor. I don't remember what I said, but I know I didn't tell them the real reason. In fact, I never did. I regret it often. Not
You okay?
all those
Yeah,
years
I got
ago,
the chills.
That Nathan guy would get in
For a
trouble.
second.
I'm scared because of me.
At least the smell is starting to go away.
Hey, yeah.
It's sadly something I kept bottled up my whole childhood, simply because I
It's
felt
not
too
as
embarrassed
strong.
and awkward. to
No.
So.
No, it's disappearing on its own.
Finish
That's
it.
why we're going through it so quickly, because it's also evaporating.
Yep. Maybe play the rest of our game later tonight.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
Back in college,
The Quarry.
junior year, we lived in a suite on campus.
I haven't downloaded that game.
The suite.
You gonna get up?
Sadly, my friend Bruce,
You gonna get up, you
we all
silly
shared a
girl?
common room.
Yeah, you gonna get up?
Our friend Cody, who was originally in the suite with us, ended up moving off campus to an apartment. with
Well,
his
don't be in the way.
So the school automatically assigned us a replacement, unfortunately. It was this kid named Rodney.
Hello. Oh, I didn't realize she messaged.
Patchy light beard,
I said hi.
this non-existent
Oh.
eyebrows.
She
Okay.
never messaged back.
Really tall. Medium build, but like 6'4". He was in the far corner.
Cheating on me, playing Minecraft without me.
We each had our own room. There was 4 of us in the suite.
It's because you were a traitor and came up here.
I had to work.
Until one day, he came back to
Excuses,
the flat.
excuses.
Women want us to make money. I had to work.
Excuses, excuses.
Then told me he has parasomnia. The reason he was
No, that's their answer
Oh,
or
I know.
response.
Oh, I know.
I'm just answering it for them for you.
Or yell in his sleep due to night terrors.
The guys against the girls at this point.
So that we wouldn't feel uncomfortable.
Tell me
Yo,
about it.
I have an idea.
We got yelled at by Emmy the whole time.
I have an idea.
What?
Since Kay has her following on you now, like her friends
Find out he
online,
has a sleeping
Mhm.
disorder.
Hannah's working 2 different
So didn't
jobs.
entirely get
Av
why
has
it was
dunks.
necessary to
No, I
tell
left
him.
those.
I texted in
Oh,
the
you
dorm
left
group
those?
chat.
Well, even
Yeah.
still, you got B-side.
Rodney had to
Guys
get
versus
out
girls.
of
Whoever
sleeping
sells the
disorder.
most,
They all said no. Followed that with laughter and confusion. My other
winner
2
takes all,
suitemates got
basically.
evaluated.
Yeah, but how does
We
that
got
work?
a common room.
Because
so
we don't have
Sleep disorder could have
jobs like them, so they can. They have that inside already.
He walked in and right past us.
I managed the Instagram
He went to his room and shut the door.
and the
We get the
Facebook.
TV on loud.
You
so
managed
we
the X
whispered
and the
amongst
TikTok.
ourselves about it. That night, I heard a knock at my door.
I have a little bit of a following online.
I asked who it was, to no reply.
Yeah,
Don't
but
mind you now.
a following, but any responses?
Rodney. The next day,
There's a difference.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is whoever has the most,
texted me saying no. Cody was
basically
having
the
a great
better
laugh
marketing
about
skills
this.
will win.
I was already freaked out. I was hoping this wouldn't be a regular thing because it was disturbing already.
This is already
3 nights
starting.
later, it got worse. It was the middle of the night. I had already woken
I
up and
have the
checked my
marketing
phone and
pitch.
saw
Just
I know how
remember
to
who
market.
beat.
I was top
Just-
seller for Boy Scouts, but the thing is,
again, knock at my door.
no.
I didn't
Like I
No,
said,
actually-
no. Like I said,
He was starting to freak me out.
she has a
He was
job.
a heavy sleepwalker.
He's got a job.
I texted
She's
him
got a job.
right then
They're
and
gonna be
there.
able to outsell
Never just
us,
happened
you
again.
and
He
me,
responded until morning.
before we're able to make even one sale.
Must have been because Rodney's room was
Well,
right
that's why it's guys versus
Just remember,
girls.
you used to be a security guard.
2 girls versus 1 guy. He's probably gonna forget.
Told me he had no recollection of doing so.
There's no point in Jeremy being part of it.
As he did mention that part of his parasite.
Sorry, but it's the truth.
He told me he was completely harmless. until
Why are you gonna be a bitch? We're live.
exactly
Yeah.
Because he's not gonna remember shit.
the night freaking
You
me
don't
out.
know that.
A certain
I
night.
do
Fuck's
know
sakes,
that.
the end of this, you could end up coming out.
I've
on
known this
top.
person for like the 5
There
years.
hasn't been any other random middle of the night knocks on the door, which I was happy about. But the story
What?
would be told.
He ain't paying attention anyways. He's on his
I'm
phone.
hearing you said I will do
Looked around the dark
anything
room
like
and
that.
spotted
I would forget.
No,
corner
I
of
said
the
you
room
won't
facing
remember
the wall.
Yeah, I
anything
know.
like that.
Himself.
Yeah, you just said
I
that.
said Rodney's name.
I'm just trying to have a little bit of friendly
Kept saying,
competition.
"Open the door,
Uh-huh.
open the door."
You just
I
want
get competitive very easily.
Looked at my
Yes,
face.
I know
that.
this.
Didn't seem like he was
It's the whole point
Yeah, the second
is
guy
to sell
calls
through
it.
what we have. Because if we can sell through what we have, we can start making other shit that will sell more.
I didn't know if I was supposed to wake him up or not. I know nothing about sleepwalking and sleep disorder.
I'm gonna you in a minute.
I grabbed my phone and was about to text my friends. I was interrupted by this deafeningly loud
Look how Kevin's looking like he's getting ready to fight on camera.
Everyone's probably basically saying he's talking to himself.
the common area. Opposite the hall,
No, because everybody can hear the background.
doors. I ran to Rodney and started shaking him to wake
Emmy!
up. My two
Go.
friends came out of the room
Fight,
to
fight,
as
fight,
well.
Go!
He started to shake
Go to
loudly
Mom.
until he
Go!
stopped.
Go help Mom cook.
Go! Off!
This blank look on his face said, "Sorry, guys."
I mean,
Walked to his room and shut the door. The three of us stood there in shock, not even knowing what to say or do. The neighboring room must have called campus police because they showed up at our door. We had to tell them the truth. Rodney spoke with them for a while, then he went back to his room. He made sure not to leave my room unlocked again that night. The next day, Rodney was gone, without a trace
Plus,
of
I
him
have my
ever having been
Minecraft
there.
community.
Like I said, I know nothing about sleepwalking. or
Because
any
I
of
have a
this.
community.
That didn't look like sleepwalking to me.
They don't
I
talk.
don't know what was.
I got a
is
following.
going on in that guy's
None
head.
of them message or comment on things that I can comment back.
Well, yeah, but
That's what I was trying to ask that question about. Hold on.
I got along fine with my college roommate Stacy. She was a messy one sometimes, but other than that,
actually, let's not.
we let
Just
each
Kate
other
has the
stuff
most
all the
following
time.
that answers
At our
text.
school,
So.
we had bunk beds, which I think are kind of
You're already
unusual.
trying
She's
to-
always fucking.
I was on the
She's
top
always
because I was
trying to
the
help
lightest
the fucking business out. That's
The
part of
second
it.
you get home, you're gonna just go to sleepy world.
I will not go to sleep. I can't go to sleep.
Or get distracted with Minecraft and say that I get grounded from it. Yeah, I catch you the next day
Because
on
literally,
it.
because literally,
I had a
so
big presentation
in all
the next day
honesty,
for
I
my
grounded
classes,
myself.
So I was just
Oh, but you didn't want to tell me.
back to practice them to Stacy a few times.
I wanted
Asking questions
Kale
out
to be the
afterwards.
bad guy.
She told me
That, now it's out on live, so now she knows.
I didn't have any nice form.
Oh, she already knows. I literally told her. I'm like, I threw you out of the bus with Joe. She's like, why? I'm
Went
like,
back to her studying for a
I
little
told
bit.
Joe that I'm grounded from Minecraft. She goes, I didn't ground you. You grounded yourself.
As a courtesy, I turned
Like,
off
yeah,
my
but
desk
I
lamp
told
and went up to my bunk. Kept studying there on my laptop. Stacy would snore
Yet
sometimes.
you get so pissed off with
So when she
Minecraft when it
started
doesn't go his
snoring, I
way.
knew she was asleep.
What?
No, he
I
spent
continued
like
studying and rehearsing.
Dude, I was up for over 24 hours trying to figure one fucking thing
Putting it
out.
at the end of my
Exactly.
bunk.
You get frustrated with it.
Oh, I wasn't getting frustrated. It was working.
I was just barely
It's
starting to creep into
a lot of
the
redstone's time consuming.
I heard Stacy down below me walking.
I didn't start getting frustrated until around
She answered with,
hour
I
20
asked her if I could still borrow her
to 24
presentation later that day.
because it wasn't working the way that it was supposed
I
to.
heard her open her closet door. I said thanks. I looked down at her and saw her bent
Right.
over in the closet. Then she got out and waved at me as she went to leave the door.
Yes, babe,
The
I know.
sound of
You
the door
have,
closing
you have a
snaps me
large
out of my
following.
daze just a bit more. I remember grabbing my phone to check the time and just to naturally check for any notifications. It was around 5
I got
a.m.
rid of you
I
now.
wondered where Stacy could have been going. Most likely the bathroom, like she
There's no
often would in
point.
the middle of the night.
I couldn't
it's
have a
basically
place.
YouTube, but just only
A
lives.
lot more fucking
I heard a
competitive.
snore from below me.
Yeah.
No, I was saying it's like YouTube, but it's only lives,
At first I thought I had
and it's not saved
How would
lives.
that be possible?
Unless,
I
unless
don't
somebody creates
like that.
There was Stacy under the sheets.
I don't like it
And I
either.
just dreamed seeing Stacy in her
I like the
closet.
fact that you can go live and
I
then
looked at the
it's
closet
saved
door.
to
It
your
was
account
still
for life.
I quickly hurried to the door to the room and went out to look into the hallway.
So you
on
can
both
just
sides.
rewatch it.
There wasn't a soul
If you
in
want.
sight.
Yeah.
Or
That's
like when we
eventually
do stuff like now, a lot of our followers
I shook Stacy awake and
get
told her
back
someone
to
was
us,
just
and
in
this
her
is a
room.
common thing. A lot
It
of
took a few moments
followers,
her
for a
to
lot of
believe
people,
that
not
it
just
snapped
us,
to reality. She
look
then
at
showed
lives
major
the
concern
day
and
after
rushed to check her closet
sometimes.
for anything stolen. Nothing was stolen.
And that's why Kevin
Still to this
repeats.
day,
Hence
I don't know
why I
who that
left
was
it.
And it's
or how she
usually
got
like
it.
they just wait until they
Which
have
reminds me, hold on guys, I gotta repeat myself.
And reviewed the camera in the lobby of the building.
Forgot to, it's been more than 30 minutes. So, reiteration time.
Loud vocals.
I had a complete fucking brain fart.
Or sensi, or
Oh yes.
or incense.
So this is the store's pre-order sale. We're selling incense and hopes that we can get some income in so we can start buying equipment to sell other shit. If you want to buy from the live, the cash tag is in the description. If you do order through the live, email us your shipping details and what you ordered, and this way we can get it out to you guys quickly. We will not ship until payment is received. I hate to be that asshole, but because it should be common sense, but this day and age, I don't know. But yeah, so the store itself will be live this coming Monday morning at midnight. Myself and Joe have been discussing throughout this entire live. We're probably going to do either a 10% off the entire order or a buy one get one deal. Probably for like the first 7 days that the store is up live, basically, as our grand opening sale. Depending on how fast we sell out of the incense or how much money we make off the incense, we're planning on doing sweatshirts, t-shirts, sweatpants, hats, water bottles, bags, and keychains, and stickers. Incense are going to go up onto the website first, because I'm not home right now, so I'm not able to like print out stickers or make the stickers. So stickers probably, realistically, if I'm being honest, probably aren't going to go up on the store until the end of next month, because we're gonna be going to camp again this year. The end of July to the beginning of August ish. I forget the exact dates.
It's okay.
But we are going to be doing videos of that again this year, just probably not as many. So be on the lookout from the channel for those videos, the camp videos, which probably aren't going to come out until around camp time next year, or around there, somewhere around there. What else?
She said speak up.
I am speaking up. That's as loud as I can get.
You can get louder. Like, a lot louder. I'm not saying it, she's saying it. She's adding things for you to say.
We have a cancellation policy.
No. No canceling, she's saying. If it's in the transition process.
Oh, yeah, no. It like, don't be a dick. Like, seriously, don't be a fucking dick. This is 2024. And I'm sorry to sound like an asshole, but I'm gonna be an asshole because I'm a business owner. Don't be a dick. If you order something, order it. Don't be a fucking dick and cancel it midway. Because I'm not paying for return shipping. So if you pay for it and it's you cancel it, oh well, you paid for it. I'm not doing refunds off the pre-order sale. Like once the store is actually up and running, yeah, we'll be able to make returns. We'll be able to do refunds. But from the pre-order sale, we're not going to be able to do that.
That volume's perfect too. Keep it at that volume. Any more to add?
No, that's pretty much it. I mean,
alright.
Yeah, you can.
So they responded, but it wasn't the response I was hoping for. The lady who emailed me back expressed confusion.
Because soon we can get into putting our inventory in.
There should be no one else in the room with me. I looked at Bob.
We're going to count them individually.
I was about to ask him if he had his key to the room on him. I didn't ask that though. I put my laptop.
Should I make them into bundles by putting them in the bag? Like count them like in our.
Well, that's
10,
why.
go by 10 by 10.
Well, that's why I wanted to keep the strings.
Well, I wasn't gonna put them back. I was gonna just throw them all in here. Use the zip ties when we package them out.
Okay.
I found out that night that he spent
That's what I was talking about.
my iPhone charger.
Well, so what we'll do is
I just want to know how much. I just want to know how much. I just want to know
Yeah, we'll count by
what would be
text,
easier, so you can put it down in that,
Yeah.
so we can add it up together, and then we'll put it into the inventory.
Basically an entire 24 hours.
Which reminds me, I'm gonna copy the SKU so I can put in a SKU number up on the website when it's uploaded.
SKU.
The barcode.
Yeah, you said we had to create them,
Yeah. That's right.
but do we need a barcode when it comes to online?
Heavily requested for a while.
I don't know because I've always seen barcodes.
Genuinely freaked me out the first time I read that.
A variation of that number.
For them to scan.
Yo. I don't know. I've always seen it.
It was probably
So
the
I don't-
most
I'm assuming.
I don't know.
delivery for the pizza place I used to work at. It was a 20-minute
I will look that
which
up.
isn't too
Look it up
crazy
before.
yet.
Yeah, I will look it up before we start
Because,
shipping out.
sorry to say,
I figured it was a
I don't think we're gonna salvage the SKUs if that's what you're looking for,
Always in the way side.
Kevin.
Pulled up to the given address.
I don't think we're gonna salvage the
Sketchy
SKUs.
looking building.
Oh, God,
in
no.
the middle of the forest clearing. There were no cars parked anywhere, or any lights on. I
Oh,
put my
what did she
car
say?
parked. I called my boss. I asked him to reread the address at least 3 times to make sure I typed in the right place. I could tell he was in a really bad mood, and he told me to at least knock on the door and check it out. He would normally get mad if we took back 1 pie. I wasn't afraid of what he would do if I brought back 4. I was insanely unnerved, but I got out anyway, forced myself to the front door of the building. There was no doorbell, so I just knocked really hard. I heard nothing.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't really expect to hear anything. I was extremely disappointed, not because nobody answered the door, but because I was realizing that it was all a waste of time and gas.
Well, because this is a pre-order session, no refunds.
Began to hear some kind of rustling from inside the building.
Because we'll do it under deals,
Pizza guy.
where deals don't get refunds.
I felt a bit more uncomfortable now than before. But
It's
before I
like,
turned around,
the more they order, they're already getting a discount.
there was someone looking
Yeah.
through the window.
Because we could have been like any other big business and just doubled, and then doubled again.
Wider than I knew.
But we realize, you know, in this economy, not everybody's going to be able to afford, you know, $60 for, you know,
Shitty thing wouldn't start until turning
Yeah.
49-cent sticks.
I drove off the grass and back onto the dirt road, but I felt the car rocking about, shaking and bumping. Something wasn't right. I didn't make it far from the building
And
before
like,
I started
once,
hearing
if, like,
sharp screaming
if they
sounds.
order through the website itself, they're getting an additional discount within, as long as they order within the first 7 days
I got out of the
of
car
it
to
being
check
live.
what the
They're
hell
already
was
getting
wrong.
another
The
discount.
show ran over.
Yeah.
And then I'm pretty sure we'll do sales
Like
here and there
constantly skipping beats.
throughout the year.
My tires had been
Like,
slashed.
our anniversary's coming up in September. I want to do a 50% off
All
the
4
entire
tires
store
were slashed.
deal for our
I realized someone
anniversary,
did this when I was knocking on the door to the
depending on
building.
if we have more products
Instead
for
of
them.
running, I got back in the car. and locked the doors.
TOCAL.
I was
Yes.
so close to that building, I could practically see it from where I was if it weren't for the trees blocking the view. I called 911 and told everything to the operator. She told me the cops would be over as soon as possible and that I need to stay hidden. I asked her if it's advisable to stay in the car or run, and she told me it would be best to stay in the car with the door locked. She asked me to stay on the line with her until the cops would arrive. My whole body was shaking. In all directions, there was nothing but dark and seemingly endless forest. I knew it would take forever for the cops to get there. I was not comfortable sitting in that car so close to whoever did this. The next part is what utterly destroyed me. It still shakes me to this day, and I hope nobody ever has to experience this kind of fear. As I was scanning all the windows, making sure nobody was outside, I looked in the rearview mirror, and there was the same person I saw in that window, eyes open wider than ever. I could see now that it was a woman, and I could ever so slightly see a smile begin to spread across her face. I opened my door and full-on sprinted into the woods, not caring how much noise I made. I ran until I was out of breath, which didn't take long. I hid behind a giant log on the ground. I tried to cover my loud breathing with my hand as I waited and waited, what felt like hours, until I finally heard sirens in the distance. I gathered up all the stamina I had left to run all the way back
Because
to
you
the
have
direction
it
of the
set
dirt
for
road.
25.
Eventually, the glowing red and blue lights came into view.
100.
I had never felt better in my
Make
life.
it seem like you're having to deal
They
with
were parked in front of my car, investigating with flashlights. I came out yelling at them like a lunatic to help me.
That's fine. You could have ended it you could have ended it like 20 minutes ago if you wanted to.
Picked me up and began to ask me questions. To which
Yeah,
I
that's
explained
fine.
Everything to the best of my ability. One of the two cars drove over to the building.
It's already
Two
8
officers
o'clock.
began to search
Yeah.
the building. They came back with nothing except for a couple of spiky objects.
What do you want
These
to do?
objects
So
were exactly
that's
the same as
50.
the ones used to slash my
Tomorrow?
tires.
You want to do
Cops
After
told me
work,
this
I
was
gotta go to
safe
Walmart,
demented
and then I gotta go home,
that I saw
because I
from
gotta
Berlin.
be
We're
able
at
to
17.
Unfortunately, as far as I
finish
know, they were
typing
never
everything
allowed.
up so I
That
can
still
start
kills
taking
me inside to
pictures
this
of
day.
what the guy needs so I
I
can
obviously
send it out
quit
to
my
him.
job right
I
after
can get
that
this
and I started working at a local grocery store. I know that I'll never
for the
forget seeing
frankincense and the sandalwood for
So,
100.
because you guys are having dinner with your dad, I'm just gonna stay home. Well, after I get out.
It's a little known common courtesy out in the mountains.
Lucky!
If someone sees
It's not
you
storming
shopping,
here.
Let's meet halfway at
I wasn't the
45.
one offering
Okay.
that courtesy.
Yeah,
It was someone
yeah,
else in the
that
store.
sounds good.
I was the one seeking.
So I'm trying to like double it at the same time
It was
as
supposed to be a long weekend.
reducing a little.
What started as a cold, sunny day.
So if I remember correctly, any item sold, whether physically in store or online, has to have a Q code.
After a full, rather unsuccessful day
Okay.
of hunting hares,
If I remember
But we
correctly.
we'll have to make them. That's the thing.
I had to seek refuge somewhere else. I came across a log cabin nestled
Okay.
between the circling trees. No lights on, but I still had to try the door.
What's that?
I hit the door with my fist a few times. No answer. I could hear footsteps on the other side approaching the
That
door.
looks good.
I expected it to
Yep, that
open.
looks good.
It didn't. I shouted that I'm
So this way we know what the prices of what bundles are what, and then we have the inventory as the total of underneath, and we'll extend it out. So all we have to do is keep on going, because those would be the only bundles we'll offer.
So I pushed the door open myself and entered the dark cabin. The room was lit by two
We should be able to
candles, enough for me see
slowly
the
start
couch
doing
and
this.
then told me to sleep on.
So
As for the man, all I saw was a silhouette
Alright guys, time to start.
A little light from the candles.
open the book,
I dropped my bag.
or a fresh page or whatever that you can just jot down how many tens I'm doing.
He didn't answer.
Which one are you starting with?
I'm gonna start with Dragon's Blood, and then what I'll do is
That's another shut eye. Darkness with my eyes closed wasn't much of a difference. I was subconsciously waiting to hear the man's footsteps leave the room. They never did. I opened my eyes. His silhouette was still in the corner of the room, just standing there. I felt the need to say, "Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get some sleep now, thanks." No response. I turned to my other side so that I wouldn't be tempted to just keep opening my eyes to check on him. Some time passed, but without having heard his footsteps walk away, the curiosity was eating away at me. I turned over to look again, and this time, I swear to God, the silhouette of the man was closer by at least a few feet. I couldn't make out his face, but the slight glow from the candles would just barely trickle around the man's forehead. What I saw was disgustingly pale skin. I quickly
So
gathered
far?
my belongings and thanked him, but I said I had to go. I didn't look at him anymore, because I don't think I wanted to know what he looked like. I put my boots on outside and hurried back into the blizzard. I came across another cabin down the hill, this one with the lights on. I knocked on the door, and some old man and his wife entered the door. They welcomed me in immediately and were very inviting. They gave me some hot tea and offered me a spot on the couch. I told them my story about the freaky cabin up the hill, and the two looked at each other, puzzled. The woman confirmed 2 times the cabin I was talking about. Then she said, "Honey, the owner of that cabin was murdered 2 years ago. That cabin has been vacant ever since." I'm 27 years old. I live alone in a rural town in Virginia, about 2 blocks away from my parents. My parents are both in their 60s, and my mom has become a very worrisome woman in her old age. Sometimes she walks over uninvited and lets herself in, since I had regrettably given her a key, which can get a bit annoying. Like if I would be out really late on weekends at a bar or with women, I would sometimes come home to my mom sitting in the living room waiting, worried sick. I know you may just think, "Oh my God, that's crazy. Why not just put your foot down and tell her to stop?" Well, because you don't know my mom. It's very hard to describe her, but she's the kind of worrisome, innocent little lady that you just can't bring yourself to go against. And I hate to mention, she also has mild dementia. Anyway, this was Saturday night. I think it was around 2 in the morning. I was at a nearby club with a group of college
Many
friends.
times do we
Really
have
the only
already?
place to hang out in this boring town. And I was getting ready to head home. I said goodbye to all my friends and walked the 3 blocks it took to get back to my house. I walked up my front stoop in my drunken haze and dug my hands in my pocket for my keys. When I grabbed the doorknob, I realized it.
9.
That's a lot.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10.
My name. I called back, what? She didn't answer. So, slightly annoyed because I didn't want to be interrupted from my train of thought on my paper, I reluctantly got up to go downstairs and see what she wanted. When I got downstairs, I looked around for my mom, but she wasn't anywhere in sight. So I yelled out, Mom, and she yelled back my name in response. Her voice came from down in the basement. So I went to the basement door, but strangely the lights were off. I called down the stairs, Mom, again, and she called back. I yelled out, what are you doing down there with the lights off? She didn't respond. I flicked on the light and went down the stairs. I heard my mom call my name again as I was near to the bottom of the steps. It was getting weird. Each time she called my name, it sounded exactly the same. Like there was zero difference in inflection every single time she said my name. I yelled out Mom again, and she once again yelled back my name. She was nowhere to be seen in the basement. But then I noticed the little crawl-space closet door was open.
Become hot.
I call it that because it's a weird closet that you have to kind of fall into. But it takes up a large chunk of the basement. That was the only place left in the basement that my mom could be. So I said, Mom, one final time. No answer this time. I went closer to the closet door and got on my knees just to try and look in. It was pitch black inside, and I was starting to get freaked out. I said, Mom, are you messing with me? There was no response at all. Just the quiet buzzing sound from the basement light.
Because I don't want
Got back
him
up.
to
For
get
some reason,
overwhelmed
decided to
with too
sprint
many
back
tents being
upstairs,
thrown at
slamming
him.
and locking the
We
basement door
miss
behind
out.
me.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I
Okay,
had
that-
just witnessed
Because
occur.
right now we're
I
doing
went
our
to grab the house
inventory
phone
of how
and call
many
my
we
mom's
have
cell
of
number.
each.
Yeah.
It rang a few times until my mom picked up, and I learned that she was out grocery shopping.
I get that.
I told her, but she didn't believe my story, of course. She thought I was messing with her. It took half an hour of begging her to believe me that she finally went along with it. And when she and my dad were both home, we all went down to the basement together. The closet door was still open. My dad went inside, but there was no one in there. It still remains to be the most haunting, unexplainable experience of my life.
5, 6, 7,
There was this one time I was out late drinking with friends.
9.
It was some point in the summer of 2016. We were kind of just walking around town and then around the neighborhood when one of my friends spotted someone hiding in a bush. He pointed and said, look, and we all walked a little closer to get a better look.
What are you looking for?
I could see what he was talking about, but just barely. It was bizarre, like someone hiding in this bush in front of this house. When we got too close, apparently, this weird, off-putting sound started coming from the bush. So we all screamed and laughed and ran away. We screamed because it was scary, but laughed because at the same time it was bizarrely funny. And there were a lot of us, so... Anyway, we walked back to our houses respectively, assuming whoever was in that bush was just messing with people. I fell asleep pretty easily that night since I was drunk, but next thing I remember was waking up to the near pitch blackness of my room. I couldn't look at the clock to see what time it was because I literally couldn't move. I was in a sleep paralysis state. I looked around the room with my eyes only and started to hear a familiar noise. The noise we heard coming from that bush. And I looked straight in front of me, at the foot of my bed. What I saw was pure nightmare fuel.
7.
It It was what appeared to be this floating, grotesque, horrific head of a demonic ghost-like thing. As it got closer to me, I realized it wasn't floating. There was a body, but its body blended in with the blackness of the room. Its mouth hung open, and it just kept making the familiar noise from the bush. It got mere inches from my face before it suddenly just faded away. I was able to let out a scream and move my body. I sat in my bed, panting and heart racing. I flicked on the lamp and checked around my bed, but that demonic thing was gone. What I just experienced seemed so real, like I was awake for it. It wasn't a dream. I told my parents about it the next day, and they agreed with me that it was sleep paralysis, though they had never heard of anyone seeing freaky shit like that before.
9, 10.
In this video, you're going to learn about 4 strange and disturbing cases in which people were last seen in the woods. Before that, I just want to talk about today's sponsor, Babbel. Babbel is currently the best and most effective app out there for learning new languages quickly. Many people never take the time to learn another language because they think it's simply too hard or time-consuming. But learning a second or third language can prove to be a very useful skill that will come in handy many times in your life. And Babbel makes learning a new language easier and more fun than ever. All you need is 10 to 15 minutes a day, and within 3 weeks, you'll be quickly picking up a new language. I personally like to travel abroad a lot, and my next destination is Venice, Italy, so I'm currently using Babbel to improve my Italian. I'm currently taking one of the listening and speaking courses offered for Italian. Babbel makes the learning process engaging and a lot less mundane. And my favorite part is that it easily categorizes courses based on specific skills and interests that you're looking to learn. I also love that Babbel offers live classes with real language teachers for a more immersive and personal experience. If you're interested in learning a new language, click the link in the description to get 60% off your subscription. In 1991, a 12-year-old boy named Jared Negretti went hiking on a camping trip with his Boy Scout troop that consisted of 14 other boys. They were hiking towards the summit of Mount San Gorgonio in the San Bernardino National Forest in Southern California. Jared was on the shorter and heavier side. Around 6 p.m., 1,000 feet away from the summit, another group of hikers spotted Jared straggling behind and notified the scoutmaster at the summit. They said he was seen shortcutting the switchbacks on his way down the trail and was told not to and to stay on the trail by the other hikers. The scoutmaster, who was an experienced hiker, said he would pick up Jared on the way down. When he finally was able to descend the mountain to pick up Jared, he was nowhere to be seen. As soon as the scoutmaster realized that Jared had disappeared, he took the other scouts in his troop back to base camp and then hiked about 5 miles in the dark to get help. Sheriff deputies, along with search and rescue teams, began searching a 130 square mile area of the San Gorgonio wilderness, a very rocky, tree-lined terrain. Within 3 days, their search was focused on a 6 square mile area where a footprint believed to match one of Jared's high-top tennis shoes was found. Searchers also discovered beef jerky and candy wrappers believed to have been dropped by Jared, and perhaps most importantly, his camera was found. On the film roll were 12 pictures. Most were landscapes taken by the boy when he was still with the troop, but the last one shows a self-portrait, in which it seems he pointed the camera at his face, aided with the flash of the camera. It's possible he lost the camera when he slid down a portion of the mountainside. At least 70 officers, including some airlifted by helicopter and some on horseback, were deployed. Some of the helicopters were even equipped with infrared scanning. Over the next 2 weeks, as many as 3,000 people had logged 45,000 hours searching 50 square miles of the San Bernardino National Forest. So the question is, did he fall off the trail and slip down the mountainslide? While it's possible, it seems unlikely that his body wouldn't have been found in the immediate area around the switchbacks he was cutting down. Some people think he may have been the victim of a bear attack, but this seems unlikely as well, as there were no signs of blood, drag marks, or other evidence linked to any animal attack. Some believe he was abducted by a predator, given the mountain is well used by hikers. To this day, 3 decades later, Jared's remains have never been found. On the cold night of February 24th, 1978,
6.
5 young men from Yuba County,
7,
California, Bill Sterling,
8,
Jack Hughes, Ted Weir,
9,
Jack Madruga, and Gary
10.
Mathias headed to California State University to attend a basketball game. When the group of men didn't return the next day, friends and family grew concerned. What should have been a quick road trip to see a basketball game turned into a mystery that has never been solved. All 5 men suffered their own mild forms of mental issues, but they were still able to fully function in society. The men were scheduled to play in a Special Olympics basketball game of their own the next day, for which they prepared their clothes before leaving for California State University the day prior. A police search ensued shortly after they were reported missing, and a few days later, the men's car was found abandoned far from the route they should have taken to return to Yuba City. In fact, it was a whole hour in the wrong direction of Yuba City, having been driven up a winding mountain pass in the Pumas National Forest at the northern point of the Sierra Nevada. The car had a few empty food wrappers and drink bottles. Apart from that, the car was empty. The car was found in working condition. It was lodged in a snowbank with no signs of foul play. However, the car could have been easily pushed out by the 5 young men, raising more questions. For the next week or so, police and forest rangers searched the area hoping for any signs of them, but unfortunately any possible tracks of the men, or even, God forbid, their bodies, were covered by a passing snowstorm.
4.
Multiple sightings of the 5 young men were reported. None led to their discovery.
You did
First,
just get that
a man
last
named
one I
Joseph
did put in,
Scones
that
called
last 10,
police, saying he
right?
saw the group of men on the Friday they disappeared, while he was trying to push his stuck car out of the snow. Joseph suffered a mild heart attack while trying to push his car out, and when he saw flashlight beams outside his car and a small group of men, he tried to call and ask the men for help, but they suddenly disappeared as if they ignored him. A second witness said she saw 5 men in a red pickup truck on Saturday and Sunday, an hour from where the car was abandoned. She told police that 2 of the men came into her store
So he's getting up.
and used the phone. The rest
Watch out
stayed
for
in the
Hawk
truck.
behind you.
Their disappearances continued to baffle everybody, even more so when the snow melted months later.
What are you waiting for?
June of
Him?
that same
Yeah, I'm
year.
just gonna give him
Dragon's Blood.
Roads.
On.
Local
Off.
man noticed a broken window in a Forest Service trailer, and when police inspected it, they found the dead body of Ted Weir inside. He appeared to have died from
Dragon's
starvation,
Blood.
despite having 2 readily available nearby in the trailer.
284.
Yep.
Blankets, and his feet were badly frostbitten.
Woo.
What makes no sense is the fireplace, which could have been easily set up and could have kept him warm, was completely untouched. And on top of that, worn snow clothes that were found in the trailer were unused by Ted. It's possible he lived up to 13 weeks after the initial disappearance. 20 miles away from where the car had been abandoned, the bones of Bill Sterling, Jack Hughes, and Jack Madruga were found not far from Ted's emaciated body, spread out from each other. They had died of hypothermia.
What?
Strangely, Gary was never found. Only his shoes were discovered in the nearby woods.
I'm gonna set.
To this day, no one can figure out why the
Sit.
group had gone in the direction they did, or why they left their perfectly functioning car, which the 5 men could have easily pushed out from the snow, only to separate from each other, and eventually starve or freeze to death. On top of this, all of their families agreed that it was uncharacteristic of them to not help John Stones push his car out from the snow when he called out for help. Why Ted didn't even attempt to start a fire or the trailer's heating system, or eat the food found in the trailer, still makes no sense at all. Craig Freer of Scotia, New York, was 17 when he was last seen in June of 2004. He was a popular kid, with dimples, red hair, and a welcoming smile, as he was described by friends and family. He was a star soccer player at the Scotia Glenville High School, and about to be named captain of his team. Craig also picked up a part-time job, and his future was looking bright.
What?
There were a few colleges interested in offering Craig a scholarship for his athletic abilities, and one could say the world was truly his
50-50.
oyster. That all changed on June 27th, 2004. On that day, he walked into the woods and was never seen again. So rewinding a bit, when Craig picked up his job at the Price
take a break.
Chopper supermarket in Glenville, New York, his parents were proud that he'd be fitting working in. with his
Because we
busy
won't
schedule.
start until he's done. He's
Dreaded
doing the
day of
next.
Craig's disappearance. He was seen by his
Which
parents
will be
walking out of his
frankincense.
home for what would be the last night. His parents were under the impression
Which one is that one?
Frankincense.
The middle
Gotta
one.
read.
carrying his uniform with him to his car.
That's why I put him in the
She
front.
went to go shopping at the supermarket later where Craig works.
It's
Just
actually
a few
not
hours
a
after
bad
he left
idea to
home
do
for
that
his
because
shift.
it makes it easier.
She was confused when there was no trace of them. Veronica learned that Craig had actually lost his job at the
Sorry,
supermarket
myself
by
saying
months
you're
of employment and had been
So I'm gonna just adjust this.
Pretending to work there for weeks after his termination, so that his parents
my
would
notebook
know
in
he
your
was
way?
no longer
No.
employed. It's unknown why he was fired, though, likely for not showing up. Very upset with their son, Greg's parents called his
I'm
girlfriend.
probably gonna go
since he
home
left
after
his phone
everybody's
behind.
done eating dinner.
They did not yet know that she was his
'Cause
ex-girlfriend.
I want to shower.
They called her to see if they knew where he was. At first, she said she had no idea. But after a second
Okay.
call, out of
That's
guilt,
fine.
she admitted that he was with her. Veronica lectured Craig over the phone, telling him that he needed to come home right away and that they needed to talk to him. Little did they know he was visiting her because he was upset
I
about
feel
their recent
gross
breakup.
between
Craig
work
said goodbye to
and
his
the
ex-girlfriend
rain.
and left her apartment located in Scotia as well. According to his ex-girlfriend, she watched as he walked towards his car, but then stood still for a moment, then darted off in the opposite direction, as if something had scared him and he was running away from imminent danger. However, if that were the case, it would have made more sense to drive away. Before this, he told his mother
And then it
he would
keeps
be
the
home in
smells
10 minutes
in.
with the phone.
Yep.
So it's not
He would take the
evaporating
drive
out
with his
here.
ex-girlfriends to home. Around the
Plus
time
it'll
that
cut
call
it down
ended,
a little bit.
Craig's dad arrived at the complex and saw his son's car was still parked outside. By 5 p.m. that day, Veronica had reported her son missing. And at first, police weren't too
I did
interested,
have in the middle.
assuming it was just a
I had it
mistake.
exactly all lined up just like each other.
But as hours
Not a
turned
bad
into
idea.
days, when the investigators
So if you
found out
moved the
that
table
he
just
had
like
no
that,
wallet
they would have been
at the
lined
time
up
of
to
his
those
disappearance, they agreed
perfectly.
something was wrong. He began to further investigate.
I made sure of
Police
that.
hit a big lead when a few teenagers came forward to tell police that they had seen Craig or someone matching his description walking along the railroad tracks behind his ex-girlfriend's apartment complex. Shortly after, he was seen entering the woods. They claimed that when they tried to call to him, he motioned for them to be quiet with his finger to his lips. And that just kept on walking.
My battery pack's only at
disappearing into the woods.
77.
Investigators started searching up and down the
All
railroad
day.
line with no luck. Police dogs were used while searching the woods, even checking the nearby Mohawk River.
Do you want the
Searches
stool?
turned up nothing, as if
to
Craig
sit?
had just
I
vanished
think
into
I won't
thin
need
air.
it.
Okay.
Of course, after
I
2
do, I might
decades,
take it.
police investigations have largely scaled back.
Just try not to
2021,
trample.
a new lead was discovered. One of Craig's co-workers at the Price Chopper supermarket told investigators that sometime between June 27th and June 2nd, 2004,
Blew right
he saw
through that.
Craig and the passenger seat
We're
of the car
hungry.
traveling north
We've
on
been
Route
working
50
all
in
day
Blackville.
doing this.
According to the witness, the car stopped at the traffic lights on Sheffield Road before turning left and disappearing up the intersecting road.
Oh shit, she's
Craig's
been
family
saying
still
more.
hoping that one day they'll
I haven't
learn the
been
truth about
noticing.
what happened to their son. For
Oh.
a well-liked 17-year-old with such a bright future,
It's storming there.
he seemed to
That's
understand
cool.
how or why he just vanish into the woods. And lastly,
I'm a little
there's one
late.
that you may have heard before,
But it's
it still
okay.
remains one of the creepiest national
Thank you,
park
baby.
disappearances I've ever heard. In March of 2014, two Dutch young women, Chris Kremers and Lisanne Froome, went to Panama for a vacation to reward themselves for graduating. To make it a little more upsetting, the two had taken on extra shifts the month prior in order to pay for it. Reaching Panama, they soon headed for the town of Bouquet, where they were hosted by a family. Shortly after, on April 1st, 2014, Chris and Lisanne vanished as they were hiking the trails in the forest around the town of Bouquet, which in of itself was strange because they were scheduled for a tour guide by the name of Feliciano to assist them on the trails for the following day. The two women made their way for the trails, accompanied by the host family's dog named Lou. Lou arrived back home later that evening without the girls. The family became concerned and tried contacting the mother of Lisanne, who then proceeded to try to make contact with their daughter, but to no avail. On April 2nd, the following day, Feliciano was waiting for the girls to show up for their hike, but they never arrived.
No, thank you. Yes, I'm positive.
He went
You're
to the home of
stressed
the
out
host
to
family
eat.
the girls were staying at, but they weren't there as well.
What are you
In
stressed
fact, most of
about?
the women's belongings were still
I'm
there
still
prior
stressed
to
over
their
the fight
disappearances.
between me and an idiot.
Women did have their cell phones.
That happened
They wouldn't
like
answer any
over
attempted
24
calls.
hours ago.
As panic
You don't
began to set
understand
in
it.
with everyone, the police were contacted and an extensive search began with the help of
Well, I
everyone
do.
from farmers and locals to detectives.
You don't
understand the way I
dogs,
feel, though.
helicopters, and more.
But yet he
The search
does.
lasted
But
for 10
anyways, we're on a
days.
live. I don't want to
Traces
deal
of
with
Chris
this.
and Lisanne were found. 2 months had
But
passed, and
he
a
does.
local found a backpack belonging to one of the women. To everyone's shock and horror, skeletal remains were also
They think they
discovered.
have the higher
After DNA
feelings.
testing, they were shown to be matches for both women. The story doesn't end there, though. While continuing the investigation, Their cell phone logs were
By the way,
released.
Happy Men's
The
mental
two
health.
women were trying to make
Yeah, I know.
911 phone calls throughout the stretch of the 10 days, but they couldn't get service. Although believed to be a possible accident of getting lost and injured in the forest, which therefore resulted in succumbing to the elements, strange discoveries were made that brought that theory into question. Inside one of the backpacks was a camera with 100 photos stored on memory, taken within the first 10 days of their vanishing. Most of these photos were normal, scenic pictures documenting what was supposed to be the two young women's fun vacation.
Don't listen to him.
Police were
Oh,
also
by the
able
way,
to take the pictures of the women's
Jeremy has a
phone
crush
and
on
match them up
Kevin.
with their phone calls to 911.
What?
Disturbingly,
Jeremy was
cell
trying to
phone
buy
data
you
showed
Hershey
that only
Kisses.
2 hours
Because he's like,
after
what should I
this
buy? And then
seemingly
we're like, he's
happy
like,
photo
oh,
was taken,
Hershey Kisses.
they
I'm like,
attempted to call 911.
I'm like, that means you're trying to kiss Kevin?
10 out of the 100
If
pictures
you're gonna
were taken
buy
within
Sadie
10 days.
chocolate,
The other 90 were taken afterwards.
yeah,
around 1 to
Hershey's,
4
but
in the
Hershey
morning.
like the
Complete darkness.
Hershey's miniatures.
It may be that they were taken
Or,
at some form of
Reese's.
vision at night through the flash, but it's not been confirmed.
She's been a pain all day.
The girls
I
that
can
took
tell.
these pictures.
Like the tiny
Photo of
peanut
a
butter
close-up
cups.
of the back of Chris's head. It seems to show a wound to the right side of the temple area, blood on her hair. Sam may have been using the camera light to see how bad Chris's injury was. Some people believe Chris was actually deceased in this photo, and that their murderer was the one taking the photo. Disturbingly, there was a hiking shoe that still had a
After
foot in it
everybody's
that
done eating.
belonged to Chris.
no, we're going to
Also
come back
found
out.
was a pelvic bone that belonged to Lisanne.
I'm probably
As of
gonna.
right now, the accepted theory by police
Play
is that
games.
the two women went off the beaten path of the trail.
And
One
then
of
put
them was
on a
injured,
show and
that
go to
the
bed.
other woman was trying to provide help, became injured herself in the process.
Figure out what
Which
time
led to
she's gotta go to
starvation
work
and
at.
dehydration. This is just a theory. Whether this is true, or if the two girls were targeted by someone
grab
out
their
there,
walls or no?
will potentially forever remain unknown. But wait,
I got that
what
for
if
you.
the tour guide had something to do with it? A lot of people believe Feliciano had something to do with their deaths.
Yeah.
In fact, multiple women have left.
Hi,
reviews
you're
on the tour
welcome.
guide,
I told him to
warning
pick it
women
up for
not
you.
to go into the woods alone with him, as he can become very touchy, flirty, even allegedly joking with
Back
the
up.
girl and chop her leg off. On top of this, Feliciano was the one to find the shoe with the foot in it behind a
I
specific
moved your
tree
drink
trunk,
over there.
almost as if he knew to look there. There are a lot more details that go into this theory, but that would remain a video for a different day. For now, whether the tour guide had any part in their disappearance may forever remain a mystery, just like the rest of this case.
Jeremy, while you're up, can you get me a spoon or a
I
fork?
said make sure.
Oh, no. I stole it from him.
Which one do you prefer more?
Doesn't matter.
Why you don't let me cut it up to you?
No, I just don't want to eat like a pig on live.
I got no problem with that.
My name is Nancy, and I work as a behavioral therapist in a local psychology office. I've been doing this for 5 years.
He likes to be a
I've dealt with
civilized
lot of
man.
different types of people.
I like to
Hundreds of
pretend I'm
clients now.
civilized.
And I used to think
I
I'd seen
don't.
everything, but I didn't realize how wrong I was until I took a young man named Peter as a client. Peter was 15 years old. Peter's father, Tom,
gonna show him
was
how much
coming
I
with his
like
son for our
tacos.
sessions. Tom believed his son was on the spectrum
What
for
do you need
autism
off of
or
that?
any kind of social disorder.
I need
because all
tacos,
his
dude.
life, he lacked friends and the ability to socialize with other people his age properly. What I would do at our
I'll
therapy
Boy,
take your wife for the
punch
appreciate
that
that.
chip.
try to
Really?
talk to Peter about things he enjoyed doing, things he wanted to do, and try to get him to
Okay.
open up about his personal life.
What's
I
wrong,
made it.
At
Dad?
first it was hard. He
made
was
it
very quiet and
Have
shy.
you missed Dad?
I would
Dad's
ask Tom to
attention?
leave the room occasionally
Without
to
the
ask
hot
Peter
sauce.
some more personal
Have you
questions
missed
about his
Dad's
family life
attention?
and such.
Do it, come here.
You know how that
Peter opened
works,
up a
right?
bit more when his father was
We're
a
I mean-
gonna
little
ditch.
I always caught the vibe
And
from
all
Robert to stay
always said yes to
Come
me.
here.
Peter and his parents didn't get along at all.
No.
They would fight almost every night for as long as he could
Come here.
remember. He
Come
had
right
no
here.
siblings or cousins.
That's all you have to
Right
do
here.
is drug off into a top.
Sit.
Wow.
And use
Wow.
a turkey
Pop.
baster.
Did you really? Are you really
Good
describing this
girl.
on live?
Good girl. Switch.
We're all
Good
adults.
girl.
Oh
All right.
shit, we're not all
Sit.
adults.
Sessions, talking about the freshly fall
Say.
weather outside.
Well,
Peter was telling me
anyway.
that this
Good
was his favorite season.
Good
I told
job.
him the same,
I
largely
love
because
you.
of my love for pumpkin flavored things. But later that night,
I love
when
you,
I was
Emmy.
already in my world getting ready for bed.
I love
Okay.
you,
There was a
Emmy.
loud knocking at my front door.
Sure, more.
It knocks past 9
Yeah?
o'clock.
Well,
I
make
was
them.
nervous when I
Yeah.
went to check the window to see who was there. There wasn't anyone. But when I opened the door, I saw a mini pumpkin and a pumpkin flavored coffee cream.
Hello.
The reason why I buy
I knew this was no
the
coincidence.
party pack I
Only a
talked
few hours
about
ago, I told Peter about
Yeah.
my obsession with pumpkin flavored things.
Yeah, 'cause
When
you
my
love
attempt
your
to call
tacos.
Thomas the next day
Yeah,
didn't
but
go
just the
through,
tacos are just
texting
for
him a
me.
picture of
I'm
the
not
two
sharing
items
them.
left by my
Because
dog.
I'll eat the whole
How
box.
inappropriate and uncomfortable it is.
18.
Followed home by a client.
18.
Tom
By
texted
himself.
me within 2
Jeremy
minutes
saw
and
me
said
do it.
that
Like
he would never
he
do
never
something
had a
like that.
taco before, so
Willis
when I
acted offended
handed
by
him
my
one,
accusation.
I'm already done with like 5, 10 of them, as he's already half done with one.
Yeah.
He's a slow eater.
The week went by, and I wondered if I should terminate my relationship with Peter as a client. But I decided not to see how the next session would go. The following Monday,
Did you
Peter and
try?
Tom came in like usual.
Fill off.
Peter seemed to be acting as normal. By now, he seemed very happy to talk to me. I thought I saw it for what it was now. That he may have thought he was attracted to me, being possibly the only woman to speak to him with respect in his life. During that session, I brought up the little gifts at my front door with a smile, not directly accusing him of leaving them, just hinting at what a coincidence it was.
You want him to start
I noticed Tom
counting?
getting annoyed in the corner.
That's
by
up to
my
him.
bringing it up. Peter acted shocked and agreed it was a huge coincidence.
Are you
It
ready
was
then?
a truly bizarre
Yeah,
situation.
I'm ready.
and I didn't know what to do. But if it happened again,
Actually, hold on. Let me go
I knew I'd
potty
have to
first.
terminate our relationship. 2 nights later,
I'm
knocked
gonna go to the
on
little
door
boy's room.
while I was in the living room watching a movie. My heart sank because I already knew what I was expecting. I checked the window again, and no one was there. So I slowly opened
Sorry,
the door
Am.
and sighed out of disgust when I saw
I didn't mean to
more
step on your toe, I'm
pumpkin
sorry.
flavors in my scoop. This time, a pumpkin
You gotta watch
pie,
out for Bigfoot.
Cheerios and pumpkin Oreos. It was a little past 9 o'clock at this point. I got my cell phone and took a picture of the items once again and sent it to Tom. I was about to start typing out a text about why I could no longer see them, but I heard the ding of someone's phone receiving a text. It was in front of my house. I started walking slowly over to it, saying Peter's name. I saw someone hiding in the bush as I got close enough, but it wasn't Peter. It was Tom. We looked each other in the eyes, and he said, "Hi, Nancy, you look beautiful as always." And I screamed.
What?
I ran into my house and locked the door.
What about me?
Seconds
It's
before
a
he
Cool
tried opening
Ranch
it and
chip
started
with
banging on
hamburger
it.
and cheese.
I screamed to leave me alone or I'd call the police. He apologized through the door and yelled he's leaving. I watched through the window as he left to his car and drove away. This explained not only the unwanted gifts at my door, but possibly the sound of my side gate closing in the middle of the night weeks prior to this. I have no idea how long he was stalking me at my house. My brother, who's a police officer, advised me not to even bother trying to get a restraining order because there wasn't any evidence that he meant me any harm. We just said she said allegations. However, I did report the
Yeah,
case to the police.
he said she
I
said.
added that Peter may be in an unsafe, abusive household.
All right, Jeremy.
I don't know
When you're
what
ready.
Tom's goal was.
You sure you don't want the seat?
Leaving those things by my door.
I think I'm
He tried to open my door after
You
I locked it.
gotta move.
He wasn't trying to be a romantic type. I feel sorry for Peter.
Stay.
Jack brought him in to
Sit.
see me.
Sit
He
this
had
one.
some kind of
Yeah.
method
Yeah.
to get closer
You're
to
counting
me.
by tens.
Okay.
So count by tens. When you hit 10, count out loud. So when he hears the 10, he can mark it down.
One, 4,
We were being bored teenagers wanting something to do in the spirit of the season.
5, 6,
It was
7,
a nice fall night out. Low 60s, nice breeze.
8,
So we
9,
wanted to be outside.
10.
Not much goes on in our boring town, and we weren't old enough to go to bars or anything. We decided to ride our bikes up Miller's Road to this old closed-down pumpkin farm nicknamed Farmer John's Pumpkin Patch. It used to be a
That's
literal
frankincense,
farm
right?
surrounded by crops
Yeah.
on one side and
Yeah.
a forest on the other.
It's the
alleged
middle one.
Farmer John, or
Okay.
whoever actually
I had 'em all
didn't live
organized.
there
Yeah.
anymore. It was sold,
I
and
just
whoever
wanted to
bought
make
the
sure.
land just
One.
I got
lived
autistic
there
with
for
it.
a long time.
1,
You
2,
already
It's a
got a
20-minute
10
hike
down,
right
right?
up Miller
3,
Road, which is an extremely
4,
wide road
5.
traffic-wise. There's lots of cornfields and farms
1,
around this
2,
area.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just double checking. 2,
Ten.
Yep.
How many do you have? 10? 2.
2.
Okay. Not bad.
One, 2,
She wants to know how long you guys are staying on for. Just said it.
Oh,
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Until inventory side is done.
Who's four?
Okay.
4.
Oh, why didn't you say
5,
that?
6,
Oh, I didn't know.
5,
I'm reading the phone.
7.
Oh.
My
8, 9,
phone's
10.
dead, so.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're going to bed already?
It's 8:30.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, buddy. Drink your feelings away. I'm here for you.
Drink your feelings away.
Mental health.
There ain't enough alcohol in the world to drink away my feelings.
I hear you, brother.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Just remind me to call Heather when we're done.
I will.
Yeah,
Because she did try to call.
Walk. We're going for a walk.
Yo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
At the bonfire, I met this man who started talking to me, asking me if I was having fun and if I'd been to the
I
resort.
think it's because Junior
He said he was one of the owners, and he gave me a little laser pointer tool.
Did you know your
I
pancake
instantly
and
trusted him
1,
because
2,
he was 6. He right driver, and I said he was doing a final ride in the dark. He's going to drive down the big hill.
4,
He
5,
sounded excited.
6,
My older brother suggested
7, 8,
some
9,
friends at the resort, so I think
10.
he disappeared to go look for them to ride the hayride with
and
us.
just double checking.
Time when I was still sitting by the bonfire. My dad was
1,
drinking beer with his
2,
other dad on the
3,
other side of the
4,
fire. My mom was with my little
5,
brother roasting
7,
marshmallows.
8, 10.
Eventually, I went to go ask my mom where Corey went. She said he's going on the hayride to hurry and get on before they left. So I hurried to the mini line of like 5 people waiting to get on. When I was on, there were about 15 to 20 people on there. I didn't see my brother. I sat on one of the haystacks anyway.
4,
The truck started up and indicating he was about to leave. I saw that man from before climb into the truck with the woman behind him. He came to sit next to me when he
5,
saw me.
6,
He asked me
7,
I shrugged my
8,
shoulders.
What's the weather like on
9,
my
10.
birthday?
My brother never got on the hayride. The woman sat next to him. She looked at me and smiled. He said that's his wife.
Salad.
He asked if I still had that laser pointer. I said, yeah, showed it to me. He smiled. The whole time I spoke with him, his right next to him was looking at me.
We all know what happens when you have tacos.
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10.
It actually made me laugh because the drop down was fun. The man asked me if I had been to the arcade of the resort yet. When I shook my head no, he told me he had to shoot a lot of the movies. He asked if I wanted it. I of course shook my head yes. He said he just had to go
1,
get it
2,
and go there with me.
3, 4, 5,
One by one got
6,
back to the truck.
7,
Got back to the bonfire.
8,
Man and
9,
woman both walked alongside me.
10.
The woman held my hand and kept calling me sweet.
1,
Anytime
Is
she
that
said
water?
something to
2,
me, the man said the
Yeah,
arcade wasn't
it's
fun.
water.
We walked away from the brightness of the huge bonfire. and into the
Are you
darkness.
really having one? Or is that really water?
It's really water.
I heard Cody's voice call my name from behind. I turned. It was Cody. yelled back, "We're going to
No,
the
it's
arcade."
making me happy.
The man and woman looked back and didn't say anything. My brother didn't follow up or say anything else. After we got further
Yeah,
from the
it's
bonfire,
this in here.
the woman's grip on my hand got tighter and started walking faster. Something wasn't right because her grip was starting to hurt me.
What?
I also noticed we weren't going in the direction of the clubhouse. We were heading towards the parking lot. When I asked where we were going, the man said we're getting the keys to the arcade games. Next thing I remember,
Set.
my mom's panicked screaming voice was heard behind us.
4,
Screaming, "Let go of me."
5,
My mom was running over hysterical.
6,
And two strangers stepped away from me. I remember the woman
6,
saying,
7, 8,
"Yes,"
9,
taking me to the front desk.
and 10.
My mom yelled and cursed at them. The two of them just quickly walked away into the darkness. I wish my dad was with my mom at that moment to kick the man's ass. The worst part is they got to just drive off and potentially do this to somebody else. My mom asked everybody at the bonfire if they had seen those people. Nobody recognized them. She also reported this to the resort and the police. But really, what could they do once the couple disappeared? The idea that I was
So what you doing? I know.
the older couple
1,
who
2,
was only 6 or 7.
3,
Stubborn
4,
to me.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's up? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I perfectly grabbed 10 there.
I was 17. My last Halloween at home before going away to college. It was Halloween in our peaceful town where nothing bad ever happens. Our house is in the wealthier side of town. Our house would be described as gorgeous by anyone not from the area. The real head turner is our next door neighbor's house. It sits on that line of being called just a cool house or a mansion. They always
2,
love
3,
raising decorations for any
4,
holiday,
5,
specifically
6,
Halloween and
7,
This one year
8,
was no exception.
9.
By October 1st, they already had all their crazy decorations out. Some houses go the cute and innocently spooky route, like with smiling ghosts and blow-up decorations. Our neighbors go the actual
Down.
scary route.
Off tables.
Graves, fake
Go to mom.
bags, actually
1,
scary
Oh,
fake
they're over there.
ghosts.
Two,
It actually
3,
draws a lot of attention.
4,
I mean,
People
come.
drive by and take videos, so it's never uncommon to see cars just sitting in
Come
front
right
of their
here.
house in the middle of the street.
Turn around.
4, 5,
Turn around.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Fast forward to Halloween day. It was luckily a Friday this year, so that meant parties and all that we held on actual Halloween.
Let me.
My dog Bear sleeps downstairs in
Get
the
over
corner of my bed. He woke me up really early morning around 4 a.m. when it was still pitch black outside. He was barking at
1,
something outside.
2,
Going
3,
across the house to shut
4,
up. My mom came out into the
5,
hall and
6,
did the
7,
same. Bear
8,
stopped barking after this, and I had no idea what he was barking at. I fell back
9,
to sleep quickly
and
after that.
10.
I woke up to my alarm like 2 hours later. So I started getting ready for school as my dad was
You're
leaving.
gonna listen, you're doing
As he
this in
stepped
the
out
cage.
onto the front deck, I came back in and got
So
mad
stop
at me.
it.
I said, "Damn it, Zach, clean up the dog." He thought I let our dog crap in front of the house for some reason. I told him I definitely didn't, but he was in a hurry, so
Sit.
he left without more argument.
1, 2,
Next up,
3,
it was my
Sit.
turn to
4,
leave school. I
5,
left the house.
6,
Don't
That was
snort at
when
me.
I
7, 8,
I said
but
sit.
9,
I
10.
knew what my dad was talking about. I didn't see any dog crap anywhere though. Later when I got home around 2, I still smelled that smell. I had no idea what it was, but it was really starting to stink. My parents were both at work. My parents wanted me to hand out candy.
1,
when trick-or-treaters
2,
started coming. It wasn't
3,
till around 4 to
4,
5
5, 6, 7,
when I opened the door
No.
to the first two
9,
trick-or-treaters, I get a whiff of that
10.
increasingly horrible stink. The kids and their parents clearly smelled it too because they were all commenting on it. One parent told me it was even worse next door.
Emmy, lay down.
I started to know whenever to expect the doorbell to ring, as I hear groups of people
1,
Emmy,
running
2,
out of
come on.
the smells.
3,
At one point,
4,
I saw my
5,
dog
6,
in the house
7,
looking around.
Cage.
So I went outside and went over to
9,
ask them if they smelled
10.
it too. That was hardly a question because it got worse on their property. Clearly it was coming from the front of their property. There wasn't any dog crap or anything. The smell was coming from one of the body bag decorations. Apparently it wasn't a decoration. The couple had a number of fake body bags leaned on things like the
1,
mailbox and a
2,
front tree.
3,
There was one just laying
4,
flat on the
5,
ground. Mike said
6,
to Donna that he
7,
didn't put that one there
8,
when she asked.
9,
The smell
10.
was unbearable for this man. Mike ran to grab a knife and cut the bag open. What we saw made me sick. He, of course, cut the top of the bag open, revealing the rotting face of an actual human corpse inside the bag. We all put our hands over our mouths in disgust, wanting to throw up.
3,
And of course,
4,
there was no one to
5,
kids and
6,
parents
7,
to see what
8,
was going on.
It was up
It
in
became a
the
huge scene.
I mean,
9, 10.
The whole front yard literally became a crime scene with people gathering from all
Norway.
over to watch, even though the cops kept telling everyone to clear out. The body was taken.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
what? Yeah. That was my dinner.
It's not working.
What's that?
Don't worry.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It was him again, the same costume. By the looks of it, he had an equally left pillow sack as the night before. He opened the door, no shot in hell.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Hey, get off my stoop, I'm not answering the door. I went upstairs to my room, shut the door, and started watching TV in there instead. Out of sight, out of mind. Until I heard a pop out of the window. Something was thrown at me, a rock. I muted the volume on the TV.
1,
Seconds later,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That man in the purple suit and mask was looking up at me. I threatened him with calling the police. In response, very slowly lifted his empty-looking pillow sack up and held it open. It seemed he was some asshole trying to scare me. Halloween was over, and I wasn't amused.
1, 2,
Called 911, and police
3,
showed up in under 10 minutes.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Just to talk to them. They put him in handcuffs and took his mask off.
8, 9, 10.
As I figured, he was some creepy-looking 30-something-year-old guy. They told me they were bringing him back to the station. Apparently, they let him out within 48 hours. His 2 nights later, he came back to my house. This time at the back where I lived. He never knocked or rang the bell. Just stand outside with his empty sack and costume.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
I swear to God, a week later, the man had returned once again, throwing a rock at my window. This time when I called my witness, he seemed to actually disappear before the police had got there. But regardless, it seemed the police didn't really care to do anything. Either that or they couldn't.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Halloween is coming up. I'm kind of nervous he's going to come back.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It was the first year that we were being allowed to trick or treat alone. My mom gave us big bags for candy. It was a weekend, so
I
we
did
could
get
luckily stay out there.
something for her birthday.
Did
Her
some
birthday
big
is
trick or
on
treating, and
Sunday.
after about 2 hours, we went back to my house and took a break. My parents
1, 2, 3,
Jordan stayed
4,
for
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Parents wanted us to stay close. We obviously said yes to that, but we kind of strayed off a different, further away route that we knew less kids would go down. Everything was going as normal. Less houses would open their doors after dark weekends, but there were still some kids out trick-or-treating.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Looking back, the bald man looked like he was 45, had a small gap between his 2 front teeth that we noticed when he smiled as he opened the door. He was overly friendly from the start, complimenting the costume, trying to ask us where we're from.
Judging us.
He was overly conversational.
We're not judging
1,
you.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Halloween decoration he had inside. He described it as some talking skeleton trapped in a cage begging to be let out. Jordan and I weren't comfortable going inside this man's house, though, obviously.
Oh yeah, and I still have
He
a
said
bottle.
that in not so many words. He said he understood, and asked if he wanted to come in real quick just to pick out the candies that we
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I went inside to grab us some random candies. They were these chewy candies wrapped in see-through wrappers. We thanked him and left. We walked away from his front door. We noticed he didn't close the door. He just watched us as we left.
1,
We walked away from his
2,
house down
3,
the sidewalk.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Considered running away, but there were other people down the block, so nothing would happen most likely. We just skipped the next house and went to the house 2 doors down. A woman answered, and we told her about the creepy man 2 doors down. She said she didn't know him at all, and we should tell our parents when we get home. We ran into these 2 kids going in the direction of the
3,
creepy man's house.
4,
We stopped them.
5,
We warned them not to go
6,
there.
Quit it.
7,
We're on live.
8, 9, 10.
They already went to his house too.
And then there's one left.
They looked at the
How
orange.
much? One left?
Just one left.
10 and 1 left.
Yep.
Okay, so 1 and there's 1 left.
So we dug into our bags, found them, and threw them away in the brush. And anybody would be sus enough to waste candies with a guy like that. We wondered what exactly that man was trying to do, or to have actually entered his house. Was he actually just honestly trying to show us something, or did he have other intentions? The question was answered the next day, as that man ended up on the news protecting the little kids in his house. He had a new puppy. It seemed the story changed for different
Okay, for frankincense, how much?
361.
361.
That's a lot.
Splash. Yep. Alright, well there is a sandalwood.
Want me to do that one too?
You got as much air as you could, right?
I tried.
Yep,
You
that's
can-
fine.
You can do it if you
No,
want.
you're fine. Just wanna make sure. Yeah. Do you need a break?
Before getting into the
No.
topic of
Okay.
today's video, I want to thank Rocket Money for
Yep. And it's
sponsoring
sandalwood.
That's really all I'm doing is telling him.
more
So.
important.
Yeah, I know.
Managing your finances is more important. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, monitor your credit score, and build your savings all in one place.
Yeah, I might
Personal
get
feature
the
ensures
stool now.
that Rocket Money can identify your recurring charges and cancel unwanted subscriptions for you, all with just a single click. There have been countless times when I've completely forgotten about subscriptions I haven't canceled. For example, I once signed up for a free trial to a premium membership.
Oh, actually, hold on. Take a break.
Is that app?
Okay.
Can you pause that for a second?
I forgot about it.
So I'm going to reiterate.
Over a year.
It's been over half an hour. Alright. For those of you potentially joining in the future,
Louder.
brain fart, hold on.
Camera's over there.
Oh, yeah, camera's over there now. So, this is our store's pre-order sale. Right now we're counting our inventory for our incenses. We're going to be selling incenses and stickers to start. Dragon's Blood for a bundle of 10 is going for $7. A bundle of 20 is going for $14. And a bundle of 40 is going for $25.
Wait, hold on. Bundle of what?
For Dragon's Blood. We're doing, yeah,
I heard you say 14.
yeah. 7, 14, and 25.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one.
Oh,
My
okay.
bad.
Okay.
Yep.
No, you're good. For both the frankincense and sandalwood, for a bundle of 10 is $5. A bundle of 20 is $10. And a bundle of 40 is $17. We're trying to get some revenue into the store. This way we can start making sweatshirts, t-shirts, hats, bottles, backpacks, keychains, and some other stuff. The store, the actual web store itself, is going to be live coming this coming Monday at midnight, so 12 a.m. on Monday. If you want to order from this live, I have linked our company's cash tag in the description of the video. If you do order through this live, just email us your shipping details and what you ordered. This way we can get that out as soon as possible. if you do order, we are not going to ship until we receive payment. We will not be doing cancellations on orders. We will not be doing returns. We will not be doing refunds for the pre-sale, because I won't be able to institute that until like the store's actually up and running. We will, once the store is live, we will have a cancellation and return policy on certain items, and that's pretty much it. I didn't forget anything this time, I don't think. Okay. Alright, back to it.
Open tight spaces.
Ready?
Patron said she at one point forgot she was
I'm moving these to the side.
and tapped out when it started to feel like she was genuinely in a life-or-death situation. The location isn't even revealed to guests until 24 hours prior, and allegedly the location always changes. Scare House, the basement. Underneath the regular tamer attraction known as Scare House in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
After
Used to
seeing
lie
One,
over
two,
the basement at Scare
3, 4,
House, which was a much more intense,
5,
immersive, and
6,
interactive experience than that of the one upstairs. It was held inside
Like
a new,
another.
100
1,
year old
2,
historic and apparently
3,
actually haunted building.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Returning soon. You may enter in pairs or alone, though odds are not many people will be entering this place alone. The actors in this haunted house are incredibly convincing.
Don't know why I was
There's a lot of
waiting on that for a
improvisation and
second.
dialogue as you make your way through each scene of what's basically your own personal real-life horror movie. It's not possible to make it from start to end without coming into contact and having to deal with the actors stopping you and messing around with you. There's extreme physical contact, sexual
1, 2,
undertones, real
3,
electric
4,
shock, religious themes,
5,
very tight
6,
spaces,
7,
and much
8,
more.
9, 10.
Like most attractions I'll talk about in this video, you must sign a waiver before entering. The basement can get so disturbing.
I'm just going to put it up here so it's easier.
The safe word to go out if the patron happens to feel violated or too uncomfortable. The Cult is an attraction
1,
located in
2,
North Conway,
3,
New Hampshire.
4,
The Cult had been
5,
called the
6,
ultimate
7,
terror, only for
8, 9,
die-hard
10.
fans of true horror, for those who want the experience of real-life terror to test your fears. It was an hour-long attraction. Patrons had to walk through alone. Absolutely no groups allowed. Going through it would encounter violent situations. The actors
1,
would lay hands
2,
on you
3,
many
4,
times.
5,
As the nervous
6,
patron
7,
lead a man
8,
before
9.
entering the attraction. He asks if they have any problems with darkness, heights, claustrophobia, needles, rats, bugs, needles, or being fully submerged in water. Most of the patrons were already nervous of what they were getting themselves into.
1, 2,
Patrons were given a
3,
red card on
4,
the lanyard. If one
5,
decided the
6,
experience was
7,
too much,
8,
they would give up their
9,
safety pass and it would
10.
be over. During the experience, patrons would be asked to step into a chairlift that led to a dirt path, which would then lead to a cabin where they would meet a man who would shove them into a booth, yell at them, spray them with unknown liquids, throw a bag over their heads, and then carry them outside, where the simulated torture continued.
1,
As
2,
patrons
3,
continued on, it only got worse.
4,
Throughout the
5,
attraction, patrons would encounter live
6,
animals, for example,
7,
being forced to have snakes or cockroaches crawl on
9,
them. Forced
10.
edibles, for example, being forced to drink what the actors would claim as animal urine, extreme violence, and much more. The Cult has been closed since 2013. The Blackout Haunted House was an
1,
attraction that
2,
had
3,
two locations,
4,
one in New York and
5,
one in
6,
California.
7,
Featured
8, 9,
extreme
10.
violence, full frontal nudity, forced edibles, submersion in water, physical contact, and patrons had to enter alone. Patrons were abducted in vans, waterboarded, and even rolled naked in
Careful
when you're
whispering over
there.
Everyone can hear it.
3,
Sensitively.
that hallway with
4,
It's 12. I'm doing this.
5, 6, 7,
If I describe the scene,
8,
this video is
9,
probably getting
10.
Oh.
as the patron would pass, the tall man would stand up,
I'm just making
expose
sure.
his body, and then threaten to make physical contact with the patron. Blackout overall relied on darkness, loud noises, violence, and sexual situations to terrify its customers. Until around
1,
2018, it
2,
had been a
3,
solo-only experience.
4,
But starting in, I
5,
believe,
6,
2016 or
7, 8,
2017,
9,
patrons were allowed to
10.
enter in groups. It seems Blackout hasn't been open for the past 2 seasons. Freakling Brothers Victim Experience 3 is a Las Vegas attraction featuring
1,
extended
2,
submersion in water,
3,
electric shock, and extreme
4,
physical contact. The victim experience
5,
is extremely
6,
intense, and you must go through
7,
it alone. One patron said he watched a camouflaged attacker appear out of nowhere, grab his colleague by the foot, and knock her down and drag her down a long hallway as she screamed. He was left alone in the darkness until the attacker came back to him and threw him over his shoulder. Patrons will experience electric shock insomnia, as well as the feeling of fear drowning as they submerged underwater for extended periods of time. As the title of the attraction suggests, once you enter, you are a victim. You will experience pain and you will be tied up, and you may be carried and thrown. Frequent Brothers actually run 3 haunted houses every year: Castle Vampire, Circus of Horrors, and Gates of Hell. The Gates of Hell became one of the first haunted houses in the country to be R-rated due to graphic content and the requirement for patrons to be over 18 and sign a waiver. The victim experience takes place in the Gates of Hell attraction, and it simulates what it would be believed to be like to die and actually go to hell. Without giving too much away, victims are put in several scenes where they're touched, forced to get down on their knees, and subjected to things that anyone would find uncomfortable.
1, 2, 3,
The Raven's Nest is one of the lesser-known extreme haunted houses.
6,
It's been closed since
7,
2009.
8,
It had been closed
9,
after it was deemed as too
10.
extreme by the town. Raven's Nest featured actors who were paid to induce pain on the patrons, as well as other humiliating methods of torture. The owner, Mike McNair, would hire mostly larger and more intimidating actors who would be capable of easily picking up, tying, or shoving patrons.
1, 2,
Visitors would also
3,
be kicked to the floor and forced to do
4,
things like lift the
5,
ground,
6,
eat disgusting
7,
foods and
8,
liquids off the floor,
9,
and have actors try to reduce vomiting to the patrons. The attraction also played with claustrophobia, having patrons crawl through air vents filled with real cockroaches and spiders, as well as constant tight and cramped rooms and pathways. There was no safe word, which may have been a small factor in the eventual closing of the Raven.
1, 2, 3,
Many of you
4,
definitely have heard of this last one, the Kingy Manor. This San Diego attraction
1,
is
2,
called that.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
This place tops
8,
the list because it
9,
tends to use
10.
extreme scare tactics that are off limits to professional attractions. It also can't be said that what goes on in this place is safe. Participants are covered in blood, forced to eat disgusting things, threatened with power tools, stuffed in a clothes
1,
dryer,
2,
submerged in water for
3,
extended periods, physically
4,
assaulted,
5,
even given an
6,
unwanted haircut.
7,
Participants often
8,
are
9,
covered in blood,
10.
commonly their own. And so far, nobody has made it through to the end. There used to be no safe word. They would only pull the plug when medically necessary. This place plays with people's fears of claustrophobia, with tight spaces and corridors. People's fears of spiders, with restrained victims having
1,
up to
2,
or even more than 4
3,
tarantulas crawling on
4,
their faces.
5,
People's fears of clowns and just about anything else you could think of.
7,
Perhaps one of the more shocking parts is that
8,
the experience can go
9,
on for
10.
up to 10 hours. Obviously a big contributor to why nobody's made it through to the end yet. For a long time, the place didn't have a safe word. Russ, the owner, only added it after he was told he legally needed to. But even with this safe word, apparently the torture can go on for many people who repeatedly use the safe word, rendering it basically useless. The Kingy Manor also
1,
garnered
2,
a lot of
3,
criticism regarding the $20,000 cash
4,
prize that they promised to
5,
anyone who could make it through to the end. With a lot of people
7,
believing they
8,
simply wouldn't
9,
allow
10.
anyone to win, because oftentimes the workers will decide for the patrons that they're done, even if the patron wants to keep going. The Kingy Manor is self-described as a place for extreme horror
1,
lovers
2,
only. Wish to
3,
experience
4,
what true terror and
5,
gross-out torture feels
6,
like.
7,
Apparently, there are a
8,
lot of people who wish to
9,
experience it.
10.
There's a waiting list of more than 20,000
Just double
people.
checking.
There's
1,
currently a Change.org petition to close down the Kingy Manor for good, with over 180,000 signatures. Thousands of people shun this place for claiming to be a haunted house attraction. They believe it's simply a torture chamber under disguise. Rush's
1,
40K waiver
2,
is also very questionable.
3,
He
4,
apparently misspells the word
5,
viable multiple
6,
times
7,
to attempt to make certain
8,
points of the
9,
waiver void.
10.
Whatever your thoughts on this place are, anyone would admit it's the definition of a horror attraction that takes it way too far.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4,
Look at them.
6.
That is
That one's a little faster, but
September
They're
24th,
matched.
1971.
Just that one's a little fast.
The last day, at the time 16-year-old Kathy Marie Moulton was seen. Kathy planned to attend a dance during that night in her hometown of Portland, Maine.
1,
She asked her
2,
father to drop her off on Cumberland
3,
Avenue
4,
that evening.
5, 6,
Kathy wanted to purchase
7,
a pair
8,
of pantyhose and
9,
some
10.
toothpicks before preparing for the dance. She stopped by a music store on Forest Avenue later in the day to visit a friend. She told her friend she would see her at the dance that evening, and then said she was going to walk
2,
home, which was about a mile and a half away.
4,
She was last seen walking down Forest Avenue after leaving the music store, and she was seen carrying a brown
9, 10.
leather Mexican clutch purse, which contained her house key, 2 tubes of toothpaste, and a very small amount of cash. When she did arrive home by dinner time, her parents knew something was wrong and reported her missing. Kathy was seen in a
1,
stolen
2,
blue Cadillac
3,
with her friend
4,
Lester Everett, although it is
5,
possible that Kathy
6,
willingly
7,
left with them.
8,
There were reported sightings of Kathy,
9,
Lester,
10.
and another young man in a remote area of Aroostook County a few weeks after her disappearance. The second young man was Ronald Hurley. However, Lester was eventually found alone. He claimed to not know where Kathy was.
1, 2,
A garage
3,
employee in
4,
Fort Fairfield in Aroostook
5,
County remembered seeing Kathy,
6,
Lester, and Ronald.
7,
They came to the
8,
garage to buy new tires for the
9,
Cadillac.
10.
Employees said Ronald appeared to be controlling Kathy's movements, even walking her to and from the bathroom with his hand on the back of her neck. Across the border on the Toby Resort, witnesses said they saw Lester and Kathy for a few
1,
weeks in
2,
September
3,
1971,
4,
before the two went to a farm in the Mars Hill area of the
5, 6,
where they started working
7,
on a
8,
potato field at Big
9,
Farms Farm. Kathy was completely distrusting of Lester and continually begged to go back home to Portland, which she refused. Kathy befriended a teenage girl who worked on the fields. The girl said Kathy was nervous about her parents being upset with her, and that they were probably
1,
looking for her.
2,
According to the girl,
3,
Kathy also
4,
cried often and seemed fearful of the
5,
other men
6,
working on the farm. She
7,
often said she wanted to go home.
9,
Lester became tired of
10.
Kathy's constant complaining to go home.
Double checking.
So on the evening of
1,
September
2,
29th, 1971, while the
4,
other field workers were
5,
enjoying a
6,
bonfire, Lester got
8,
behind the
9,
wheel
10.
of the
Yep.
stolen car with Kathy in the passenger seat. He told her that they were going for a ride. She begged him to drive her back home, but he didn't. Lester returned the next morning and said that he had dropped her
1,
off at another
2,
camp, when in reality, he had brought her
3,
back across the
4,
Canadian border to the
5,
Toby
6,
Reserve and left her with
7,
Ronald.
8,
At the end of the
9,
potato
10.
harvest, Lester and a few others left for Florida to pick oranges. He never returned to Maine. When questioned, he said he did not know what happened to Kathy. Lester died of cancer in the mid-1980s, at the age of 35.
1, 2,
Ronald, who had
3,
served time for rape and home invasion,
4,
has long been a prime suspect in
5,
this
6,
investigation. He has refused to cooperate
7,
with police.
8,
The police
9,
offered
10.
immunity for prosecution if he would provide details as to what happened to Kathy. Investigators have considered the possibility that Kathy was killed by Lester and that he left her body in the woods of Aroostook County. But this
1,
theory is unlikely, since some of
2,
Ronald's
3,
relatives later
4,
verified the fact that
5,
Lester had
6,
dropped her off at their
7,
home.
8,
They would claim
9,
that
10.
one of their relatives had harmed her. It's unknown if this is what happened. His family has refused to cooperate with police about Kathy as well. Investigators believe she died on
1,
the Toby
2,
Reserve
3,
sometime before Thanksgiving
4,
of 1971, but they never had enough
5,
evidence to
6,
file charges
wait, no,
against anyone.
1,
They
2,
couldn't get warrants
3,
to search
4,
Ronald's
5,
home.
6, 7,
In 1983,
8, 9,
a hunter said
10.
he came across a skeleton in the woods near Smyrna, Maine, surrounded by female clothing.
Almost missed
Some
up there.
investigators believe the remains were Kathy's. The hunter was unable to retrace his footsteps and lead police back to the site, however. The bones were never seen again. Kathy was a junior at
1,
Deering High School
2,
at the time of her disappearance.
3,
And
4,
peers said she
5,
seemed like a
6,
happy girl with
7,
no reason to run away from home.
8,
Her father
9,
died in 2017,
10.
but her mother is still alive and continues to hope for a resolution in her case. Mary Virginia Carpenter was a 21-year-old
1,
girl from
2,
Texarkana,
3,
Texas, who went missing in
4,
Denton in the summer of 1948. She was last seen by a
5,
taxi
yeah.
driver around
6,
9:30 p.m. on
7,
Tuesday, June
8,
1st,
9,
1948. She left
10.
her home in Texarkana and took a train to Denton, 6 hours away. At the station, she took a taxi to the Texas Women's University, where she was planning to complete a summer term. She transferred from the University of Arkansas after she
1,
decided she wanted to enter a
2,
different career field. Mary
3,
first enrolled
4,
in the Texas
5,
Women's University
6,
during the
7,
1945 to
8, 9,
1946 school year, and then took a break from school to help her mother who had stolen marriage to save money. Mary once again enrolled in the school for the 1948 summer term, where she planned to begin training as a laboratory technician in the autumn, but she disappeared just
One,
before the summer
two,
term began.
3,
The
4,
cab driver who had seen her last,
5, 6,
Edgar Ray Zachary,
7, 8, 9, 10.
stopped in front of Brackenridge Hall, a building on campus at 9 p.m. Mary gave him a ticket for her trunk and paid him $1 so he would pick it up for her from the train station the next day.
1,
Edgar stated that after she got out of the taxi,
2, 3,
Mary approached 2 young men
4,
standing near a yellow convertible
5,
that he believed to be a
6,
Pontiac. Edgar
7,
stated that one of the men were tall, the other
8,
one was
9,
Mary
10.
approached the men as if
Hold
she
on.
knew them and began to speak to them. Edgar, assuming they were just her
1,
friends,
2,
drove away.
3,
She never checked
4,
into her dorm in Brackenridge
5,
Hall.
6,
Was never seen
7,
or heard from
10.
again
Yep.
after this moment.
And then 2 left.
Some of Mary's former boyfriends stated she became infatuated easily, speculating that she ran away with a lover, but her family did not believe that she would leave without telling them, as Mary was very close with her family and would just be completely out of character. She had previously been engaged, but broke off the relationship 2 weeks prior to the wedding.
362.
Police zeroed in on her boyfriend Kenny Ron and the cab driver Edgar. Kenny passed the polygraph test and insisted that Mary would have no reason to run away. She didn't have a lover coaxing her to run off, no jealous exes, no wishes to leave her
50,
life behind.
50,
Kenny was also
100,
the first to report Mary missing to her mother,
200,
making his involvement unlikely.
300,
On top of that, Mary was
50,
looking forward to starting her
60,
semester at
and then
college.
2, so
This led
362.
investigators to conclude that she had been taken. Police shifted their
Where'd you get
attention
the
to Edgar,
5?
where he had a record for petty crimes and a reputation for being abusive. He was charged with attempted
Okay.
rape in 1957,
Okay.
but the charge was dropped
I got confused, okay.
for the victim asked authorities not to prosecute.
362.
Edgar's wife
Hold on.
stated he had been home with her from 10 p.m. onward on the day Mary disappeared. So 10 years after her disappearance.
Try to get
Wife
air
told
out of
police she
that.
lied to them. Her husband
Yeah,
had not actually arrived home
I was
until
doing
2
it.
or 3 a.m. that night. Edgar died in 1984.
No, Jeremy,
Charged in
put it
connection with
against your
Mary's
chest.
case.
Yeah.
He remains a suspect.
I was doing that a little bit.
Polygraph tests in the case. In the winter and spring of 1946, 5 people were
There you
murdered.
go.
Lovers Lane,
You're good.
Mary's
You're good.
hometown in Texarkana. Lovers
Don't
Lane
wanna put too much
is a
pressure
area
on
where
them.
people
Yep.
kiss or
Don't
engage
wanna
in
break 'em.
sexual activity in their vehicles. This meant all 5 victims were young, around Mary's age. The crimes are believed to have all been committed by the same person. The murderer was never
So
caught.
we have
Known as the
361
Texarkana
frankincense,
Phantom
362
Mary was actually
sandalwood. Well, that was a pretty good guess. And then we're only down 100 for Dragon's Blood, 284, which kind of makes sense for the price.
Yep.
Shortly after her disappearance, buried her body in a den in Stockton near the Texas Women's University campus. The suspects were both deceased by this time, however. Police investigated his den based on the information, but uncovered no evidence. Numerous leads and possible sightings of Mary have surfaced throughout the decades, but no solid evidence has been uncovered. Both of Mary's parents have passed away. She was an only child, but her 3 cousins still hope to find closure in this case one day. Like Mary, Army veteran Alvin Matlock was also 21 years old at the time that he went missing in the spring of 1951. There were a lot of theories as to what happened to him. None of them were pleasant. Alvin was last seen in Spokane, Washington. At the time of his disappearance, he lived in a cabin on Browns Mountain in Spokane County. With his little brother Clyde, who was 12 years old when Alvin disappeared, is now 83, and to this day still hopes his brother's body is found. Clyde and his wife Patricia went to the inaugural missing person event hosted by the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office in 2016. At this event, which was held to help facilitate locating missing people, attendees could file police reports, submit DNA and dental records, and provide photographs of loved ones.
Calculator.
Alvin had spoken to family members in March and informed them of his cabin's location. As far as his disappearance, his family first suspected something
361.
wasn't right when Alvin didn't show up to the family dinner on Thanksgiving Day
362.
1951. His worried mother drove to his
284.
cabin to find the cabin empty and both of his vehicles gone.
1007.
The family was told by a neighbor that he had privately packed up from Youngstown, Alaska.
1007.
Clyde and other family members believed this for a while.
I have to put a slash or a mix a dollar sign on it.
Okay.
No contact from Alvin.
So altogether that we have done is 1,000. We went through 1,000 today. That's not bad.
So we know we can get 1,000 out of 3 bottles. 1 bottle each.
That's about, yeah.
So yeah, definitely 2. 2 of each.
Yeah.
per box. So now we know for the future.
Okay. Alright, guys. I think we're going to sign off from here.
Again, the store itself will be going live this coming Monday at midnight. You still have a chance to order through the live up until then. If you want to order through the live, like if you watch it after, from now until Monday morning at midnight, the business cash tag is in the description, as well as how much each version of incense is going to be per bundle. If you do order through the video, just email us your shipping details and what you ordered. This way we can get it out. We will not ship items until payment is received. We're not doing order cancellations. We're not doing refunds. We're not doing exchanges, anything like that. For the pre-order sale, we don't have a way to refund money. We don't have a way to accept items back right now. So that won't be until the store is actually up. That's pretty much it.